Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had HALFA Phantom Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A council discussion on possible movement towards a plan regarding instability in timeline Alpha BNHA. Date: 7th to 8th July LST, Living Standard Time, year 249 AP, after Pariah. Recorded by Council Recordkeeper Friar Tech, arbitrated by Council Peacekeeper Renegade Rose. Since the abdication of the throne by the former king, recorded in Denizen history books as Nova Stat Era, the bringer of balance, the Council of Ancients convenes every year following the holiday truce. Formed by Nova Stat Era and the strongest of the ancients, the meetings are meant to discuss a litany of problems that may plague the infinite realms, and possible solutions that can be done to remedy those issues. The following discussion begins swiftly. Amongst the attending council members are such: Clockwork, Ancient of Time and Foresight; Equinox, Ancient of Space and Curiosity; Nocturne, Ancient of Night and Dreams; Pandora, Ancient of Day and Hope; and the three observant representatives, Mizuru, Kikazu, Iwazu. In attendance are Friar Tech, the council's record keeper, the Ancient of Technology and Knowledge, and Renegade Rose, the Ancient of the Wild and Pestilence, the council's peacekeeper. I bring to the table a concern regarding the balance of one of the Alpha timelines, Alpha BA. Clockwork is always terse with their words. It is rare for them to bring up a concern quickly after the beginning of the meeting. The fact that they are starting the meeting, instead of the other ancients present, is troubling. The balance one of the Alpha timelines, one of many timelines that are intertwined closely with the infinite realms, as compared to the other Omega timelines, is an incredibly dire topic, to be fair. One that they would be acutely familiar with, being the Ancient of Time and all. Was the small change we offered not enough for stability? Equinox asks, brows furrowing in confusion. The rings of ectoplasmic stardust and particles that form around his head spin with anxiety as he leans back in his council seat. To that Mizuru speaks up, her one eye sealed shut. It was too minor of a change to affect the timeline as a whole. It swayed the destabilization, but only by a few centuries at most. We introduced the next step of human evolution early in that timeline. I would argue that it wasn't a minor change. Equinox replies, crossing his arms. What has changed since our last meeting that has prevented its improvement? There are many ways that the timeline could have gone right and gone wrong. Clockwork explains. Meandering timelines have broken off from the Alpha timeline and managed to stabilize themselves for the time being. However, there is a core issue with the main timeline that we have yet to properly address. If it is what I think you're suggesting, it is the best option, Equinox. Pandora interrupts. Her golden armor shines bright in the light of the council's meeting room. Without a champion. Other timelines have existed just fine without a champion. Why should this one need one as well? I hesitate to agree with Equinox, but he does have a point. Nocturne speaks up. Usually, they are rather quiet, only adding their own opinion when they deem necessary. Even if when they deem necessary is when it is least appreciated. Other Alpha timelines have persisted and kept their stability. The issue comes down to the nature of this Alpha timeline. Clockwork says, they unconsciously shift in appearance from their adult form to their elder form. Other Alpha timelines have no need for a champion because they have not crossed the threshold into the infinite realms in such a dramatic way. While this timeline's history and connection to ours faded centuries ago, there is still leftover energy in their realm that is impacting them. We had voted to interfere last human year to speed up the process of our energy affecting the humans that still reside in it, thinking that speeding up the evolution of the human race in that realm would help to stabilize it completely. But the connection still exists, and where a connection exists, a champion must be chosen. Do we have any say in who that champion may be, or will the realms decide herself? Equinox asks, his tone turning dark. The stars that make up the fabric of his cape flicker out, one by one. The council is silent. The question was rhetorical. Anyway, Equinox knows that they have no choice. They all know who the chosen champion will become. They cannot put a name or a face to it, but they know, deep down in their cores, that the realms longs for another champion, just like she had many centuries ago. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse the notion. Equinox breaks the silence, which explodes into an uproar. What do you mean refuse? Just because you were once the king, Equinox. The collapse of an alpha timeline could jeopardize the existence of the realms. From atop her bench above the council, the arbiter renegade Rose slams her gavel down loudly, 3 times, ushering in order. She doesn't even need to use any of her words, though her words were like venom when she spoke. Thorns began to climb around her bench, threatening to blossom into bright violet roses. All the ancients slowly quiet down. Mizaru clears her throat. It is a necessary action we may have to do, Equinox, for the better of the realms. I have pledged myself to the realms since the day I took the throne those centuries ago. I created this council to leave the control of the realms in the hands of more than one capable ancient, so decisions could be agreed upon unanimously and equally, instead of by a single higher figure. Equinox says, standing up as he does. His voice cracks as he continues, I have given my life and my afterlife to her, and it has caused me much pain. As much as I love her, I cannot on good conscience allow her to do to another child what she has done to me. The silence is nearly deafening, as the ancients all watch as Equinox wipes away the tears that are slowly spilling down his face. Most of the ancients do not remember their deaths, but since Equinox is the youngest among him, the wounds are still, ironically, fresh despite centuries of time. Equinox turns to Clockwork. Is this the only way? Time does not deal in absolutes. Clockwork responds as they shift from their elder form to their child form. There may be other ways to stabilize the alpha timeline that do not involve allowing a new champion to be chosen. But it may be the best solution to lead to the safest stability. A beat of silence. From the corner of the council room, record-keeper Friar Tech glances up from his seat, and he meets the glance of Renegade Rose. They both had known Equinox in life, death, and afterlife. They had both been alive at the time most of what he experienced occurred. But neither of them knew it as intimately as Equinox had. Being chosen as a champion for the infinite realms is not an easy feat. It involves a lot of pain and suffering to become an impossibility. Equinox sighs, falling back to his seat. I still cannot condone the action, but I am aware that I will be outvoted by the council. If we must go through with this, may I make a suggestion? What shall it be, young ancient? Pandora asks, seated to his right. She leans in close, resting one of her 4 hands on his shoulder. Condolences? Pity? Her expression is unreadable. When they are chosen, I would like to speak to them. I would prefer to do it in just one dream, if you would allow me, Nocturne. And whatever would you say to them? Kikazu, the prickliest of the observant representatives, asks, eye narrowing. Nothing that could jeopardize the timeline any further. I believe we all learned the consequences of that a long time ago. At that, Equinox nervously glances to his left, where Clockwork smirks and shifts from their child form to their adult form and shudders. I want to apologize to them when the time comes. Nocturne, the Ancient of Dreams, hums on that for a moment. Equinox, you are the ancient I like the least. I am keenly aware of that. But if this will allow us to stabilize the alpha timeline, I suppose I shall allow it, with my supervision, of course. Nocturne, Kikazaru scoffs. Pandora interrupts. All in favor of allowing the realms to choose the new champion of balance, say aye. Aye. Aye for the 3 of us. Aye. All opposing. Equinox is the only one to speak. Nay. Then it is settled. We shall allow the realms to choose her new champion and allow Equinox one visit to their dreams shortly thereafter. Pandora says, discussion settled. Are there any other pending issues we ought to attend to? Well, the quietest of the observants, Iwazu, says. There is the one issue of that sorcerer's compounding paperwork in Timeline Beta DC. All of the ancients glance at Iwazu, who shrinks down a bit in their seat. They nervously laugh. Or we could just wait on that a little bit longer. I am sure it can settle itself out on its own, eventually. Midoriya Izuku isn't a stranger to weird dreams, but his newest one leaves him waking up oddly confused. Most of his dreams are quite simple. Or the ones he remembers, anyway those are the only ones worth thinking about. He wakes up one day with a quirk. Or maybe he was born with a quirk in the first place. The circumstances of how he gets a quirk are always different, varied from dream to dream. But no matter what, he has a quirk. And he isn't useless anymore. No, he can save people. He can help people. He can be the hero he's always wanted to be. And his classmates don't hate him anymore, and he doesn't get left out of anything anymore, and he's not told to kill himself over and over again by his classmates like his nightmares. The quirks he dreams up for himself are always varied. Sometimes they are realistic. He has a fraction of his mother's power, attraction of small objects, that he takes time to strengthen into a strong telekinetic quirk. He's never dreamed about receiving his father's fire breath quirk, but he does dream of flames being able to reach out to him and dance upon his fingertips without getting hurt, a mixture of his parents' quirks. Sometimes they're strange and unusual. One day he wakes up, part elephant. Another day he's born with lobster claws for hands. Sometimes the quirks are based on other heroes. He can manipulate his voice and copy sounds, like present mix sound-based quirk. He's super strong like All Might. He can jump as high as Mirko or fly in the air with hawks. But in the end, they're all just that dreams. Dreams of lives Izuku wishes he even had a chance of. The dreams are better realities that he would like to escape to, forever, but unfortunately, life isn't that nice to him. He always wakes up, always quirkless, always useless. But that one morning, a day he will always remember, Izuku wakes up after what he's going to assume is the strangest, fever-induced dream ever. There was someone else in his dream. A tall, elegant man, or maybe some sort of higher being. Perhaps a fae of some sort. His ears were quite pointed and long, but Izuku had never read about a fae having blue skin before. Planets and constellations danced around him like magic, stars sparking across his face and in his eyes. He looked like a prince, or maybe a king, with a crown made of the same rings that Saturn had. And the person deity fae thing said something, even stranger to him. I am sorry for what you are about to go through. But you will not have to go through it alone, I promise. It wasn't the effect of a quirk, or at least, Izuku doesn't think it was. Nothing shows up on the news if his neighborhood of Mizutofu was attacked by a villain with a weird dream quirk, and the only classmates that ever got too close to Izuku at school were Kaken and his friends. Most of the time their encounters ended violently, with either Izuku's belongings or his skin charred by Kaken's explosions, but none of Kaken's friends have any sort of dream-related quirk. Nobody Izuku knows has a dream-related quirk. And Izuku knows the quirks of most of the people around him. So that wasn't a possibility. Was it just a weird dream, then? He felt like he was floating in the void, cold and dark, but also oddly comforting. The smell of ozone still lingered in his mind that morning as he rolled out of bed, kicking his All Might bedsheets off, and... All Might. You can't be a hero without a quirk. He hadn't even thought about taking down all of his All Might memorabilia last night. He'd gotten home, showered and gotten all the sludge villain gunk off of him, and called it a night. Luckily, it was the end of their school week, so he could get away with sleeping in as long as he wants to. His mom wasn't home. Midoriya Inko was a busy woman, providing for them both. She was a nurse at the Mizutofu General Hospital, and while it didn't have the best hours, she still made enough money to keep them afloat. And made enough money to keep purchasing new Gakuren for Izuku when his old ones get too blown up by Kaken. Izuku didn't think she knew about the way Kaken, that is to say, Bakogu Katsuki, had been treating him since his diagnosis as quirkless, but she never said anything. She helped teach him how to patch up the holes when they wore down, bought him new supplies when they'd been ruined by bullies, and stayed by his side when he needed a moment. I'm so sorry, Izuku. She wasn't that good with words. Izuku remembered, painfully, how she had reacted to his own reaction to his diagnosis. The apartment was quiet, as normal. Rain plastered his windows, but a quick check at the weather app showed it would clear up in the next hour. Spring was beginning to pick up speed, if the cherry blossoms that lined their streets in Mizutofu had anything to say about that. Izuku goes through his usual motions for the morning. He'll take a quick shower, get dressed. He avoids any of his All Might merchandise, opting for a plain gray hoodie and jeans for the day and make breakfast. They were running low on some groceries, so he made himself a bowl of fruit. Some of it was starting to get too soft, and he threw out the pieces that had started growing mold. His phone pings loudly as he eats breakfast. He's a part of many different JNGL servers. Most of them are focused on hero discussions, one or two about different popular hero games. He'd withdrawn from the All Might server the night before, being in a server dedicated to the #1 pro hero, so shortly after having his dreams crushed by the very same hero was too much. He'd missed the discussion, but honestly, it had been getting a little stale in the chat anyway due to All Might's infrequent appearances. Most of it was a tiring debate on whether or not he was retiring. Which, honestly, maybe he should. The man's been in the hero industry for so long, where's the new faces? Izuku checks his phone. It's from one of the smaller servers he was on. Not entirely focused on hero discussion, but there were plenty of chat rooms in it for that. Endeavor Fan 01, anyone see Endeavor take down that villain last night? He is so cool. He rolls his eyes, closing out the app. Izuku knows that there is homework he should do. His teachers at school, especially Okoro-sensei, his homeroom and history teacher, tended to pile up homework without much concern for the other classes. He felt like, somehow, Izuku got handed twice as much as his peers. He probably did, knowing how his teachers didn't like him all that much because he's quirkless. Just not realistic. Izuku shakes his head as if it would magically will the thoughts away. He wants to be a hero, he's gonna be a hero, he has to be a hero. Even though everyone keeps telling him no, everyone keeps crushing his dreams, intentionally or unintentionally, he wants to help people. He has to. Izuku glances back at the fridge as he rinses off his plate and leaves it to try. Sending a quick text to his mom, he grabs his wallet and the apartment keys, slips on his outdoor shoes, and walks out the door. I'm going to go out on a walk, I'll be back in a bit. Okay, be safe, sweetie. The rain had subsided a bit by then. The clouds are still gray, and the air is still humid, but a small bit of blue sky is trying to break through. It might not be enough, but Izuku needs to just get out of the apartment for a bit. Out of the apartment and far away from his All Might collection. That collection cost quite a lot of money which Izuku knew his mom picked up extra shifts to cover because it was something that he cared so deeply about. And now what? He couldn't just throw it away without his mom knowing something was wrong, right? He could just pack it all up and hide it under his bed and in his closet, but then he'd have to get new sheets and pillowcases for his bed. Why'd All Might have to turn out to be a quirkist a-hole? Izuku pauses at the thought. He sighs. He doesn't know what he should have expected from the #1 hero. The same hero who didn't call for any medical assistance after freeing Izuku from the sludge villain, who didn't hesitate to make sure that Izuku could get down from the rooftop where he left him, standing. The same hero who probably had a quirk like his handed to him on a golden platter. Izuku loves heroes still. His phone buzzes with a notification of a fight occurring on the other side of Mizudafu, between an unnamed villain and Kamui Woods. If he sprinted across town, he could still catch it. No, wait, damn it, he left his notebook at home. He could record the fight on his phone and play it back later, but he's running out of storage space from all the other hero fights he's recorded. Hey, watch it, kid. A woman pushes by him roughly, nearly knocking him off balance. Oh yeah, he's in the middle of the sidewalk. Should probably keep moving. Sparkles go sparkles. Izuku isn't quite sure where he's ended up. He took a turn into the more desolate parts of Mizudafu, mostly to avoid a few of Kaken's friends he'd seen wandering the streets. He didn't see Kaken, but Izuku couldn't trust his own eyes to not know if he was there or not. His friend, if one could even call him that, could have just fallen behind the friend group. Izuku knew what happened last time they'd encountered each other in public like that, and he could still hear the pop-pop-pop of Kaken's explosions from behind. But he'd taken one turn too many, and now, he doesn't know where he is. Of course, his phone is charged, and he could easily route himself back to his house, and he would soon, but this neighborhood in Mizudafu was peaceful. Abandoned, of course, and some of the buildings were covered in graffiti, but it's quiet. He can hear the ocean in the distance, so he figures he is in Too far from any main roads, maybe even near that old beach full of trash. It'd almost be a perfect place to just sit for a moment, to get away from the crowds and bustling city streets. Aside from the rumbling of thunder overhead. Oh great. Is today just make everything bad for Izuku Day? Izuku didn't even open his mouth, but the gods above curse him more, anyway. He ducks into the doorway of one of the abandoned buildings seconds before it starts to pour down. Great. Can this day get any worse? A flash of lightning above him answers that question. Screw you, Midoriya Izuku, the weather seemingly says. He groans, pulling his phone back out. There's some new notifications on it from the different servers he was on, and a private message from one of his server friends. Catnap, or just Cat as he introduced himself, was one of the few people Izuku had met online and felt a kinship with. He doesn't know Izuku is quirkless, and Izuku didn't know his quirk. As much as he wanted to, it was a sore subject for Cat, so he left it alone, just as Cat did his. They were both around the same age and lived closer than they had expected. Cat is only in the next city over, and they could meet up in real life if they wanted to, but Cat is one of Izuku's only friends. If he finds out when they met up that Izuku was quirkless and hates him for it, no, Izuku can't stand the thought. Catnap, hey Minnie, you good? Me? Yeah I am. But Catnap, you changed your pic from All Might to just a picture of some flowers. Eve never seen you without an All Might pic. Me, I just wanted a change. That's all, nothing suspicious. Catnap, you said it, not me. Catnap, everything okay though? It's not K again, is it? Me, K had nothing to do with the change. Me, but Izuku sighs. Cat is a lot smarter than he let on. He knows a lot about underground heroes, which is how he and Izuku started to bond 2 years ago. Specifically talking about underground heroes. Cat had been able to spot one of their favorite ones, Eraserhead, on a patrol once, and when he shared that story in a mutual server, Izuku was the only one who had believed him. They started privately messaging each other about underground heroes and whatever information they could dig up, but they also started to talk about their personal lives, too. Cat is living with just his dad, and they don't really get along. He's also bullied just like Izuku is. They don't go into the reasons why the people around them were cruel, but it's nice to find solace with someone online going through a similar struggle, even if neither of them had all the details. Me, some stuff happened yesterday. I guess you shouldn't meet your heroes. Me, I got caught out in some rain, I'll explain when I get home. Another roar of thunder takes Izuku off guard, and he jumps, banging his back into the door of the building. Whatever it had been made with, it wasn't that sturdy, or maybe the wood had begun to rot. Either way, the door slams open with a loud thud the moment Izuku hit it, and he stumbles backwards into the dark of the building. Well, it is better shelter than just hiding in the doorway, at least. A quick glance at his phone's weather app tells him that the rain should be passing in about 10 minutes, so there's nothing wrong with taking shelter in a creepy, decrepit, old, abandoned building, right? The main room is dark and empty. He turns his phone flashlight on. There aren't many things in the main room, but what did exist were covered in old, rotting tarps. A table with a missing leg sat collapsed in the center of the room. No pictures or any decorations are up on the walls, but there was something about the way things had been abandoned that were alarming to Izuku. Things had been abandoned in haste. He takes another step into the building. Of course, he knows that this is eerily similar to one horror movie he'd watched the other week, but there's no way this building is haunted by the ghost of a scorned, quirkless girl who wanted revenge on the adults in her life that wronged her. Right? Well, Izuku doesn't fully believe in ghosts, but maybe there is more out there than the human mind can comprehend. They can't even understand the origin of quirks, after all. Many theories exist as to why humans reached their next stage of evolution as such, from mice carrying disease like the pre-Quirk era pandemics or solar flare nonsense affecting people's DNA. The religious believe that they were blessings or curses from the gods they worship. Maybe quirks came from ghosts now. That's a crack theory, he thinks to himself, with a scoff. Of course, some heroes took on ghost-like themes for their gimmicks. The hero ectoplasm, while not being made of what ghosts are theorized to be made of, did pick his name and look from somewhere. In the old tales of old pre-Quirk heroes, Many different ones could see ghosts, interact with the supernatural, or somehow hunt them. Ghost hunting shows are all scams, anyway, but they were fun to watch in Izuku's. Down to watching grown adults get scared at their own shadows is funny to Izuku, for some reason. But there hasn't been any actual case of someone claiming to have a quirk that allows them to see ghosts being the truth. Most of them are charlatans in the end. Curiously, Izuku takes another few steps into the building. A flash of lightning outside illuminates the room more. To his left, there's a decaying staircase going up to what he imagines is a second floor, and to his right, the remains of a kitchen. There aren't any appliances, looking like they'd been taken long ago, but their outlines had been imprinted on the walls. Pissed. In the corner of his eye, Izuku catches a strange flicker of something. A bug, or dust. Whatever it is, it disappears before he can focus too much on it. No, silly. Over here. It isn't exactly a voice that Izuku is hearing. It feels like something else, something strange. It vibrates in his chest and the understanding is there. Another flash of light catches his attention in the corner of his eye, and he turns again the other way. Nothing's there. Probably just a cruel prank, he thinks. Or maybe it's a villain. A villain, luring him into an abandoned building to, what, kill him? Steal his organs? Hold him for ransom? Not that they'd get enough money for him, anyway. Even if it weren't for the fact that they're not the most well-off folk in Muzutafu, he's quirkless, and something tells him that his organs wouldn't sell all that well on the black market. And then a third time. Follow me. Follow me. The light materializes right in front of Izuku, sending a chill down his spine. It looks like a small blue flame, and it flies around him like a curious bug or moth, spinning around him, before disappearing into the darkness of the house. What the hell? Izuku knows better than to follow something like that into the darkness. It's suspicious. A quirk at work? Trying to make him look stupid? Trying to hurt him? He can't just trust a random light that appears in front of him. After a few seconds of waiting for it to come back, he sighs. It's probably his imagination. He knows it's a bit overactive at the worst times, which might be why he's so obsessed with trying to be a hero, imagining a better world not just for quirkless people like him, but everyone, everywhere. He shines his flashlight towards the direction the blue light disappears to, and it leads to a strange tarp draped across the back wall of the building. A clap of thunder shakes the building, and a gust of wind shoots into the building from the still open door, and there's definitely a hole behind the tarp. Izuku checks his weather app. It says the storm should only be about another 10 minutes, before letting up for enough time for him to get home. He doesn't want to wander back out onto the streets now. He's already chilled from the sudden rain pouring on him with no notice, but he doesn't want to stay sheltered in the abandoned building anymore. He glances to the open, and then back to the tarp. What's behind it, though? You know what they say. Curiosity killed the cat. He takes a few careful steps forward to avoid the broken glass on the ground, before reaching out to the tarp and pulling it back. He was expecting a stairway, or a hole in the wall that needed patching up that was never properly fixed, but he doesn't find either of those. It's a metal stairwell, descending into the darkness. A faint glow reflects from the bottom of the stairs from his phone's flashlight. Hello. His voice echoes and bounces off the walls of the large, open room. Then it's quiet. No response to his question or greeting. It doesn't look like anything is at the bottom of the stairs. Maybe this building is actually abandoned, and his paranoid, overactive imagination is filling up with the worst-case scenarios? And then it happens again. The small blue light materializes at the bottom of the stairs, before fading slowly into the darkness, as if it were a campfire slowly dying. He takes a hesitant step on the stairs, testing his weight. It doesn't buckle under him or break, so he takes another step, reaching for the metal railing to his side. Hugging the railing, he angles his phone down so he doesn't miss any steps before he hits the bottom of the stairs. A light switches on the wall to his left, and he flips it, not expecting the lights to turn on. But they do. The lights illuminate the room to life around him. It looks like some sort of laboratory, but in the most cartoonish way possible. Izuku imagines what this could have looked like in its prime, clean and pristine tile floors, metal walls, the instruments and equipment neatly and readily stored on the shelves. But what it is now is a bit of a disappointment. Strange items are scattered on the tables and floors, half broken or decayed from age. Some of them are odd to find in a lab. Izuku spots a butterfly net and a thermos among a pile of what look like guns, but they're large, silver weapons with barrels too large to fit an average bullet. They look more like laser guns from a budget science fiction movie. Maybe this is a film set? Oh no, am I stumbling into a film set, about to ruin everything? The thought is pushed aside as he notices the dust floating in the air around him and coating everything else in the room. Unless someone on a film set had a quirk that would allow them to control dust, a cool thought, what would the limits be on that? He doubts he's stumbled onto a film set like this. But what else could it be? If heroes had raided this building, would definitely reach the news. Izuku's lived in Muzutafu his whole life, and he's been a hero nerd since birth, but no case comes to mind that would match what he's stumbled into. I should leave, Izuku thinks, as he hears the thunderclap above him again, though more distant and muffled than before. Surely now there'd be no threat. Yet he finds himself carefully walking through the ruins of the lab, looking at everything that had been abandoned. Blueprints of some of the machines are strewn about, interestingly, written in English. He can read a few of the English words, but most of it is lost on him. Thermos. Net. Fenton? What catches his eye is the back wall again. Unlike the tarp, this hole in this wall is clearly visible, and somehow, even more confusing. He couldn't think of any sort of science that would require the researchers to build a large, hexagonal-shaped hole into the back wall. Loose cords catch his ankle as he steps forward, and he kicks them aside. That's a bit of a tripping hazard for him, but he's too focused on the hexagonal hole. What is this thing? He wonders aloud. The hexagonal hole is smooth on the inside, with a few larger screws sticking out on one side. Papers strewn about don't help him in identifying it past a pad of decaying papers left on the nearest table. Activation instructions? Instructions. For the Funton Fenton, must be their name or organization ghost. Portal? Most of the instructions in the packet have been worn off with age, but the last words make Izuku pause. Ghost portal? To what ghosts? Izuku holds back a laugh, leaning over the table to leaf through the papers. Most of it is English and he can't understand it all, but the idea is too absurd to not look into. A ghost portal? How could one even build a portal to ghosts? Or maybe it was a portal to the afterlife. Or something had been mistranslated, or ghost means something different here. Or maybe it's a cult. That's a definite possibility. Izuku needs to brush up on his early Quirk-era history a bit more, but many cults popped up during the early days that claimed certain deities were responsible for quirks, whether as blessings or curses. He puts the papers back on the table. I should probably get some photos in here and tell a hero about this place. Izuku mumbles to himself, glancing around the lab again. He'll probably get told off again by whatever hero he brings this to, but a building like this, with these strange weapons in it, wasn't safe. Especially if it's open enough for a junior high student like Izuku to stumble into it and poke around. Izuku turns back, again, to face the ghost portal, glancing inside it. It's a stupid move to take a step into it, but Izuku's curious. He kicks aside another loose cord, feeling along the cold, smooth metal of the wall of the hexagonal hole. Despite its age, there were no signs of rust or decay, almost like it had been built yesterday. Aside from the cords threatening to ensnare his feet and knock him down, of course. Well, that's enough adventure for today. The storm had surely passed by then, and he should be heading home. He'll bring the photos to the police tomorrow, or something, and hopefully they'll believe him and not think he's trying to prank the local, overworked, underfunded police department. Just as he turns, the cords Izuku kicked aside before catch his foot. Oh, come, Izuku mumbles, and sets his right hand on the wall to help him balance as he untangles the cord. A click? Izuku moves his hand away from the wall, and in the faint light of the lab spilling in, it isn't a loose screw he had seen before. It was a much larger button, bright green, with the word, on, scribbled in white chalk over it. The next thing Izuku remembers was the ghost portal humming to life and pain. Sparkles ghost sparkles. Aizawa Shoyuda isn't technically on a patrol. It's mid-afternoon, right after a storm had cleared through Mizudafu, and he was taking a shortcut to Dagoba Beach through Dagoba Beach, where he had agreed to meet Shinso Hitoshi for training the next day. The boy had caught his eye on patrol a few nights ago. It was reckless to be a child and to walk around at night by oneself, but he did so anyway. The quirk usage was something else, though. While he'd caught him in an act of illegal quirk usage, Shoyuta was impressed by the boy's control of the quirk. Brainwashing. He'd understood the boy's plight, being looked down upon for having a scary quirk. His was erasure, after all, an ability that stopped others' quirks from working, even occasionally working on mutant types. Of course, everybody had been afraid of Shoyuta in school, and he continuously had to fight back against the stereotypes and boxes other people had tried to put him in. His crawl from junior high to UA's general education to finally, the heroics department, was a painful, grueling process. One that made him who he was today, but one that was unnecessarily cruel to him. He'd vowed to himself, the day when he stood on that stage for graduation in his class of a bunch of heroes who later went on to become great on their own, if he had a chance to, he would try to make things better for people with quirks like him. It was only logical, of course. There was an emotional, biased drive to it, sure, but the world he was in was a world focused on the flashiest, strongest quirks. As each generation began to get stronger than their predecessors, those with the weaker quirks, the scarier quirks, would get thrown aside, even when the potential to do great things with them was stronger than the next idiot who walked into UA's hallways with a quirk that made them super strong or super fast. He wanted to get to Dagoba Beach the day before, to make sure that there would be no prying eyes during their training. The beach was a trash pit, of course. Many things had been dumped there over the years or had drifted ashore from the sea. Not many people went to Dagoba Beach unless it was to mourn the loss of what he had heard was, in all cases, a decent beach. He wouldn't be training Shinso at that beach. It was probably full of risks, from falling refrigerators to rusty microwaves, and he wasn't sure how far Shinso was on his vaccinations. Though, it was an iconic meeting place that he'd hoped the teen would remember, one where people wouldn't notice anything strange or unusual, and a spot right in the middle between his Mizudafu apartment complex, Shinso's foster home, and the buildings where he'd planned to take Shinso to train. The sudden storm had stopped him in his path, though he didn't mind having to spend an extra 30 minutes at the cat cafe he had sheltered himself in, totally not planned on his route, it just so happened to be there, whatsoever. Once it had cleared up, he starts his walk again, cutting through a small street of abandoned buildings, when something catches his eye. A person's collapsed on the sidewalk, not moving. Mizudafu isn't the nicest neighborhood in their area of Japan. It's the sort of neighborhood that heroes kept safe during the day, but abandoned at night, which is where the crime mainly happened. A few vigilantes and 2 underground heroes kept the city safe, occasionally Shoyuta if he's in the area, but those numbers had dwindled in the last few years. The more abandoned parts of the city brought less of that safety, day or night, though the street Shoyuta has decided to cut through was most definitely one of the streets that was straight up abandoned by both the good guys and the bad guys. The street is too short and small to carry out any major operations on either side. There were other better, more logical locations to do business. The person laying on the sidewalk does set off an alarm in his mind, and Shoyuta steps closer. He feels something inside him freeze. They're not just a short person, they're a child. Once he realizes this a few seconds after initially noticing them, and he curses at himself for not realizing the moment he saw them, he runs over to their side and drops down. Pulse? It takes a moment to find, but it's there. Faint and slow. There's a faint scent of electricity and ozone in the air and burned skin. Their clothes were singed by something electricity, Shoyuta figures, but how could they be hit with electricity in the middle of the city? The storm. Had the child a boy, by the look of his messy curly hair, face with still too much baby fat on it, dusted with freckles, been stuck out in the storm, and struck by lightning? How long had he been here? Did his family even know? Focus, Shoyuta. Trying to focus on the details was a distraction from the current reality. He pulls out his phone and immediately dials for help. I need an ambulance right away. There's an injured minor, showing no signs of consciousness, at the end of Jaku Street, right before Dagoba Beach. There is a faint pulse, and signs that they might have been struck by lightning. Occasionally, as humans can become ectocontaminated, or liminal, due to overexposure to ectoplasmic energy, so can non-sentient buildings. This is the case for the larger phenomena known as liminal spaces. These spaces tend to reject any material logic for any person who unwillingly falls into them, and they vary depending on exposure and location. Though individual morality is irrelevant, these liminal spaces develop something similar to consciousness or sentience over time. They can offer various experiences to humans who unknowingly stumble into them. They can be benevolent spaces and offer those struggling an escape or a shortcut to safety and prevent any harm or abusers who may be attempting to follow. They can also be malevolent spaces and seek to trap humans to consume on their energy, either releasing them when no longer necessary or until they fully consume the human both mentally and physically. Due to their various natures, it's hard to properly research these locations. Which is why if one ever finds themselves in a liminal space, they must pray it will be kind to them. Excerpt from A Preliminary Study into the Phenomena of Ectoplasmically Contaminated Liminal Spaces by Dr. Danica Nightingale, Ph.D. Sparkles go sparkles. The doctors at Muzutafu General Hospital treated him as some sort of medical marvel, a walking miracle. He had to have survived thousands of volts of electricity from the lightning strike that hit him in the center of his palm, but he was healing at such an astonishing rate, they didn't see a need to prescribe him any pain medication unless he asked for it. But they also didn't treat him, well, outside of it. Well, we don't know exactly why your heart rate is so slow and why your body temperature has dipped, but you seem to be fine. Your life's still. We don't know enough about quirkless people to know if this is the norm, but it probably is. How could they not know enough about quirkless bodies? Were 10,000 odd years of prior medical knowledge completely erased from the knowledge of every research database, public or private, after the dawn of quirks? A quirkless human is the same as a human pre-quirk era. Why would they not know otherwise? Give or take a few years of evolution, of course, his biology is mostly the same. He knows his green hair is a strange genetic mutation passed down from his great-great-grandmother, but other than that, his biology should be roughly the same. His mom isn't happy either, with how the doctors were treating him, either espousing him as a medical miracle or not knowing how to treat him, but it isn't worth trying to fight a battle they know she won't win. Such is the way of Izuku's existence. 3 days post-accident, Izuku is released from the hospital to bed rest at home for a few days, with phone numbers to call for physical therapy and a prescription of weaker pain medication, if he needs it. The pain isn't that bad, luckily. His right arm is a little numb and sore, and the nerves in his fingers go from feeling dead to feeling everything all at once, but other than that, Izuku's just tired from everything. But once Izuku's by himself, he starts noticing weird things. Firstly, his dreams are more haunting than before. The strange deity that appeared to him in his one dream, whatever that was, Izuku still doesn't know hasn't appeared since, but he's having dreams of the accident again, and stumbling out of the building, crawling up the metal stairs, and seeing his reflection in the windows. It's warped to a nightmarish degree. White floating hair. Toxic, vibrant, neon cyan irises. Sickly pale, corpse-like skin. But they're just dreams. They're just dreams. That's it, right? Then he wakes up in the middle of the night and finds himself floating a foot above his bed. He'd write that off as another dream, if the sudden jolt of gravity grabbing him again and the way his head hit the mattress at an awkward angle didn't hurt so badly. And then he starts noticing that he hasn't become clumsier as a result of nerve damage in his hand, the items he keeps dropping are passing through them. His feet go intangible, fall through the floor and trip him up. His limbs will even occasionally go invisible. He can't write this off as dreams, because his mom notices him getting clumsier, but somehow doesn't notice any of his limbs starting to go invisible. At first, he's ecstatic. Had his dreams of having a quirk finally come true? Maybe he was an exception to his quirkless diagnosis. Maybe he had a strange, random, genetic mutation where his toes would show up like a quirkless person's, and he just needed to, get struck with hundreds of volts of electricity to finally activate his quirk. Kill himself for his own quirk? That can't be right. The blood tests came back at the hospital reading as quirkless. If they hadn't, the doctors would have treated him nicer, and they even pointed out the extra toe joint. By all counts, biologically he is still useless, quirkless, Midoriya Izuku. So that leaves the question as why? Why is he floating? Why is he having these strange dreams that feel like he's looking at his own ghost? Why can he suddenly go through solid objects, turn invisible? Floating. Intangibility. Invisibility. Oh God, is he dead? It all sounds like what a ghost could do. The floating, the intangibility, the invisibility. He stepped into a thing called a ghost portal, even if nobody knew that but him. He could have died and become a ghost. But that's impossible. He has a heartbeat still. He's breathing. He can't be dead. But his heartbeat is slower. He breathes slower. He's cold. He's not dead. Or maybe not fully. Is that possible? To be half ghost? There had been weirder things to happen in the world, admittedly. If ghosts did exist, and Izuku found himself becoming one, maybe he could be half ghost? To be half dead? As the week home he has from school goes on, he finds more oddities about this new existence. There's a buzz in the core his chest too, one he can't quite explain. It buzzes with the ebb and flow of his strange powers. The floating, intangibility, and invisibility. It has to be connected to that, maybe it's the source of his power, but Izuku doesn't know what it is, how it works, or why he has it. Unfortunately for Izuku, any credible writing on ghosts seem to be incredulous reports of small towns in America being overrun with post-conscious, non-sentient, ectoplasmic beings, or responses to those reports claiming ghosts had their own society and culture that they innately learned at death. And these reports were buried in his search engines. It took hours for him to find them, but on the nights he couldn't sleep, it provided a decent distraction. Nothing on his sort of situation. Help, I accidentally killed myself, but I'm also still alive. That search results in 0 reports or articles. He also tries to find any reports of quirkless people developing a quirk suddenly, like an awakening of sorts. And unfortunately, that answer was a resounding no. Most of the time, the quirkless person was misidentified by their doctor as quirkless but had an invisible quirk. One that wouldn't activate unless under certain circumstances. One that no one would ever even notice. Maybe slightly better senses of taste or smell, but nothing extraordinary. Maybe something that only works in a vacuum like space or underwater. Sometimes they would have invisible quirks that would go through an awakening, a sudden evolution of their quirk due to a life or death situation, but they would have had to have been misdiagnosed, if you will, as quirkless. The toe joint test is old, unsurprisingly, but it still has a 95% accuracy, with 5% wiggle room set aside for genuine human error. Blood tests are what determine whether or not a quirk factor was present, and Izuku has seen his X-rays, and here's what doctors say when they think he's not paying attention. There's a reason most quirkless people don't live until their 30s. He gets up, goes to the bathroom, and finds himself staring at his reflection. There's no white hair, no cyan eyes, no pallor. Just himself, maybe a little paler, with Lichtenberg figures dancing up from his right palm to his shoulder. What have I become? Sparkles go sparkles. Even with his medical records and the doctor's notes, Izuku is still expected to return to Aldra Junior High by the end of the week. Of course, they don't give a shit about him. The only person who does is his mom, and she's kinda required to care about him. He's not in any pain anymore, aside from a mild headache that goes thump 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 with his heartbeat, and a queasy feeling in his stomach. As he's started to eat more solid foods over the week, he's been unfortunately learning that salty foods seem to disagree with him more than before. Surviving off a diet of plain rice, egg, and frozen peas isn't quite the life he wants to live, but it's the only food in the house he could safely keep down. But he can't afford to miss any more days at Aldra. If he does, the schools threaten to report his mom to the Office for Child Safety Services and hold him back a year. He's been doing his schoolwork since he got discharged from the hospital, and his mom has been stopping by the school on her way home to pick up his new homework packets, and he's still getting his usual high grades. Why they have an issue with Izuku staying away from the school when they seem to hate him so much, he doesn't know. Izuku shuffles into the old building and is immediately assaulted by the stench of mold and mildew forming under the tiles under his feet. Aldra has always had that old building smell, but with the loud buzz of fluorescent lights above him, and the queasy feeling in his stomach, and the small headache, it seems worse today. Izuku's not in a good mood. It gets worse when he has to throw out lilies that have been placed by his locker. The indoor shoes don't look like they've been messed with, but he's in a habit of holding them upside down in the nearest trash can and shaking them before putting them on. For once, no pins, tacks, or rocks fall out of them. That's nice, at least. They still left lilies. The strange buzz in his chest feels angry, furious, betrayed at the thought. It feels like it has its own sentience sometimes, which could be concerning, but at the moment, Izuku couldn't bring himself to care. He buries the feelings deeper. If the lilies weren't dried out so badly, he would bring them home for his mom, but they flake apart in his hands when he pulls them off his locker. As Izuku shuffles through the hallways to his classes, early enough to avoid most other students, his phone buzzes. Again. Catnap. Good luck with school today, Minnie. Me? Thanks, Cat. Laughing face. Cat didn't know the whole story of why Izuku was out of school for more than a week, but Izuku had confided in him a bit, talking about a health scare. Yeah, a health scare. Becoming something other than human definitely counts as a health scare. He isn't sure why his brain has locked in on the theory that Izuku is something other. Maybe it's because he's used to feeling other. And the sudden collection of powers he's amassed feels too good to be true, especially the way he seems to have received them. Izuku can imagine all he wants about what it'd be like to have a quirk, but he's pretty sure they don't tend to feel like this. Okoro-sensei is sitting in the classroom, looking over test review sheets, when Izuku makes it to the door. He is always wearing some sort of argyle print sweater vest, in the ugliest of colors, but nobody will ever tell that to his face, over a white button-up and slacks. Despite the no quirks in class rule, Okoro-sensei's quirk, Green Thumb, gives him the ability to understand exactly what a plant needs, and their classroom has more potted plants than the other junior high homeroom classes. Not that anybody minds. Most of the building is old and stuffy, anyway. Having plants in the classroom helps on certain days. Okoro-sensei almost doesn't notice Izuku as he enters. He only glances up at the sound of movement down the hallway and notices Izuku when he's already halfway across the room. Okoro-sensei jumps a bit at his sudden appearance. Oh. Gee, good morning, Midoriya. He pauses. That's strange, I didn't hear you come in. Good morning, sensei. Izuku responds quietly, setting his bag down by his desk. Of course, his desk is covered with cards and notes from his classmates and peers. This isn't the first time that his classmates believed he died. The previous year, a group of girls started a rumor that Izuku had died in a freak accident when he just missed a few days of school for a funeral out of town for one of his dad's old friends. He doesn't take the time to look at them. He knows what they're full of. False pleasantries. Maybe apologies for bullying, but they were never genuine. He picks up all the cards and immediately walks them over to the trash can in the corner of the room. Midoriya, that's rather rude, isn't it? Your classmates cared enough to leave messages for you while you were out. Okoro-sensei reprimands him near immediately. Izuku feels himself shrink under his teacher's gaze a bit. He glances down at his hands full of the cards, and sighs, taking them back to his desk to at least give them a chance. The odds of his classmates suddenly having a change of heart are slim to none, but maybe? A group of girls enter his class. Izuku's bad with their names, but he's better with their quirks. Not that they ever really talk to him, anyway, though once they see him messing with the pile of cards and letters left on his desk, they immediately start whispering to each other. Whether they're purposefully being loud about it, or are just unaware they're loud, Izuku can hear everything they say. Is that Midoriya? Oh my god, he's actually back? I thought he really died for once. Hey Midoriya. One of the girls yells across the classroom. What happened? We thought you actually died. What? I didn't. The girls start laughing the moment he starts speaking. Izuku sighs, sits down at his desk, and pulls out one of his notebooks. Hero analysis. It's technically a rewritten copy of the first, painstakingly copied over the days he was home after the accident from memory. Some of the words aren't right, and he hasn't yet printed out the photos from the MT Lady fight again, so the pages are empty. The door swings open with a bang, and in comes Bakugu. He looks down again. He wants, so desperately, to disappear, but now that he can literally do that, he holds back those thoughts as he watches his right hand disappear from view. Izuku hides it under the desk and grabs the pen with his other hand. Bakugo sits in front of Izuku, though, so he is bound to notice Izuku eventually. He saunters over to his seat and kicks it out from under the desk with one of his legs, and stares directly at Izuku. But Bakugo doesn't do anything. He looks Izuku up and down and grunts. "You're not dead. Guess you didn't take my advice the other day. Take a swan dive off the roof and pray you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. Be realistic. Quirkless." Bakugo sits. There's a chill in Izuku's body, and he feels the buzzing in his chest grow. Louder, 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 anger, resentment, why, but he can't handle the possibility of accidentally disappearing in front of his whole class, and he quickly buries the feelings. Or he tries to, at least. Overhead, the lights start to flicker on and off. Everyone already gathered in the classroom glances up, and so does Izuku, and the room falls quiet. Izuku takes a deep breath, feeling the buzzing grow quieter. The lights stop flickering once he feels the buzzing calm down. He'd taken a deep breath to test his theory, and it was proven correct immediately. That was me? I can affect wiring too. Oh, freaky, someone in class says, but everyone chalks it up to faulty wiring. It's not the first time Aldra Junior High is in an old building. And, well, now that Izuku can apparently make them do that, it might not be the last time. Okoru-sensei clears his throat as the last few students enter class. Sparkles go sparkles. Toxic green. It's surrounding him. It's suffocating him. He floats in the void. His hair is white-black green. His eyes are cyan, toxic, staring back at him. He knows it's him, but it isn't him at the same time. It's a twisted mirror version of him. White hair, cyan eyes, not the familiar green from his reflection. It's a memory, it's a dream. He's sitting down in that weird lab in the weird building, the ghost portal sparked to life behind him. Everything smells like fire and ozone. Nothing smells. Nothing exists. Nothing. He's numb. He is torn between existence, half alive, half dead. Oi! Bakugo slamming on his desk startles Izuku out of his thoughts. Daydream. Vision. Flashback? God, Izuku doesn't even know at this point. His mind is a little foggy. It's, strangely, Bakugo who pulls him out of it. The final bell has rung, and they're officially done with cleaning duty for the day. He finds himself in his homeroom classroom, broom in hand. The broom closet is open. Was he putting it back? What the F are you doing, Deku? Sorry. What? You keep staring off into space all creepy-eyed. It's effing annoying. Bakugo says, immediately walking into Izuku's personal space. Even before he got his quirk as a child, when he was a loud, explosive 4-year-old, he didn't have much respect for space, either. Bakugo rips the broom from Izuku's hands. Did the lightning fry your brain and make you more useless than before, or were you always this stupid? I wasn't hit by lightning, actually, Izuku wants to correct. He stays silent, but clenches his fists as Bakugo turns his back and throws the broom into the broom closet. He feels the buzz in his chest, in his core, begin to churn with energy. Anger. Upset. Betrayal. No friend. The lights flicker overhead, again. Off on off, off on off, on off on off. Almost like a code. Go away. It's only Bakugo, his two friends/lackeys in the classroom, and Izuku. He hadn't paid attention when his other classmates were leaving, which meant he was left at their mercy. Both of Bakugo's friends block the two doors in and out of their classroom, crossing their arms and smirking as Bakugo slams the broom closet shut and turns on his heel to face Izuku. You didn't try to off yourself the other day, did you? What? No, I... Stop the FNG stuttering and answer my question, Bakugo responds, grabbing a hold of Izuku's shoulder tightly. No, I didn't. Good. His hands are warm. Very warm. Izuku knows the sensation, well, not an explosion, but Bakugo can terrify people by just increasing the temperature on his palms. It's cool, a cool intimidation technique, but it SCKS when it's used on Izuku. If I find out you're lying to me, Deku, I'll be effing, he said. But Izuku wants to ask. He feels his core churn again. Why would you be said? You told me to go of myself. If I had, the blame would be on you and every other classmate who pushed me to that. He doesn't say anything. Anger flows through his core, and the lights start flickering even more, before one of them sparks out, shattering, right above one of Bakugo's friends. It's the light that hangs right above Izuku's desk as well. He yelps, running away immediately as the glass shatters on the floor. What the hell? The boy Izuku doesn't know his name, but his quirk allows him to grow and shrink his fingernails to whatever length he wants. Yelps. Diamin, Aldra's really gotta fix that wiring problem. Bakugo glances at his friend, the remnants of the light bulb, and then back at Izuku. There's an indecipherable look to his face as he backs up a bit. Freaky Deku, Bakugo muttered, before turning around and waving his lackeys out of the room. Something's different about Deku, and it's infuriating that nobody else is acknowledging it. Really, Bakugo Katsuki is meant to be the first and only student from Aldra Junior High to get to UA, because he's the only one observant enough to notice that Deku is FING stranger than ever before. Why is nobody FING talking about this? The two extras that like to hang around him, Katsuki, can't even bother to remember their names or learn them, no matter how much they claim they're going to try for you. 2. They're both too stupid and their quirks are too weak to get them in. Don't acknowledge it past, if that's what you think, Bakugo, which is hardly an acknowledgement. Midoriya Izuku changed. He's still a sniveling little quirkless wimp, but his presence has suddenly become 10 times freakier. He still flinches and pouts when Katsuki, or any other of his classmates, try to put him in his proper place, but his eyes are hollower. Well, Deku feels like he walked out of a horror or some sheet. Katsuki doesn't care much for movies unless they're about heroes beating up bad guys, but he gets the gist of the horror movies. Something happened and he changed, and nobody is talking about it, and it's making Katsuki so mad. You didn't try to off yourself the other day, did you? He asks, trying to hold back the explosions in his hands as he snaps Deku out of one of his weird freaky butt trances. The nerd jumps and starts to stutter. No, I didn't. He grabs the nerd and pulls him in tightly. Katsuki can feel the heat emanating from his palms, the heat that always led to a burst, and he makes sure the nerd feels it too. Stop the FNG stuttering and answer my question already. Take a swan dive off the roof, and pray you get a quirk in your next life. The words had tumbled out of him the other day. The day after that, Deku had gotten himself struck by lightning. It felt like an accident. Their teacher said Midoriya was in an accident, and he'll be out for a while, and he'd seen Auntie Inko picking up packets of homework for Deku to keep up with once he's better, but who gets themselves struck by lightning in a metropolitan place like Mizudafu? It'd be different if Deku was in the middle of nowhere, and the lightning attracted itself to the tallest thing. But Deku is, amongst other things, a bit of a runt, and everything else around him in a street should have been struck first. Why is nobody else asking this? Why is everyone pitying him? Something is up with Deku. No, I didn't, Deku says, though his voice is still shaking. Good. Katsuki says, and for once, he means it for once. He makes sure that Deku can feel his warming hands through their school uniform. As much as he hates Deku, he doesn't want the useless loser to actually die. It'd hurt Auntie Inko, who lost her husband shortly before Deku was born. It wouldn't hurt many other people because Deku was a bit of a lonely loser, but it'd hurt Auntie Inko, and he doesn't think he'd ever be able to look her in the face if he was the catalyst, the one responsible, for Izuku for Deku dying. If I find out you're lying to me, Deku, I'll be effing, he said. Katsuki forces a smile, but it's more like a wild dog baring its teeth. But then something changes. There's a heaviness to the air. The lights above flicker. They had been flickering all day, though, and Aldra's a shithole, so that's no surprise. Katsuki looks into Deku's eyes, and for a second, it looks like, well, it's gotta be the trick of the light, because it looks like his eyes glow an unnatural cyan, for just a second. It's unnerving. It's inhuman. It's different. Before he can think too much about it, ask Deku what the hell was that, he's distracted by the shattering of the glass of one of the fluorescent lights right above one of the extras who always hangs out with him. It's a small, mini explosion. The extra jumps out of the way right before glass and small bits of metal wiring hit him, at least, But he still screams like a little baby girl when it happens. He looks back at Deku. His face is shocked and confused, just like everybody else, but there's a knowing there. No fing way. He was quirkless. Useless. Unless he'd, somehow, someway, set the light to short out right above his own diamond desk like that, there's no way that he was responsible for that. The cyan eyes flicker back into his mind. Freaky Deku, Katsuki mumbles under his breath, before turning on his heels. There's something weird about Deku, and nobody is talking about it. Sparkles go sparkles. He can't sleep. Normally, that's not a problem for Izuku. Sometimes insomnia does plague him, once or twice a month, whenever he's particularly hyperfixated on analyzing a new hero or learning something that would seem unrelated, but still connects to his primary interests. For example, orcas in the wild can get caught up in fads similar to humans in the early 1980s. A population of them was found to be wearing salmon fish just as a human would wear a hat. Gang Orca is known to be rather fashionable and up-to-date with the current fashion trends, even though he never changes his hero costume. But whenever he realizes it's past 1 in the morning, he manages to make himself sleep, or at least lay down with his eyes closed for a bit, not moving. He needs sleep because he constantly needs to be on guard at school, or he'll end up hurt worse by his classmates by the end of the day. If he's rested enough, he can avoid the problematic areas. Well, Izuku can't sleep, no matter what he tries. It's been an exponentially growing problem since his accident. He can get a few good nights' rest before his body is too awake to sleep. He's tried tea to help doze off and melatonin to hopefully knock him out. While it isn't a bad problem yet to need stronger medications for it, he still doesn't want it to be a problem. But it is. Izuku doesn't know why he isn't able to sleep, but it started right after the accident, so it has to be connected to his new, strange, powers. Right? He'd started a new journal on his powers. Journal number 13, an unlucky number in the West, if he remembers correctly, hidden underneath the mattress of his bed, where his mom isn't lucky to find it. Not that he'd really mind if she found it. Izuku's mom is good about not reading through his stuff. But at the same time, he doesn't even know how to tell her. Or what to tell her. Or if he should tell her. Yeah, Mom, remember that accident? Oh no, it wasn't lightning. I think I became some sort of freakazoid monster? That wouldn't do. He kicks off the sheets, the All Might duvet flipped over so only the golden yellow underneath color is visible now. He'd slowly been taking All Might merch down, shoving it in a corner of his room. While it was getting it mostly out of the way he'd ended up stacking everything started to become almost like a shrine to All Might, which wasn't that great of a thought in the long run, but it at least doesn't look like he's so suddenly lost the obsession he's had with the #1 hero. Looking at it reminds him. An interview from a few days before Izuku met All Might, where he says, "You can be a hero as long as you put all your might into it?" Yeah, right? Izuku scoffs, mumbling to himself. Unless you're quirkless, then it isn't realistic. It was a bit of a shock that All Might had been so callous with his wording. Izuku didn't even know what he should have expected. He grabbed onto All Might so quickly, so suddenly, without even thinking. And he asked the question, and All Might told him, honestly, kid, you gotta be realistic, completely breaking the smiling facade so many people around the world had come to love, and left Izuku there, alone, on the rooftop. But Izuku isn't quirkless anymore. Not technically. He's been falling through things, turning invisible, floating. He glances down at his hands, focusing on the buzzing under his skin, in his chest, in his core. It feels like the buzzing of electricity in old buildings, of light bulbs about to die, of the wind in the middle of a thunderstorm. He's not powerless. Something settles in his mind. He's got a lot of questions, and only one place will have the answers he seeks. He grabs a hoodie from his closet and slips off his flannel PJ pants for a pair of jeans. Pausing at his doorway, Izuku creaks it open slowly, holding his breath to listen to the sound of his mom's gentle snoring. When she's out, she's usually out like a light. Izuku could definitely sneak out for an hour or so and be back before sunrise. He isn't grounded after his accident, even though she threatened to do so after he first woke up in the hospital. As far as she or anybody else knew, Izuku had been struck by a stray bolt of lightning, not fried in what could possibly be an interdimensional portal in the basement of an abandoned building. The more Izuku thinks about it, the more bizarre his life seems to become. He grabs his shoes and keys from the front entryway and shoves his phone into his pocket. He doesn't need his phone for light, but if anything bad were to happen again, hopefully not, though he'd need it right away. Not to mention, this probably isn't the safest thing to do. Mizudafu is a city built strangely. In the hills of the city situ, of course, a good 20-minute train ride from Izuku's apartment. Some mansions, too, close to UA, house pro-heroes and their families. But if one goes down the hills, closer to the beach, it becomes more unsafe. While it isn't a place where a lot of big hero action happens, such as large raids on criminal organizations, it still gets its fair share of crime and debauchery. Vigilantes and the occasional underground hero are the only ones who patrol the parts of the city where Izuku lives, which isn't ideal. As he walks down the street, he tugs his hood over his face. The city at night is a dangerous, unknown territory, but the buzzing in his chest isn't going to shut up, and he needs to find the answers to what the hell happened to him. Hopefully, he could find something, or at least a place to start his research, if he returns to the abandoned building again. There's the sound of a random party coming from a building. A group of drunk businessmen trying to drink the pain of work away at cheap bars walk by on the other side of the street, singing an off-tune song from decades ago. Older teens and young adults that society forgot about lean up against the walls and share cheap cigarettes, barely glancing at Izuku as he passes. He rounds the corner to the beach by Mizudafu, Dagoba. The moonlight reflecting on the ocean waves would have looked beautiful if the beach wasn't covered in trash as it was. That beach is where his mom and dad met, many years ago, but it had been slowly becoming a junkyard before Izuku was even born. His dad never had to see the beautiful beach where he later proposed to his mom as the ugly mess it is now, at least. Someone should get to cleaning that soon, Izuku thinks, absent-mindedly, before turning onto Jaku Street. Izuku passes the beach and ends up on Jaku Street again. The same worn, abandoned buildings exist, the street empty and dark. There's no signs of life or death, eerily quiet as the day that Izuku found it, minus the storm that had been tormenting him. He can't see anyone nearby, but he keeps close to the sides of the buildings anyway. If a car were to drive by, the driver drunk, to strike him and kill him fully? Well, first of all, how embarrassing. Second of all, Izuku wouldn't know how to deal with that sort of sheet luck. The buzz in his chest seems to echo with his nervous heartbeat. Ba-dump, be-dump, be-dump. Izuku glances at the time on his phone. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, which is the latest Izuku can ever think about staying up or being outside of his home. He's definitely breaking some sort of curfew, but he needs to find the building. He makes his way up the street. It was the second house on Jaku Street, so it should be easy to find. As he makes his way up the street, he feels his heart and his core sink into his stomach. He speeds up his walk, skipping his steps into nearly a run, before skidding to a stop in front of the abandoned building. Or where the abandoned building should be. The entire building was gone. What? No, how? Glancing around, there's no construction equipment or even evidence of any demolition that had to have occurred. The lot was empty, just pure dirt, between the two buildings, and looking at it, the building definitely felt a lot bigger than the plot it had once stood in. There isn't a sign for anything at all. Now what do I do? Izuku can't help but let out a little whine. Sad, upset, sad, his core sings. The abandoned building was a mystery to begin with. The strange technology, the ghost portal, that did this to Izuku. It couldn't have been a fever dream brought on by being struck by lightning. Izuku can clench and flex his right hand and still feel a bit of nerve damage in it. He can see it in the scarring across his tissue, Lichtenberg figures dancing up his arm and to his chest. He can see it in how his body floats, falls through things, and disappears. He sees it in his dreams, where his eyes turn neon blue, and his hair turns snow white. How could it disappear so quickly, with no stories online covering it? His eyes threaten to overwhelm him with tears, and he tugs on the strings of his hoodie, bringing the fabric over them. Of course, this had to happen to Izuku. Nothing that was going on was making any sense. The universe took one look at Izuku and decided that he had to have one of the worst lives he could have. See, Quirkless diagnosis, age 4, and then decided to kill him or partially kill him. What luck was this? He sighs and pushes his hood back off his face, wiping furiously at his cheeks in an attempt to dry them after his waterworks. Fine, I'll figure something else out. But what? Sparkles goes sparkles. He walks past Dagoba Beach again. He remembers the story that his mom told him so many times, the day that she met his father, the day they fell in love. Mom and Auntie Mitsuki were having a beach day during a college break. The sun was shining and the weather was warm and the water was sparkling blue. Mom was reading a book and Mitsuki was tanning. All of a sudden, bam, a volleyball hit Mom in the side of her face. Her glasses cracked, and a very embarrassed and guilty Midoriya Hisashi ran over to apologize. Izuku never knew the beach when it was clean. The story goes as such: the beach was closed by the city for a while, following a villain attack that had left bits of shrapnel in the sand. They had promised the beach would be clean the following summer, but that didn't happen. They then promised the next summer, and then the next summer, and so on. Eventually, people stopped asking, and someone dumped their trash on the beach one night. Once one piece of trash was dumped, it began to pile up. And now it sits as Mizudafu's junkyard. Which is a shame. Izuku's seen the photos, and he can only imagine what the beach would look like at its peak. A glance at his phone tells him the time. Again, it's now inching closer to 2 in the morning, which isn't ideal. His home isn't much further, of course, but he should start heading home if he wants to be in bed before his mom wakes up and finds him missing. But he can't help but stop and stare at the abandoned, forgotten beach, and peer past it to see the ocean waves, glimmering in the starlight. The ocean is dangerous. The ocean claimed his father shortly after Izuku was born. Yet he can't help but pause and watch it as the waves go in and out, in and out. Dangerous? Not safe. Better of as a police officer or paramedic if you want to save people? The thoughts sneak up on him, reminders of the things that other people have said to him, have called him. They tend to do that when he isn't expecting them the most, and they've stopped sounding like other people and more like his own voice. Useless. Izuku isn't useless. He hasn't ever been useless. Nobody is born useless. They all have a reason to exist. Be realistic. Is that not the point of a dream? To be so unrealistic to reach out to strive for, so when one finally does achieve the impossible, the world is changed? He clenches his fists and feels his core sing in his chest. Change, be a hero, show them they're wrong, show them you're worthy. He's going to show the world. He's going to be a hero. No matter what anyone else says. He has powers now, he has the responsibility to do good, just like everybody else in the world. He doesn't know how to use the powers, sure he's behind his classmates in terms of that. He doesn't even know if he wants to register them yet, to come out and say, yeah, I got in a freak lab accident, but he's going to figure it out. Somehow. Izuku glances around. There's a lot of trash in front of him. And an idea begins to form. There are many theories on the origins of quirks. A random mutation in humanity, the next step of evolution. The plague, carried by disease-borne rats, like the plagues of old, infecting humanity one by one, causing these mutations. An act of God, an act of the devil. But the truth is much, much more complicated. In the year 2004, in a small town in Amity Park, a young boy opened a portal to a place known as the Infinite Realms. The ectoplasmic radiation that leaked out from that portal first spread to the town, and then the neighboring towns, and then the state, and eventually, the world. On the true origin of quirks, a blog post by native Amity Park resident Denia Gray, Year Sparkles Ghost Sparkles. The plan is actually quite simple. He thinks it over the following day, after getting home and getting an hour of sleep he didn't necessarily need, and throughout all of his classes, barely paying attention to the lectures. Izuku doesn't need as much sleep as a normal person does. Not anymore. He needs about half. He can get away with 3 full nights of sleep at the very least. 4 at the most, but Izuku can live off less sleep than normal, especially as summer vacation is rolling around, and not much will be happening between now and the UA entrance exams in the spring. That is what he wants to train for, isn't it? He could apply to Shiketsu, too, or maybe any other number of hero schools across Japan, but UA is not only the best, but the closest. There, he could learn how to be a hero properly. He could do it. He could show them all he has what it takes to be a hero. Kaken, All Might, all his teachers and classmates who doubted him, his mom, he'd show them all. As simple as it is, the plan is still a little rough. Clean up Dagoba Beach, using my new powers. Simple and to the point, but where would the trash go? He could haul it to scrap yards that would take it, or maybe pile it up in only one corner of the beach, where he could get someone to pick it up when he isn't there. Maybe he could take the smaller things and sell them for extra cash, and the larger things he could leave and let someone else take them? Extra cash would be very handy. What could he do with his powers? He doesn't know his limits yet. He doesn't even know how to measure them properly. But he does as he does best. He starts jotting down even more notes in his 13th journal. My quirk powers. Name, Ghost. I don't even know if I need to even name this really, but this feels right somehow. Invisibility. Intangibility phasing. Floating could also be full flight. Electrical interference. Enhanced senses. Healing factor. Somehow, I don't feel like this is it. Electrical accident in the basement of an abandoned building on Jaka Street, in something called the Fenton Ghost Portal. Does that mean the accident killed me? I still have a heat heartbeat and I'm still breathing, which leads to another question. What am I? What is he? Izuku. He snaps his head up. He was so lost in the zone of writing that he hadn't realized his mom had walked in. Izuku tries to nervously close his notebook and turn his desk chair to face his mom. Sorry, Mom. I was lost in thought. Izuku says. His mom laughs and flicks the light overhead on. He hadn't even noticed when the sun had gone down. He'd been sitting in the dark. I could tell, sweetie. If you're gonna stay up later, you should at least have your light on. You'll strain your eyes, Izuku. His mom says, smiling. Also, good news. I managed to get this Saturday off. So we can do whatever you want, Izuku. Together. A day with his mom? They hadn't had one in ages. Definitely not since before his accident. I should tell her, he thinks, but smiles at his mom. That sounds great, Mom. Yeah. I did have to cover someone's shifts for the next few Saturdays, so you'll be on your own for those nights, but we can at least go to the mall or get dinner out somewhere. How does that sound? Perfect. Izuku replies. He pauses. Gets a thought. Hey, Mom. Yes, Izuku? Do. He takes a deep breath, trying to not think of the journal in front of him. He doubts his mom would be able to read any of the writing in it with the angle she's at. Also, Izuku's handwriting is a little atrocious. Do you think there's more out there than just quirks? Izuku's mom hesitates, for a moment. She pps her head to the side. Looks Izuku up and down, before shrugging. I mean, I don't know, sweetie. There's not a lot of evidence for that stuff, right? Right. Izuku turns back to his notebook. Number 13. Bad luck. But I can't say I'm not an optimist about stuff. She adds. Maybe there is, we don't know a lot about quirks, or even about the world. Izuku's mom leans in and fluffs up Izuku's hair. I'm sure you'd be able to figure that out, with that big brain of yours. Mom, Izuku flushes, pushing his hand away. It wasn't a yes, but it wasn't a no. Which, really good. But then again, he doesn't know how to tell her the truth about what really happened the day of the accident. He needs to think it over a bit, to get the words right, so she doesn't freak out. Izuku's freaked out enough. But if he can prove to her that he can control these powers, and use them for good, maybe that'll be enough. What brought this up? Nothing, just thinking. Izuku's mom chuckles. Well, maybe those things can exist. Maybe someone out there has a quirk like it. You'd be the one to figure that stuff out, not me. She wraps her arms around Izuku's shoulders, pulling him in for an awkward one-person standing, one-person sitting hug. It was nice, though. She was warm. Thanks, Mom. Oh, you're still cold, Izuku. She pulls back quickly, grabbing a loose blanket, present Mike printed, not an all-Might print, and drapes it around him. You sure you've been feeling better? I'm fine. The doctor said it might be a side effect from the accident, remember? He clears his throat. Anyway, I should probably get to bed. I've got a test in math tomorrow, and I don't want to, fall asleep in the middle of it. His lying could use a bit of work, but his mom is none the wiser. Right. Well, good night, sweetie. I'll see you tomorrow. Love you, Mom. Love you too, Izuku. She quietly shuts the door behind him, leaving him alone in his room. Of course, he doesn't go to sleep. It's one of his nights where he stays awake, and on this night he tosses his notebook number 13, a couple of pens, and a bottle of water into his bag, and when he can tell his mom fully falls asleep for the night, he leaves out the front door again, on his way to Dagoba Beach, to finalize his plans. Sparkles goes Sparkles. Equinox tells the other ghosts that he doesn't fully remember his HALFA days, especially the earlier days, but in truth, he remembers them quite well. The strange confusion at the new senses, the buzz of his core underneath his skin, the feeling of not quite right, not quite life, not quite death. If he closes his eyes, he can still remember those feelings. It got better as he interacted with more ghosts from the realms, of course. When humans die and become ghosts or denizens of the realms, as some call them, they already know everything there is to be about being a ghost. They have that built-in knowledge once they form. I am a ghost, my obsession is this. They don't change, they don't grow. But Equinox, when he was still human, when he was still Danny, didn't have that. Neither did Vlad, but he had years before Danny to master his own otherworldly abilities, and even then he didn't have the potential that Danny had been remade for. He wasn't chosen by the realms to be the champion of balance, Danny had been chosen. Now, Equinox sits in the clock tower, watching the screens his once mentor took much time to tend to, watching as the newest champion begins his own journey. Equinox. Clockwork's voice echoes above him. The Ancient of Time floats down, to stay right next to him. Their face is indecipherable, even more so in their child form. He can't tell exactly what they're feeling or what they're thinking. It is late, is it not? Maybe. Equinox curves his ghostly tail into him, pulling it into his chest. You don't need to be watching the new champion. All is as it should be. I know. I just Equinox sighs. When I first died and became the first champion, the ghost portal was there, and it was giving me a connection to the zone so I could learn everything about being a ghost. But he doesn't have that. The liminal space is gone, now, and there's no telling if it will ever come back, and he's just on his own. And I hate it. I am aware, Equinox, Clockwork says. Everyone's journey will not be the same. That would make life rather dull, wouldn't it? Yeah, I guess, but I hate not knowing what's going to happen to him. Not even you know what's going to happen to him, and you're the Ancient of Time. I never knew what would happen to you, either. I never knew whether you would fall to your violent urges and level off Amity Park, or whether you would rise above and become the realm's greatest hero. My worries grew tenfold when you defeated Pariah Dark many years ago. Even though I was never supposed to grow attached to any particular timeline, you changed that. Clockwork shifts from child to adult, but their maturity remains the same. Yet you even tore apart time itself in order to save your friends and family. Have faith in the new champion, my friend. I'll try, Equinox says, leaning back. I guess I should give you some, space then? It would be appreciated. Even though you are an ancient now, you should still seek some rest or distraction from this, for a bit. Clockwork says with a small smirk, not acknowledging Equinox's horrible pun. Before you go, Equinox, you are not as observant as I am. Remember that. Right. When he'd established the council so many years ago and ascended into an ancient, Equinox made it his mission to avoid being drafted into their all-seeing, never-interfering nonsense. Of course, the council voted to stay as neutral as possible, only interfering a bit if they must, as long as a vote was cast. That's why the Alpha timeline BGMI had been set forward faster in human evolution compared to the other timelines, and why many small changes had been made to stabilize other timelines, too. However, he typically had no reason to interfere on his own, and if he did, it would be seen socially as unbecoming because of his council position. But he was an adult ghost who could make his own adult ghost decisions now. Well, he wouldn't directly interfere, But as the Ancient of Space, if one of the ghosts that had become his allies, or had a debt to pay to him, ended up near the new champion to help him, well, Equinox would neither confirm nor deny it was his doing. With a large, toothy smirk, Equinox flew off into the realms to find that ghost. Sparkles go Sparkles. Midoriya, a moment before you go, please? The day had started pretty long for Izuku. It was day one of his Clear Dagoba Beach mission, and while he had been pretty successful to the plan, a fridge had been moved to the side of the road, where someone would pick it up to sell for their own. Izuku took a box full of microwaves and scrapped kitchen appliances to a scrap metal place and gotten quite a wad of cash for it. Izuku's body ached like crazy. He was still a little new to his quirk, and still figuring out how exactly to activate it. It acted on its own when he was in danger, instinctually, but never off his own volition, which was annoying. And, of course, it was a school day. He got home, showered, and headed off to Aldra, where it was hell like any other day. A few kids his age from the other homeroom class surrounded him in the entrance hall, spitting taunts and screaming profanities in his face because he dared to bump into one of them. He took it all, as he usually did. So, it isn't a surprise that something else would happen. As his classmates cleared off their desks and headed out to lunch, one of them sneered, "Oh, Midoriya's in trouble," as they left. Izuku nervously walks to the front of the classroom. The light above his desk that he had accidentally burst the other day still wasn't on, which set the classroom in a bit of darkness, even with bright sunlight pouring in. Okuru-sensei organizes a pile of papers in front of him. "I wanted to talk to you about something we've previously discussed. You put in an application to UA. Why, sir?" Izuku forgot that his teachers would be able to see his application, and they might be contacted for personal statements. Though the applications wouldn't be outright denied if a personal statement was less than ideal for a student, it was a good baseline for the school to whether or not he would be able to take any test at their school. Not quite a black mark, but the possibility of one though. At Aldra, Izuku knows he's probably accumulated a few black marks against his behavior, for nothing but defending himself, of course. Okuru-sensei looks him in the eye. There's a bit of anger, but mostly disappointment. His teacher had pulled him aside a few days before the accident and asked the same thing. "Are you sure that you want to apply for the hero department? With your grades, you could at least get into their general education department, and wouldn't that be enough? It's too dangerous to risk your life like this," he had said. Or it felt like that's what he said. "I advised against it multiple times, didn't I?" Not just that one time either. And not just Okuru-sensei either. Anytime a teacher caught wind that Izuku was going to try for UA, they would all find a way to crush Izuku's dream in whatever way they could. Wise, but a few of your other teachers here at Aldra and I agreed that it would be best if we informed UA of your biological limitations when we were asked for personal statements. Not to mention, you had only had that accident a few weeks ago, and while you are up and moving around, there's nothing to say you won't get in another one at UA, and it would be their responsibility. Okuru-sensei explains. No. Izuku bit his lip to avoid the feeling that was rising up in his throat. His core starts to hum, louder and louder. The lights above flicker overhead. He does his best to squash the feelings building up inside of him. "I am just trying to look out for you as my student, Midoriya." Okuru-sensei pulls out a folder of papers. Probably alternative schools to apply to. Izuku takes the folder as it's handed to him, though he doesn't plan to keep it. He'll probably tear it to shreds the moment he's alone. You're just not cut out to be a hero, and it's about time you got a wake-up call for your silly dream. He pushes the feelings down enough to feel empty. He looks down at the folder, and he doesn't even want to open it. The lights stop flickering overhead, at least. Okuru-sensei looks him in the eye, though Izuku can't quite ignore the slight terror his teacher has in them. The temperature of the room has dropped a few noticeable degrees, and with the lights flickering like they have been, maybe his teacher is beginning to believe the rumors that Aldra is haunted. "All right, you can go to lunch now. Don't expect to hear anything from UA's hero department now." Okuru-sensei waves his hand, and Izuku nods. He slides the classroom door behind him shut with a soft thud. He had a plan. Clean Dagoba Beach was his plan to learn how to use his powers, to try and catch up to his peers, to just try to get into UA, or any other hero school. But now those chances were shot. If he tried for any other hero school, they would contact Aldra, and the same thing would happen. He'd get kicked out before any of it began. You even got rid of their quirkless rule the previous year, so there had been a chance, but a chance he wasn't going to be able to take, because his DMN teachers, his DMN life, was so impossibly against him. Izuku makes his way to the nearest bathroom, where he immediately tears the folder he's been handed to shreds. Nobody would believe he could be a hero. Nobody could ever believe in him. The world's failed him, and there's no changing that. Take a swan dive off the roof, and pray you're born with a quirk in the next life. It wouldn't do any good now, the swan dive. Izuku's pretty sure he's a little more resistant to death, now, Bing? Well, whatever he isn't quite sure yet. But he isn't quirkless, not anymore. He has power, he wants to use it for good, but... No, Izuku, no, he shakes his head at himself. It's a stupid thought. He didn't even know where to start with that idea. But if I don't technically have a quirk or a quirk factor, I'm not breaking any laws, am I? He thinks, making his way over to the sink, where he can look at his reflection in the mirror. For a second, his vision flashes white hair, cyan eyes. There's more to this power than I know, but it's replaced by his normal reflection a moment later. No, that's a stupid idea. You're only gonna get yourself killed. The lights flicker overhead again. Izuku looks into the mirror. You can't kill something that's already dead. The entrance exams are, as always, quite dull for Shoyuta. Of course, he pays attention. He's paid rather handsomely to do so. He keeps his eyes peeled for any sort of true potential. There's quite a lot in this year's class, too. He also tries to avoid suspicion of favoritism over Shinso. Of course, he's been training the boy for months, and it'd be illogical to lie and say he wasn't proud of how far the boy had come. Even though Shinso was still a teen, he'd managed to put on a decent bit of muscle. The lean and lithe sort of muscle a dancer would have. The boy weaves through robots with a pipe in one hand, taking out robot after robot. He helps other students as well, too. He isn't aware of the rescue points, but Shinso's reaction to the danger around him isn't to just beat him up, but to make sure everyone is okay. A good quality to have. Oh, wow, look at student number 667. Nedzu says, pulling Shoyuta out of his thoughts. The big screen changes to focus on the student that the principal is talking about, a boy that Shoyuta recognizes as Bakugo Katsuki. Great potential for heroics, if his teachers had anything to say about it. And they had a lot to say about it. Unending praise. Shoyuta's a little alarmed by the amount of praise that the boy got, compared to how he's currently acting. Things aren't adding up. Looks like he's on track to getting the highest score ever since All Might. Vlad exclaims. Without any rescue points. Shoyuta adds. He puts a mental tab on that. He wants Bakugo Katsuki in his class. If the boy was as explosive as his quirk, he needed a level-headed teacher to instruct him. Not Vlad. While on the other hand, we have student number 432, Nedzu says. The camera refocuses on Shinso. Shoyuta bites back a prideful smile. Not now. Very low in terms of villain points, but multiple quick replays occur of Shinso helping fellow contestants. Getting a group of people to help drag a girl out from under smashed rubble from someone else's quirk. Distracting robots that were targeting unsuspecting students. It flickers back to a live feed, showing multiple angles of other students, flickering between them. Ah, does nobody have potential, Aizawa? Vlad asks with a smirk, nudging him with a teasing tone. Shoyuta rolls his eyes. Nedzu leans into All Might, whose civilian form Shoyuta still needs a bit of time getting used to. So much had happened that day between getting ready for the exams. Nedzu should have told him sooner to explain the beef. Quite a few. It'd be illogical to assume that nobody applying for an exam like this would. He retorts. A few gasps in the room. Their banter is usually like this, though. As much as he detests Vlad King, there's not total animosity there. He can work with the other man amicably. But they do get on each other's nerves quite a bit. I won't tell you who, though. Ah, come on, Zawa. Hizashi adds, leaning in with a smirk. You don't want Vlad getting the students you want? Shoyuta rolls his eyes and returns to the feeds. A silent signal for everyone to stop. Still, He can't help but watch and wonder about the students before him. The potential is there. The potential is there in everybody. Realistically, nobody ought to be defined by their quirk as much as society relies on it. From louder, flashy quirks like Bakugo Katsuki's explosion, Kaminari Denki's electrification, or Ida Tenya's engine, to the quieter quirks like Shinso Hitoshi and brainwashing or Minoma Nito's copy, there seem to be decent pickings this year. It'll be tricky to root out the good ones for his class. But he'll do his best to snag them all before Vlad can get to them again. You miss one entrance exam because of a literal stab wound, and he takes all the good students. No matter. He's sure that he'll get the students he wants more, and will work better with Nedzu, will be a tiebreaker and will waive things more in Shuda's favor, just as he had years before. Except last year, of course. Diamen's stab wound. Sparkles go sparkles. Izuku feels a pang of jealousy when their sensei pulls Bakugo to the front of the class to announce he made it into UA. The boy beams with energy and delight at the praise he gets showered with. Meanwhile, Izuku is stuck in the back of the classroom, wondering what exactly his teachers said about him to get his application rejected. He should be up there. The energy in his chest buzzes in anger. He'd gotten a letter from UA few days after Okaru-sensei spoke to him. Izuku didn't want to open it. He knew what it said. Dear quirkless loser, we're not sorry you can't get in because you're too useless. Hopefully, this won't send you on a villain arc LMAO. Thanks bye. Well, it wouldn't be that dramatic, but that's probably what it does say, and Izuku doesn't want to see any of it. He sinks into his desk a little more. Bakugo, we'd love to give you a sincere congratulations for your acceptance into UA. Okaru-sensei is full of pride for a student who he's probably going to talk about in the news as an absolute darling of a student when Kaken goes pro. Because he has such a powerful quirk. Of course. Quirks. It always came down to quirks. Once upon a time, they were something Izuku reveled in. He loved them more than he loved himself most of the time. He and his mother had spent hundreds of dollars on quirk-related books about theory and application before he had the accident. He'd spend nights dreaming and praying to every god and every pantheon for a quirk. But now, he didn't know exactly what to feel. The accident was horrible. His fingers on his right hand go numb, occasionally rarer now than it once was, at least, but the scar was still there, a permanent reminder. He had a chance to chase his dreams. Maybe if he'd said something sooner, hadn't waffled about on his new powers, this situation could be avoided. But it wasn't enough. Izuku is never enough. No matter how hard he tries. There's always another way his brain supplies for him. The thought of doing that, of saying screw the system, I'm gonna be a hero no matter what, makes his core hum with excitement. Even with his work on Dagoba, he doesn't feel like he's making any progress with his abilities, past not accidentally activating them. It feels like there's some sort of block there, preventing him from fully accessing his abilities, and he can't quite figure that out. But by now, at least, he's not turning invisible and falling through things as often as he once was. He wonders if his mother is content now that his dreams were crushed by everyone. By his teachers. By other heroes. By society. By all might. Be realistic. Take a swan dive off the roof. What would it hurt anyway? Maybe if you did, maybe there would be consequences for once. Maybe the crushing pain would go away. Okay, no bad thoughts. Izuku pushes that away and goes back to focusing on the other bad thoughts he was trying to avoid, because contemplating becoming a vigilante was a better place for his brain to be than contemplating, while taking a lot of people's advice. Well, there is a bright side to it all. The announcement of Bakugo Katsuki being Aldra's first and only student attending UA means that Izuku isn't going to have to deal with Kaken ever again. No more burnt school uniforms, no more suicide baits, nothing. He's jealous, of course, of the other boys' quirk and power, but there's a bright side to everything, as his mom likes to say. The final bell rings, and class gets dismissed for the day. Izuku isn't on any cleaning duty for the afternoon, so he grabs his things and ducks out of the classroom as fast as he can. There's always another way, Izuku. Sparkles go sparkles. The beach cleaning is going by slower than Izuku wants it to, but he's happy with the progress, nonetheless. Most of the smaller bits of trash he's collected have been sold as scrap metal and cleared out. The larger, heavier bits like the literal refrigerators and stoves and old CRT televisions were being picked up by someone Izuku doesn't know who, exactly, but he leaves them near the street and someone comes to pick them up and hauling them away. Hopefully they aren't being used for evil purposes, but Izuku wipes his hands clear of that because they could have raided the beach long before then for the trash and didn't. He was also expecting to gain, maybe, a little bit of muscle. It's been a slog of 2 months, going out for 3 nights a week, clearing what he can between 1 and 3 in the morning, before walking across town to get to the scrap metal trader when they open up at 4 a.m. But despite everything, he's hardly gained any muscle. His limbs are definitely stronger than before, but his body is still rather small. He's lither than before at least, but that's hardly any change. He told his mom he's doing morning runs, not cleaning up trash at Dagoba Beach, if he ever gets home late. The money he gets from the scrap metal either gets tucked inside his mom's wallet when she isn't paying attention, or in a small shoe box under Izuku's bed. It's not much, but it's a little more cash than Izuku's used to getting. There's a good section cleared out, right by the waves, where Izuku can sit and watch the sunrise some mornings, if he wants to. It's peaceful, despite knowing those same waves took his dad from him before he was born. Midoriya Hisashi was a utility worker on a ship, which took him away from Yuzurifu a lot, but Midoriya Inko never loved him any less for it. It was a tragic accident at sea, an unexpected storm, that took his dad away. Despite knowing the tumultuous relationship Izuku's family has with the sea, there's no denying that the rush of the waves on the beach don't help calm Izuku's mind when he watches the waves. One morning after a particularly rough haul finds him staring at the waves as the sun rises again. Moving a fridge ended up with him discovering he somehow has enhanced strength as well and dropping it on top of himself out of shock. He managed to turn intangible and climb out of it, unharmed and only a little mentally scarred from the incident. Not the way Izuku wanted to learn what the inside of a fridge looked like, though. After that, he kept it pretty simple, keeping only to the microwaves. He could work on the strength when he wasn't too shaky from accidentally dropping a fridge on his whole body. As the sun begins to rise, Izuku grabs his bottle of water and sits in the clearing he'd made at the beach and starts to watch the waves. Izuku doesn't even register when he hiccups for the first time. Hiccups weren't that common for him unless he'd just had a good cry or gotten himself out of a panic attack, but it isn't something he gets a lot. Hiccup. He groans mid-hiccup, twisting something in his chest, which makes him want to groan again. He hates the hiccups. They come on so suddenly, and it's all Izuku can focus on now. After everything that's happened over the last few weeks, having something normal and mundane happen to him is nice. But it's still He hiccups again, and a small puff of air, a small cloud, comes out of his mouth. What? Izuku covers his mouth with his hands, stifling another hiccup. He watches the tiny cloud float up a bit into the air, before veering to the left, and then behind him into the maze of trash and dissolving. What is even going on anymore? Izuku says, exasperated. He hiccups again, and another cloud pops out of his mouth. They look like small, cirrocumulus clouds, the white and fluffy ones that fly high in the sky. It too veers to the left, making it deeper into the trash maze, where Izuku can't see it dissolve. His hiccups are leading him to something. Someone? Somewhere? Mystery hiccups now, too? Alright. Well, curiosity can't kill the cat any more than it already has. Izuku pushes himself back up, leaving his bottle of water in the sand where he was sitting, and waits for another hiccup. Hiccup. The small cloud is a lot faster now, but Izuku keeps up with it as it disappears into the junk surrounding him. Hiccup. Not the best of abilities to develop suddenly. Hiccuping clouds? How does that even relate to ghost stuff? The hiccups lead him through the trash and towards the street. Another hiccup takes him to the road where he usually leaves the larger pieces of trash by to get picked up. The fridge that crushed him earlier is still there, and Izuku notices the accidental dent he made in the sidewalk when he dropped it, but, to be fair, Izuku wasn't expecting to be able to carry it. He had dragged all the other ones he'd dropped off before. His pause gets interrupted by another hiccup, and the cloud points him down an alleyway. Izuku looks around, nervously, before poking around the corner. There's someone else in the alleyway. Which is strange, because Izuku doesn't think he heard anybody before. Their back is turned to him, and all Izuku can see is a black slouch hat and a black and red trench coat, long enough to be hitting the ground. What stands out the most, though, is that this person is glowing. Despite his instincts telling him to leave it alone, Izuku's too curious to not keep watching. What happened last time you got curious? You died, you idiot. The person steps back, where Izuku can see a small plate full of wet cat food. They throw the can and lid of the can into the dumpster right next to where they stand, and a shy cat comes out of the shadows, poking at the food with its tongue. There you go. Good kitty. There's a dissonant echo to the person's words. It doesn't quite sound like Japanese or any other language Izuku knows, which is marginally more English than his classmates, since his dad was American, but he also understands it perfectly. They turn around, and Izuku tries to not gasp in shock. This person is completely gray and has no face whatsoever. The only thing they have are old glasses with red lenses, but even then, Izuku isn't sure how they're staying on this person's face with no ears or nose. Everything is smooth, like a cheap morph suit costume, but unsettlingly too real. Oh! And the person sees Izuku. He steps back, trying to pretend he wasn't caught, but when he turns to run the other way, the person is right there. Izuku yelps, falling back. You did see me. The person says. They don't have any legs. They're floating. Something in Izuku's core resonates a bit, and he feels the hiccups ease. Does that mean? Must be one of your fancy human powers, being able to see and understand ghosts, yeah? Though I'm pretty sure that power or not, everybody should be able to at least see a denizen. Denizen? Yeah, denizens are the official name, but we're colloquially known as ghosts. The ghost pauses, and Izuku imagines if they had a face, they'd be narrowing their eyes at Izuku. You seem familiar, Greenie. I don't. Izuku feels his core rumble with confusion. Huaru. Something else buzzes back, in a language Izuku knows deeply and intimately, despite never hearing before. Confusion ghost baby? The ghost looks Izuku up and down, before reeling back. Oh, ancients. You're no way. What? What are you talking about? Who are you? The ghost looks like they're about to say something, but they clear their throat. If they even have a throat? They make the sound as if they have a throat, at least, before their face starts morphing and changing, shifting into a mouth with teeth. Too many teeth, definitely about 40, all pointed and razor-sharp. My name is Amorphous D, Shifter, but my friends and enemies call me Amorpho. The ghost introduces. They stretch out a hand and Izuku is hesitant, but he reaches out and returns the shake. They notice Izuku's uneasiness, and their mouth disappears back into their slate-gray skin. My apologies. I am still trying to learn the human customs, but I can never get the mouth right. Kind nice in a baby. Izuku's mouth is full of cotton, but he hesitates to share his name with this strange person ghost. Why are you calling me a baby? Well, you're a baby. I'm 14. Almost. Close enough to count. Well, in human years, you were. But in ghost time, you've been dead for, like, a month? Maybe a little more? My core is just recognizing you as a baby. Amorpho explains, crossing their arms. Though, you're not exactly all the way dead, are you? What are you talking about? I mean, we're ghosts, but you're definitely different. Amorpho says as if it explains anything. It doesn't, really. What's your name, Greenie? Emidaria. No, not your living name. Amorpho sighs, pinching the bride of where their nose should be. Ancients, do you not know anything? Izuku shakes his head. I thought, well, maybe 'cause Billy's parents. Amorpho trails off, silently. Who's Billy? An American? Look, kid, did you happen to step into any sort of weird, mysterious, glowing portals recently? Or get into something that gave you a bit of a zap? Izuku glances down at his right hand, before silently nodding. Great. Of course, I have to be, annoyed Sataps. How? Amorpho sighs. I hate to break it to you like this, Greenie, but you kinda died. I figured? Okay, good. You're smarter than him, at least. But you didn't fully die. You. What? It was something he was kinda aware of already. He died, but he didn't fully die. Not as in he was revived after temporarily dying, but something deeper. Something that changed his body irrevocably. It's a rare thing. I'm not quite sure how it happens, but sometimes, if a human is exposed to enough ectoplasmic energy when they die, it brings them back and turns them into, well, we've called them HALFAs in the past, but I'm not sure if that's entirely politically correct anymore. It's been a while since I've been out of the zone. A morpho trails off, mumbling things Izuku doesn't understand. But Izuku doesn't need to understand anything else. He focuses on the one word that the ghost said. Half ghost, half human? Ectoplasmic energy? Something clicks in Izuku. The answers to all of his questions just stumbled into his path after not being able to find anything for a month. Izuku thought he'd be all on his own, but not anymore. He looks at a morpho, the ghost floating in front of him. Please tell me more. While cores can take anywhere between a few months to a few human years to develop, the first thing that a ghost is aware of once they form is their obsession. Obsessions are, simply, what drives a ghost to continue existing. Ghosts are more than just ectoplasmically charged emotions, they are also parts of a human soul, determined to keep on going after an untimely death. The obsession is the driver for that determination. A ghost unsatisfied with life, having missed a goal or dream they wish to achieve, may form an obsession around that. The strength of the ghost is determined by their specific obsession. For example, if a ghost forms after being murdered by someone they trusted, their obsession may be justice or the truth, where they will continue to haunt their killer until justice is served, and they will be able to move on into the beyond. As long as their killer is free, they will exist, seeking justice or vengeance. Their strength is dependent on how badly they felt betrayed, or how badly they wish to see justice prevail. On the other hand, a ghost who dies and leaves family behind and worries for their family may form their obsession around their family. They might be weaker, but longer lasting, than most other ghosts, depending on whether they attach to a specific family member or their lineage. Usually, these ghosts weaken into spirits over time, if they do not eventually join their family in the beyond. Obsessions can be changed if a ghost wills it enough, though typically this could end in destruction or serious harm to their core. HALFAs, however, are different from most denizens. As they have not fully died, they still have a connection to life and humanity, and thusly, the nature of change. Their obsessions are more fluid than other ghosts due to this. While it isn't common for ghosts to form more than one obsession, HALFAs are able to have upwards of 2 or 3 obsessions at one time, and they are able to change and adapt and grow depending on the ghost's will with very little damage to their core. All About Ghosts and Obsessions, a ectoanthropological study by Dr. Jasmine Fenton, Ph.D., 2007. Sparkles Ghost Sparkles. Oh, are you sure about this, Izuku? His mom asks. They both hover over Izuku's laptop. On the screen is the highest-rated online school in Japan. Totally remote, aside from exams. The classes could be taken at the student's own pace until the final exam scheduled at the end of each semester. The program also offered a need-based scholarship program, which the Midoriya family definitely qualified for. In fact, Izuku had already put in all of their information, wrote the whole essay on why he would need it, leaving out his quirkless status, which doesn't even count for the program anyway, and they'd gotten an email saying that it'd be a full ride. A full ride for the highest-rated online high school in all of Japan. Not too shabby, Izuku thinks to himself. I'm sure. You won't be getting the regular high school experience with this, you know. His mom repeats. I know. Izuku knows one day he'll tell her everything about the bullying, about the cruelty of his teachers and classmates, but it isn't now. And really, if he can't get into a hero school, what's the point of trying to get into an actual high school, where his classmates could be just as cruel as before? Plus, regular high school experiences are overrated anyway. You'll be alone a lot, though. Not just me working, Izuku. I don't know if you're going to make friends with this. Are you absolutely sure about this? Yes, Mom. Izuku nods. Okay, well we can do this under one condition. Izuku pauses and turns to look up at his mom. I just want you to try and find some sort of after-school program or club to join. His mom says. It's a little unfortunate that socialization, which is what Izuku is trying to avoid, is the condition to go to this school, but Izuku can see why she's making him do this. Making him try, at least. Izuku doesn't know what sort of clubs would be successful for someone like him, but, well, he'd try. If this is the condition for a relatively peaceful education for once in his life, he'd try it for her. Sure. Try. Sparkles goes Sparkles. Hey, Greenie. There you are. Amorpho does spook Izuku just a little bit, even with Izuku's warning hiccups, but it's fine. It's 2 weeks into what Amorpho is quite literally calling Ghost 101, what to expect when you've untimely expired, copyright pending apparently. They're calling it half lecture, half practical, which makes Izuku wonder if Amorpho had any experience with educational settings when they were alive, but Izuku can't ask that information. Rule number 1 about ghosts: never, ever, ask how they died. Or who they were in life. Fair enough, Izuku supposes. He does get uncomfortable when strangers ask about the scars that travel up his arm. He's just lucky that he runs cold enough now that a long-sleeved shirt in the summertime doesn't bother him. But still, Izuku's curious about Amorpho's life. Maybe they'll share with Izuku one day, voluntarily. Think of a name yet? Rule number 5? 6? I've lost count. Don't use your living name with other ghosts. And not yet. Izuku replies, hunching over a bit. Greenie is just Amorpho's nickname for him at the moment, since a ghost's living name is, like, very important or something. Izuku isn't quite sure he grasps the concept all the way, but it's like some pro-heroes who still have secret identities. It keeps the life separate from the afterlife. Whatever had happened in their life has no hold over them now, but maybe some ghosts don't want to hear it so they don't have to relive their living memories? It's strange for Izuku, since he's still, half alive, so maybe that's why he doesn't quite get it yet. You'll think of something. It took me a few times before I settled on my name. Amorpho says. Anyway, I think it's time for a more practical lesson today. He resists the urge to groan. Amorpho's practical lessons are the worst. Maybe the ghost had a background in some sort of physical education or training. As funny as it would be to think of Amorpho as a gym teacher, it doesn't feel right because there was something sadistic about their practical lessons. Apparently, the reason Izuku is having trouble accessing his full set of ghost powers, a full set, so there's probably more than Izuku can keep track of, is because he isn't in his ghost form yet, something that all HALFAs tend to have. His ectoplasm is leaking out through his human form because he's not using his ghost form enough, and he's off balance. Relax, Greenie. I'm not gonna try to fully kill you. Izuku glares at Amorpho. Fully. This time. Ancients, the fridge was unintentional. At least Izuku has experience with fridges landing and crushing his body, so he knew what the inside of one looked like already. That wasn't a shock. It suddenly dropping on him from 5 feet above him? That was a shock. What's the lesson then? The ghost floats around Izuku, humming an unfamiliar tune, before pushing him down to his bottom. Trying to shock you into your ghost form isn't working, so we're going to try a more meditative approach. Meditative? How so? Izuku wants to ask, but he knows interrupting Amorpho can cause both of them to go on unrelated tangents. He wonders if Amorpho was diagnosed with ADHD or something when they were alive, but kicks that thought aside. You can feel it, can't you? Your core. It feels different for everybody, but even though you're a HALFA, it should still be there. Amorpho curls their ghostly tail in, getting lower to the ground but still floating a few inches off the sand. I think, if you focus on it enough, you should be able to get yourself to transform just by, I dunno, pulling on it. I thought you didn't know anything about HALFAs. Still really don't. I'm basing this off my shape-shifting Greenie. Amorpho says. Now, close your eyes and focus already. So Izuku does. He crosses his legs, closes his eyes, and focuses on the buzzing underneath his skin. It's an odd sensation, one that he's come to accept and find comfort in over the last month since his accident. The hum of his core, deep in his chest, stretching out to his limbs. Whenever he goes invisible or intangible, or the feeling of weightlessness whenever he floats even just an inch off the ground. It's comforting, in the same way a hot mug of tea or a warm hug from his mom is. As he's focusing on it, he feels a cold shadow fall over him. Amorpho, if I open my eyes and see a fridge over me again, I swear. Sparkles go sparkles. With what extra money Izuku has from cleaning the beach, he finds himself wandering into multiple different stores one rainy afternoon. Despite the ambience of a storm above him, he feels rather content, surprisingly, given the last time he wandered around in public in a storm led to his death. His death wasn't all that bad really, it was painful and it is sure. He doesn't know if he'll ever get the feeling back in his right arm quite right. But it led him to something even more amazing, something he dreamed about for as long as he could remember. Even if he couldn't achieve it his dreams the typical way. He wanders in and out of stores, just looking, keeping himself small and meekly to keep eyes off him. It isn't a power of his in the way that his invisibility or intangibility are, it's a carefully practiced skill for existing as a quirkless person in public. Put headphones on, seem smaller than you appear, and the world will look past you. It was the better outcome of just existing in public for Izuku. He wanders into a sports store. The shelves are packed high with different sports equipment. Cricket bats, baseball bats, hockey sticks, boxing gloves, ice skates. He isn't quite sure what he wanders in here for, but once he spots it, he knows what he's going to get. It isn't the best protection, but it's something. Knee pads, elbow pads, wrist braces, and padded fingerless gloves. The cashier gives him an odd look when he piles all of his to-be belongings on the counter, but doesn't particularly care about what a small child is going to do with knee pads and elbow pads. Maybe skating. She checks him out anyway, popping her bubblegum loudly as she hands him the receipt and the bag. He finds himself in a thrift store next. Thrift stores are usually the best place for Izuku to get clothes, even outside of, well, what he was doing. He was embarrassed to even admit it to himself, because it might be a stupid idea, but it's something he feels like he has to do. Deep down in his core. He picks up a dark gray hoodie and durable pants his size. The hoodie is a little oversized, but when he tries it on with the dark pants in the changing room and slips the knee and elbow braces over it, he sees himself in the mirror and he looks like a vigilante. It's just a thought. He throws the pads back into their bag, purchases his hoodie, and is on his way quickly. This is a dumb idea, he thinks to himself, as he catches the train that'll take him back to his apartment faster than walking. But it might be the only way I can be a hero now. Sparkles go sparkles. They're sitting on the beach again. Izuku's done with his meditation. For today that's the easiest thing to call it, since trying to transform into my ghost form is a little bit of a mouthful in his head, after all. He's in his human form, still hasn't gotten a hold of that yet, and Amorpho has taken the form of a young teenager this time, almost a mirror copy of Izuku with messy hair that covers one of his two bright red eyes. It's weird, seeing his own face reflected back at him, but Amorpho hasn't had a human to practice on in a while, so it's fine to copy Izuku as long as no shenanigans happen. Amorpho has promised none of that, which means something might end up happening. He's staring at the waves as the sun comes up, enjoying a brief moment of tranquility, when a question pops into his mind. Hey, Amorpho? Yeah, Greenie. How come there aren't more ghosts around? Ghosts form after violent deaths, right? Shouldn't they, be everywhere? Since he'd been half killed, Amorpho is the only ghost that Izuku has met so far. But with how violent life has just become, especially in Muzutafu, there should be more around, from victims of villains, or even villains killed ruthlessly by heroes. Or people who perished in accidents, like his own father. It's a lot more complicated than just the violent death part. Amorpho says, I'm not too sure of it myself, but I think because the way quirks work, it prevents a ghost from forming. In a way? Honestly, I don't know much about this stuff. He remembers that lesson. Well, quirks come from ectoplasm. Ectoplasmic radiation, to be specific, that has slowly surrounded the world without their detection for centuries since the first ghost portal was fully opened in America so many years ago. Perhaps? No, that's a silly thought, but it might make sense. If quirks come from ectoplasmic radiation, and all ghosts tend to have a core, Is it possible that quirks become their own core? A small one maybe. Maybe only 1/100th of a core, but a core nonetheless. And maybe, if a core, maybe that's what the mystery behind quirk factor is. If a core is present, maybe that obstructs the formation of a ghost, and people who die violent deaths are unable to form into a ghost due to the ectoplasmic radiation that they already have in them? But wouldn't it make more sense if... Greenie, you're mumbling, and I can't understand a word you're saying. Oh. Sorry. Izuku says. It's just you said that quirks are mutations from ectoplasmic radiation, and maybe that messes with the formation of a ghost? Like, they can't form a ghost if they already have a core? But their core is probably really tiny, maybe not even a core, maybe like 1/100th of a core. Still losing me, Greenie. Amorpho responds, and then smirks, showing off too many teeth again. Hey, maybe your name will Mumbler, given how much you do that. The ghost laughs, but their laughter dissolves into a coughing fit. A coughing fit? Amorpho? Are you okay? Yeah, am fine, Greenie. They shift from their human disguise to their normal form with a sigh. Just been out of the zone for too long, I think. Izuku feels himself shrink down a bit. Amorpho isn't going to be able to stay forever, even though Izuku's grown quite fond of the shape-shifting ghost. Sure, the ghost gets their trickery out by trying to throw pieces of trash when Izuku isn't looking for training, of course, but Amorpho is one of the rare ghosts who doesn't fight, which leaves them slowly running low on ectoplasm. Being near Izuku is helping them a bit. They've compared Izuku to a renewable energy source multiple times, but this can't last forever. Just a little longer. Anyway, it's your last week of school, Greenie? I should probably let you go and get ready for it. Amorpho pushes themselves back up into the air easily. I'll hang around a graveyard or cemetery for a bit to recharge, don't worry about me. If you say so, Amorpho. Izuku responds. He stands up too, grabbing his water bottle and shoving it in the small gym bag he's been bringing with him for training and beach cleaning. The beach has been getting a lot cleaner over the last few weeks, between Izuku's training and just general work. It isn't done yet, but it's getting there. He'll be done by the end of the summer, for sure. I'll see you later. Later, Greenie. Izuku waves goodbye, pulling his hood up to cover his head as he makes his way into the streets of Mizudafu. He makes his way down Jaka Street, pausing for only a moment before continuing on. It's only about 3 in the morning, but sunrise would probably be starting within the hour. As long as he got home before then, before his mom would notice him missing, he'd be fine. She's a heavy sleeper, anyway, and why would she have reason to think Izuku wasn't also asleep in his room, too? The city is quiet. Almost too quiet. Izuku keeps his eyes and ears out for any sort of trouble. There's no heroes to patrol usually, and the vigilantes that have done it before, well, they've unfortunately all been caught or stopped within the last few months. He heard Eraserhead was in town, which Izuku is kinda lucky he didn't run into that hero, but also disappointed at the same time because it's Eraserhead. Probably the coolest of underground heroes. What hero nerd wouldn't want to meet the Eraserhead? But he hasn't been spotted for a while, so this part of Mizudafu City runs a little wild with crime sometimes. He's halfway down the main street he takes to get home when he hears it. A cry. For help. Without even thinking, Izuku follows it to a street alley corner, a few buildings down from the largest bar in Mizudafu. He slowly creeps to the corner of the building and turns his head down the alleyway. He feels everything inside him run ice cold. There's a woman late 20s, early 30s, maybe? In a tie top and a short skirt and heels. She's obviously a little inebriated, but not too drunk to not process the world around her. No sign of a visible quirk, so it might be something small or passive, like a majority of the population. Her mascara is smudged. She's terrified, and Izuku he feels the fear from her, even 10 feet away. Standing in front of her, blocking her entrance, is a person Izuku never thought he'd see again. It felt like months ago when it had happened. Take a swan dive off the roof, and pray you're born with a quirk in the next life. He remembers All Might standing in front of him, with a villain made of sludge securely in an emptied liter bottle of soda. I'm afraid it's not realistic, to be a hero without a quirk. Izuku remembers the eyes glaring back at him as All Might vaulted into the sky again, grip held tightly on the bottle. He remembers the feeling of the sludge surrounding him, compressing on his chest, choking him, killing him, slowly. You'll be a perfect new skin suit. Izuku doesn't even think he charges into the alleyway without a second thought, feeling his core hum loudly in his chest. It's nearly deafening, but he doesn't have time to think about it, as he focuses on the task at hand. Save her, save her, save her. Hey! Izuku yells, and he chucks his small gym bag towards the sludge villain. Leave her alone. Something shifts. Izuku doesn't focus on what, though. There's a task at hand. Save her, save her, save her. Shinya Hidaro, if he remembers correctly, after seeing the arrest record pop up online. Quirk, sludge body. A mutant-type quirk that makes his entire body out of sludge, but if he gets enough of his gunk in somebody, he can control them like a puppet. He doesn't need to kill his host, but Shinya doesn't seem too bothered if it does happen. Shinya's eyes turn around to face him, but it's a mistake. Izuku can hear his bag, which only really had his bottle of water in it, a metal water bottle practically indestructible thunk against one of the eyes, and Shinya growls in pain. What the hell, who the hell are you? Shinya asks, recoiling back. He doesn't recognize me? Izuku wonders. He knows he isn't the most memorable, but maybe he got overshadowed by All Might? Izuku doesn't focus on that right now, and instead, brings his fists up in what he'd assume is a defensive position, but he can't exactly say is a good one. And then he notices something. His fists, there's a faint glow around them, and his skin is a little paler than before. He feels his core buzz loudly in his chest, and if he focuses, he can still hear the usual bethump, bethump, bethump of his own heart, but it feels millions of miles away. He's a ghost. Izuku grins to himself, and then looks back at Shinya. I'm the one who's going to stop you. Shinya looks at Izuku and laughs. Whatever, glow boy. What are you going to do, blind me to death? Not exactly. He remembers how viscous and gross the mutant-type quirk felt when it was on his skin. It was thick and muddy, and he isn't quite sure how All Might caught him, because Izuku was a little knocked out at the time, but not all of the sludge is necessary for Shinya's survival. There's not a lot of options in the alleyway. His bag is behind the poor woman who's gotten wrapped up in this, and he probably won't be able to get it back anytime soon with the sludge villain in the way. Shinya charges at Izuku, and he throws any plan he was trying to concoct in his brain out of the way. Think on the fly. He has a mutant-type quirk, doesn't have a visible brain. Obviously don't want to kill him, but he probably can't be hurt in the normal ways. What can I do? The intangibility comes instinctually. Izuku feels the buzz roar over his skin, and Shinya passes easily through Izuku, nearly into the road. Oh, you've got one of those quirks, huh? Shinya growls, collecting himself so that he's taller. Whatever, I don't need you. He lunges, trying to go past Izuku towards the woman. Izuku jumps back towards the woman, and takes the hit directly for her. She screeches as he does, and, fine, I'll just take you for myself. A quirk like yours will make my life a lot easier. It's an uncomfortable feeling, being surrounded by the sludge again. Trying to force his way into Izuku, trying to take control, and he feels it in him, and it feels like, well, this is where Izuku fully dies, isn't it? Wait a second. Izuku's a ghost. He can feel his core hum loudly within him. He doesn't have lungs. He doesn't need to breathe. And suddenly, the pressure feels lighter on him. He's struggling against the force of the sludge, and he can look up and see the eyes of Shinya looking down on him with malicious glee, noticing Izuku's laugh of struggle and laughing. There you'll be a perfect new skin suit. No, thanks. Izuku thinks, and turns his arms intangible to break through the gunk, before grabbing Shinya's eyeballs. The sludge villain screams. I was right, his weakness. Shinya's body is completely made of sludge, but there's only one solid point in his entire body, his eyeballs, and maybe a few teeth floating here and there, but the eyes must have mutated with his quirk to act as both vision and control of the body, because Izuku definitely can't feel for an actual brain somewhere in the gunk. It would explain their size, too, and Izuku turns intangible to get out of the gunk, keeping a hold of the eyes, which also turn intangible in his grasp. Interesting, can he turn other objects and other people intangible too? Ma'am, could you get me my bag please? The woman, staring at Izuku with her mouth partially agape, snaps back into reality and nods, turning around and grabbing Izuku's bag. He really liked his water bottle, but he asks the woman to dump it, and he shoves Shinya's eyeballs into it and screws it tightly. Hey, come on. It's so dark in here. His protests go unnoticed. Are you all right, ma'am? I'm fine, but are you okay? You shouldn't be out this late, you know, young man. Getting a lecture from the woman she saved. Izuku shrinks under her voice for a second. Well, thank you anyway. Do you have a name, kid? Please take care of yourself on your way home, ma'am. Izuku swings his bag around his shoulder before speeding off into the night, completely forgetting that he could fly as a ghost. Sparkles goes sparkles. Hey, sir? What is it, officer? There's a water bottle left here on the front steps. It's got a sticky note on it. What? Did someone leave their bottle behind? No, sir. It says that Shinya Hidero is inside it. What? 1 month later. Oh, Izuku, would you look at this? His mom is holding up a copy of the Musudafa Times. The front page has quite a few different articles, but the headline catches his attention. Dagoba Beach cleaned. Izuku tries his best to hide his smirk, but he still can't help but smile. Once he finally mastered his ghostly transformation, which took a few weeks, the cleaning got a lot faster and easier. There are still a few piles of larger trash on the side of the street, last Izuku checked, but it seemed like the city decided it was more beneficial to put up no littering signs all over the place. That's amazing, Mom. It doesn't look like anybody's claimed the cleaning yet. Midoriya sighs with a small smile. Oh, Hisashi, if only you could see it now, she trails off with a mumble. Izuku wonders what his father would think about all of it. Unfortunately, his theory of people with quirks is most likely true, and he won't be seeing his father's ghost anytime soon. But it was a nice thought at least. He gets a glance at the smaller headlines on the page. All Might on retirement rumors, absolutely absurd. Oxno, one in popularity poll, beats All Might for the first time ever. The second one makes his ego feel a little higher. I'd take that, All Might. Oh dear, look at the time, Izuku. I need to be getting to bed. You should too, mister. Summer break doesn't mean you can stay up all night, you know. Okay. Good night. Good night, Izuku. See you in the morning. Izuku nods, before going to his room and shutting the door closed behind him. He, of course, isn't going to be going to bed that night. It's one of his awake nights, and this time he's going to do it. He's going to go out as a vigilante for the first official time. The incident with Shinya doesn't count, since it was so accidental. But this time, he's got a purpose. He turns off his lights, pretends to go to sleep and waits until he's certain his mom is asleep, and tugs on the feelings deep in his chest. His transformation into a ghost is surprisingly simple. It's a small burst of light, a small flash, a static feeling in his mouth, and bam, he's a ghost. He waits an extra minute after he transforms, just to make sure the flash didn't alert his mom to anything, but it doesn't, which means he can get a glance at himself in the mirror. Izuku's ghost form is the strange reflection he'd been seeing in his dreams. The snow-white hair, the neon, cyan-colored eyes, the deathly pale skin. He was worried he would be stuck in the same clothes he died in, but he was able to change out of them, and put on the clothes he picked out for his vigilantism, and the protective pads, and they actually stayed in his ghost form. He tested it a few times, transforming back and forth when his mom was at work, and they stayed, which was great. He had a built-in vigilante costume and everything. The old clothes dissolved into ectoplasm the moment he changed back into a human, and he's glad he left them on the bathroom floor when he tried that, or that would have bleached the carpet on his floor. Easier to clean ectoplasm, which is a vibrant, toxic green, off tile, than off carpet. Izuku cracks open the window in his bedroom, and then pauses. Just because he's a ghost, and nearly unrecognizable with his color swap, doesn't mean he should just have his face fully out. He grabs one of the extra face masks, stored in his desk drawer, and puts it on. Easy protection. And so, Izuku's first night as a vigilante begins. Sparkles go sparkles. Of course, Izuku's first time out as a vigilante, and he manages to get arrested. It isn't the best start to what might be his future career. Quite frankly, Izuku isn't quite sure how far this vigilante stint will go. Maybe he could win the public over enough with his adorable personality and they'd convince the Hero Commission to give him a license. What a field day that would be. But all he knows is what burns deeply in his core: he needs to be a hero. It's one of his obsessions, or at least, it probably is. Doing this makes his core feel fuzzy and right, so it's gotta be, right? Yet he doesn't know what he should have expected, going out on the street, this late at night, with only a month-ish of training with his powers. He's in his ghost form. He's been building up to staying in it for at least 2 hours, which is his limit at the moment, so it wasn't even meant to be a full-fledged patrol. It was a quick pop-out, go down the street, go home, and sleep. But there was a mugging, and Izuku couldn't ignore it, but someone already called the police, and by the time he managed to take out the mugger, the police were there with their guns trained on him and he didn't know what else to do, so he let them cuff him, too, even though he's just a kind Samaritan who wanted to help, and threw him in the back of one of the patrol cars. They didn't go for his mask or anything, at least. These officers weren't all that good at their job. Though, hopefully nobody would really recognize Izuku's face in his ghost form, and any pictures or identifying looks they got would lead nowhere in the investigation. The cuffs were Quirk-suppressing ones, of course. Par for the course for any sort of police officer, especially in Mizudafu. He wasn't quite sure what to expect, but now that he's sitting in the back of the patrol car with the 2 officers, he didn't get their names, so they'll just be Officer 1 and 2 in the front seat. It doesn't feel very suppressing. It just feels like he's wrapped in a tight hug from his mom or something. He can still feel his core humming under his skin, and he wonders, "Good job tonight, huh?" 2 asks with a grin. They've got beetle-like eyes and antennae, some sort of bug mutant type, but not unsettling enough to be considered monstrous. More on the cutesy side. Probably how they got their job in the police department. Not mutant enough to be freaky, but mutant enough to fill a diversity quota. Yeah, got a few speeding tickets, and caught a nobody vigilante before they could even start. I think we can call that a night. One doesn't have a visible quirk characteristic or any sort of genetic mutation, so Izuku supposes they might be an emitter or transformation-type quirk, or something mental, too. Weak enough that he wouldn't try and be a hero, but strong enough that he could become an officer, something to that extent. Izuku shifts in the back seat quietly. He's not buckled in, which could probably count as child endangerment if he wanted it to, but his arms are sore from the way they're twisted behind his back. "Hey, did you think of a name before you got out there, man?" 2 asks, craning their neck back to look at Izuku. "I think Glowboy has a ring to it." "Nah, he's more of a sparkle man, I think." 1 says, thankfully, keeping his eyes on the road as they start to drive away from the scene, and probably towards the Mizudafu precinct, where Izuku will be processed as a vigilante and charged for illegal usage of quirk. 2 laughs. "Oh, Sparkle Man. Like that one comic hero, except sparkles instead of spiders." Izuku doesn't respond, still focused on the buzz of his core under his skin. He knows that he's glowing, but out of curiosity, he glances down at his legs. He focuses on the tingling of his core, willing them to disappear, and his left one does, with a bit more effort than normal. That's interesting. From what he remembers from one of Amorpho's lectures, all quirks come from ectoplasmic radiation over the years, since the first ghost portal was opened in America. Izuku's own theory of quirks of them being roughly about 1/100th of a typical ghost core meant that anything quirk-suppressing would probably be unknowingly ectoplasmic-based, but it might not have enough power to properly affect Izuku. It would need maybe 100 times more power to actually get Izuku. And this is exactly the case. There's still a delay in his powers. He should be careful to not get caught again after this, but there's still an escape for him. He allows his leg to turn visible again, and focuses on his hands and wrists, willing them intangible. It takes almost half a minute for them to fully phase out of the cuffs, but once they're off, he feels his core surge and his chest lightens, and he tries his best to hide his smirk. He's still wearing his face mask, but he isn't sure the glee wouldn't be visible with his glow turning a little brighter, or within his eyes, which were visible. He catches the cuffs in his hands before they jingle onto the seat behind his back, and he slowly sets them down in the back of the patrol car. The police can't do anything with his powers. Maybe no hero can. Izuku doesn't have a quirk factor. Technically he might have hundreds of them, bundled up into his core. Anything that affects the quirk factor would need to be hundreds of times stronger. That's horrifying. They can't do anything to his core unless they bring out things that are maybe 100 times stronger than they already have. God, if Izuku was too scorned by the failure of hero society and became a villain, he'd be unstoppable. Thankfully, he inherited the Midoriya stubbornness from his dad that would make giving up nearly impossible. Well, there's no use sitting in the patrol car anymore. He's not being held, he can just... Dimon, the stupid hero fight this morning took out our usual route. Hey, Sparkleman, are you comfortable back there? One asks, glancing in the rearview mirror. His eyes widen with shock, though, and he curses, and the car swerves wildly to the right, and two turns around and also says some very, very naughty words for a 14-year-old to be hearing, because as far as they know, Izuku is just gone. He'd turned invisible for a second because he wanted to revel in their reaction before he phases out of the police car, landing roughly on the ground with a thud. The car skids to a chaotic stop, and both of the officers hop out and immediately start yelling for him, one reaching for a radio, but by the time they're looking for him, Izuku's long gone. He turns visible once he's sure out of their sight and lost them. Izuku can't help but laugh, leaning against the cold stone of the building behind him. Of course, out of all the people to become a HALFA like this, it's him, useless Izuku, useless Deku, a quirkless embodiment of a punching bag for every adult and peer in his life, suddenly more powerful than anyone could fathom. It's terrifying too. He's got the equivalent of at least 4 powerful quirks in his body. His transformation, his flight, intangibility, invisibility, and maybe numerous small, passive quirks, and there's nothing anyone could do to stop him without inventing the world's strongest quirk suppressants. Oh, if Izuku ever became a villain, the world would be so screwed. Sparkles go Sparkles. You're leaving? Now. Izuku knows that this would have happened eventually, one way or the other. Part of him knows that nothing good can stay, especially in his half-life, but he wasn't expecting a Morpho to be ready to leave so soon. A Morpho would have to go back to the Ghost Zone, the Infinite Realms, eventually. There isn't enough ambient ectoplasm to fuel their existence. But what about teaching me everything? I still don't know what my obsession is, or my core, either. Izuku just didn't expect it to be so soon. It felt like they'd hardly helped Izuku out. It felt like they'd just met. The mountains of trash no longer piled around them. Any free time Izuku had was spent at Dagobah, clearing it to his best of his abilities, only leaving enough to hide any of his own power training from passerbys, but it isn't like there were many at all, especially at night, when he met up with a Morpho. In fact, it's kinda surprising to Izuku that nobody ever got any pics of him cleaning up Dagobah Beach, but he's fine with the credit anonymously. He doesn't need the credit. Sorry, Greenie. A Morpho says. They're not as solid as they have been for the last few days. I've pushed it a little too much, and I'd really not like to start destabilizing in front of you. I'll be catching a flight back to America in the morning. Catching a flight back to America, they say, casually, as if it's a business trip. Izuku nods, though he can't help but feel somber about the whole thing. It feels like he's losing a friend, his first good friend he's had for a long time. He doesn't know if a Morpho would consider themselves his friend, but Izuku found the other ghost's existence, advice, and knowledge helpful and comforting over the last few weeks. And, anyway, your obsession is something you gotta figure out on your own, I'm afraid. But you can do it. I believe in you, Greenie. Thanks for believing in me. Yes. It's nice to have someone else believe in me other than my mom, sometimes. A Morpho chuckles, before leaning forward and ruffling Izuku's hair. Izuku's in his ghost form, trying to keep it for the 2 hours straight is exhausting, but he needs to build up his stamina in this form if he does become a vigilante. You know, you look just like Billy when he was younger. Except your eyes are a little different. Billy? Yeah, good old Inviso Bill. A Morpho explains. He was the HALFA I knew. We go way back. Oh. Is he dead? well, fully now. He's got a whole story to him. I'm sure you'll hear it eventually. Amorpho adds with a shrug. You figure out a name yet, Greenie? Since he's a HALFA, he doesn't immediately form with a name in his mind. He doesn't know what he would call himself in his ghost form, perhaps some hero name? But all of his hero names before had been All Might inspired, and Izuku hadn't even thought of that pro-hero in such a long time. As much as Izuku would love to be able to flip the hero off and become the first quirkless hero, well, clearly fate had other plans for him. He's happy with the outcome, happy he finally has powers, and maybe he'll register one of his powers as a quirk, so he can at least escape the widespread quirkless discrimination, but it'll have to be a smaller, more common one so he doesn't get connected to his vigilante persona. But it would have been more satisfying to show everyone that a quirkless person is just as good as a quirked person. He wouldn't give up on that fight, though. He wouldn't forget the experiences that shaped him to become the human and half-ghost that he is. Well, don't get yourself stuck with Inviso-Bill, or something equally as stupid. You wouldn't live it down for the rest of your afterlife. I'll try not to. Izuku stutters out with a small laugh. I'll miss you, Amorpho. Thank you for everything. Don't mention it, Greenie. Amorpho says. Though they don't have a mouth, Izuku can still pick up on their own core for a bit pride glad happy proud. Izuku feels his own core resonate too. Happy sad grateful thank you. Amorpho sighs before floating up straighter. Well, I better get going. Gotta get a flight to hitchhike to. If you're ever in the zone, give me a call, yeah? I'll show you around. Izuku isn't quite sure how he'd ever get to the infinite realms, but he nods, anyway, and forces a smile out, despite the mess of feelings churning in his chest. That'd be great. See you on the flip side, Greenie. Multiple reports are emerging about a mysterious new vigilante roaming the streets of Mizutofu. This vigilante, dubbed the Mizutofu Phantom, due to his ghost-like abilities, has made quite a name for himself over the last few weeks, stopping muggings and thefts before heroes can get involved. Despite efforts from the police department, no clues about who they are, or what their quirk may be, have been discovered. Officer Sasuke from the Mizutofu police force stated, "We are actively investigating to reveal their identity and bring them to justice. Vigilantism is prohibited in our country for a reason. To the individual behind these actions, if you are reading this, consider leaving heroics to the professionals." A local resident, Otani Shizuka, claims that her daughter had been the first victim that Phantom had saved. She told me he wasn't all that much, just a young man who saved her from a mugging, with very unusual abilities. But we're all very thankful my daughter came home safe that night. These parts of Mizutofu are so underpatrolled by heroes, both day and night. It's nice to finally feel like somebody is looking out for us. Any reports of Phantom on the streets should be turned into the Mizutofu Police Department, 555, Shinsu-Jiuen, the Mizutofu Times. Sparkles go sparkles. So, they're sending pros after me now, huh? The Mizutofu Phantom asks, without even turning around. He's sitting on the edge of a building, his legs hanging off the side, and if Shoyuta didn't know that the vigilante could phase through things, he'd be using his capture weapon immediately and grabbing the vigilante before he could even think about getting away. Phantom is a mystery to everybody, even the press, who have barely gotten a few looks at him. For someone with such a visibly identifiable quirk, glowing, white hair, bright cyan eyes, etc., they haven't found anyone matching that appearance in any database. There's a possibility that he might know somebody with a quirk that changes appearances, but they've scrubbed the quirk registry in Japan, and the only person with a quirk like that is an elderly lady in rural Hokkaido who had no connection to Mizutofu whatsoever, so unless this guy travels hours to do patrols at night, there's no way he knows that lady. An unregistered local quirk is possible too, but the whole theory doesn't seem that likely. So, they're at square one with Phantom, and haven't been able to move much further than that. Infuriating for everybody, but Shoyuta can't lie and say he's not intrigued by the vigilante, especially given how small he is. He's tiny, in comparison to the other vigilantes Shoyuta has encountered, which could mean many things, but given Phantom's small size and higher voice, they might be dealing with a teen vigilante, a whole different headache on its own. Tsukachi asked Shoyuta to help out as a favor, knowing that he's going to be staying in the area for a bit longer as UA classes are set to begin, and they're hoping that his quirk might work on the vigilante, due to how slippery he got out of quirk suppressant cuffs. While it might not always be the hardest thing to imagine, as Shuda's encountered a few villains who can and will just break their thumbs or are double-jointed enough to slip out of them on their own. Though, it is unusual how easily Phantom can escape. It'll be easier if you come with me, Shoyuda says. From what they've observed, Phantom has 3 different abilities, or some strange aspects of his quirk. Invisibility, intangibility, and floating, though Shoyuda wouldn't be surprised if the boy could straight up fly, given how he seems to disappear so quickly and end up on other sides of the city so quickly. Flying will definitely cut down on foot traffic. Even jumping from building to building was taxing and not always the fastest option. The 3 aspects were theorized to be some sort of atomic manipulation, as in, Phantom could manipulate the literal atoms of his own body, but that seems a little wild, even for Shoyuda. Well, where's the fun in that? Phantom turns his head around, and his eyes widen. The soft glow around his body spikes for a second. Oh my god, wait, are you Eraserhead? What the hell? Shoyuda didn't exactly know how to respond to that. Sure, villains tended to know his name, mostly out of notoriety, but it wasn't a commonplace name. Underground heroes didn't have popularity polls, or any sort of numeric system, like the daytime heroes did. That would defeat the point of going underground after all. How do you know that name? Phantom interrupts him before he can even finish that question, jumping up from his sitting position and into the air, and just staying there. Floating. His legs seem to blur together at one point. You are Eraserhead. Oh, this is amazing. They sent you because they thought you could cancel my quirk, right? Phantom laughs, though it's a bit muffled through his face mask. Shoyuda narrows his eyes. Enough playing, Phantom. You can either come in willingly, or I'll have to force you. Well, good luck with that, Eraserhead. Oh, can I just call you Eraser? Eraser-san? Phantom asks, the threat completely bouncing off him like water on a duck. Shoyuda ignores Phantom's quips and activates his quirk. He's expecting Phantom to fall from his floating position onto the ground, where he can easily use his capture weapon on the vigilante, but nothing happens. He ignores the urge to blink, but after a second, he has to, anyway. It's what? This shouldn't be possible? There is a possibility that Phantom's quirk is a mutant type after all, which would explain the glowing and the deathly pale skin color, but he tries again, and still, nothing happens. But Erasure should have done something to Phantom, even if it was a mutant type quirk. Something should have stopped, or Phantom should have flinched or something, but nothing happens. Phantom blinks at him. His eyes are almost like a cat's eyes. The pupils aren't round like a human's, they're a little sharp and pointy. Your quirk didn't work on me, did it? He giggles, as if it's the funniest thing he's heard all day. You know, I keep trying to tell people I don't have a quirk, but nobody ever listens. Phantom shrugs, flipping in the air nonchalantly. Anyway, I'm sure I'll see you again sometime, Eraser-san, but I've gotta go. Ghost boy out. Phantom blinks out of existence before Shuda's very eyes. He stands there for a second, looking around, half expecting Phantom to appear again, and maybe taunt him more, but he doesn't. Phantom had his fun, and disappeared, just like he's done to every other hero and police officer who tried to catch him. He might be that shouldn't be possible. Every person had their limit. They would just need to find Phantom's limit. One night he'll mess up, go too far, and hurt himself, and as much as Shoyuda hates to think it, he hopes it's soon, because if Phantom is as young as he seems to be, no, he doesn't want to think about what might happen. He'll do things the slow way. There's no denying that Phantom is a useful vigilante, especially in a part of Mizudafu that doesn't get patrolled by heroes as often. Shoyuda tries to help out where he can during the school year, when he's in the city around UA, but usually his patrols lined up closer to the school, so he could get in and out of his staff apartment easier. But maybe this year he'll have to hang out on this side of the city. Keep an eye on Phantom. If he really is a kid, then, well, Shoyuda should try and teach him to not get himself killed, at least. Maybe he could get Phantom to come willingly with him, maybe he could even get Phantom into UA, or help him get a proper hero license through a rehabilitation program. He's done it before with other vigilantes. It wouldn't be anything new to Shoyuta. He keeps an eye out still, before sighing and dropping down onto the fire escape with a soft thunk. Not loud enough to wake anybody up nearby sleeping, though there shouldn't be any apartments or residential homes nearby him in this part of the city. One thing sticks in Shuta's brain. I don't have a quirk, Phantom said. He obviously does. Quirkless people can't walk through walls, disappear, and fly. What kind of quirk, though, was the question. If they could figure that out, they could figure out how to trap him easier. Once down on the ground, making sure nothing else was going around him, Shoyuta pulls out his phone and dials up Tsukachi. My quirk doesn't work on him, Shoyuta says without a greeting. Damn it. I was afraid of that. Tsukachi sighs on the other end. Well, thanks for the hand, Eraserhead. I guess we'll just need to figure something else out. Keep me on the case. Shoyuta clarifies, though there's a strange feeling that someone is watching him from behind. He turns and sees nothing but darkness. Though his gut is telling him maybe Phantom's still out there and didn't leave, so he starts walking out on the sidewalk and away from the alleyway. Walking out of it gets rid of the creepy feeling in the pit of his stomach. Keep me on the case, and I'll see if I can get him in the long way. Aizawa, thank you for that offer. I don't know if I could ask you to do that, though. I have an apartment at UA during the school year, so I will be in the city. It's just a matter of changing the patrol route to keep up with him. Shoyuta sighs. He's a kid. What do you mean a kid? Like 20s or younger? Younger. He can't be any younger than a first year I deal with. Well shit. That makes everything more complicated. Tsukachi audibly shudders on the other end of the line. Shoyuta glances both ways before crossing the street in front of him. I really hope his quirk is just something that gives him ghost powers. I'd hate to think. Shoyuta tries to not chuckle as he responds. Tsukachi, ghosts don't exist. Sparkles ghost sparkles. Shinso Hitoshi is still in awe that he's a UA student. Of course, the help Hitoshi got from Aizawa-sensei, who is now his homeroom teacher, what gives, not even a heads up on that, is what helped push him through the entrance exam. If he hadn't been strength training for those months beforehand, there's no way that he would have been able to pass it as well as he did. He didn't do the best, but he was roughly in the middle of the pack. The surprise of rescue points is what saved his but the most in the end. He hadn't even thought much about the aid he'd been giving to the other students, trying to take the test with him. His competitors, with the stronger, flashier quirks like the boy who could make explosions or the girl with the earphone jacks on her earlobes were going beat him, no matter what, in a fight against robots. Hitoshi didn't even use his quirk once during the test. But he still got in. On his strength alone, by prying metal pieces from the robots and using them to make a makeshift weapon to beat other robots into pieces, and by his refusal to leave anyone behind, even if they were supposed to be against him. Their first day is, well, it's something. A quirk apprehension test? One of the girls, with her brown hair cut in a bob, asks next to him. Aizawa-sensei asked, well, more like demanded, everyone in Class 1A to meet him at one of the fields, changed into their gym clothes, instead of heading to their orientation in the main auditorium. Hitoshi knows that UA is going to be a different experience from his junior high days, but he isn't quite sure what to expect. Bakugu Katsuki. Aizawa-sensei grunts, turning to the explosive blonde boy. How far was your ball throw in junior high? 67 meters. Bakugu says. Try it with your quirk. With his quirk? Bakugu steps up without fear, taking the ball from Aizawa-sensei and stepping into the circle by the ball pitch. The only rule is, don't step out of the circle. Bakugu glances down at the ball before smirking, a look that sent a shiver down Hitoshi's spine, before he wound back up and threw the ball with a loud explosion, yelling, Die! Die! Aizawa-sensei watches the ball fly off, before it lands quite a distance away. He turns back to the class, and shows from the screen of his tablet 750 meters. The students around Hitoshi gasp, and break out into a mixture of applause and chatter. 750 meters? Seriously? Did anyone notice he yelled, Die, or was that just me? We can use our quirks as much as we want? This will be fun. Fun. Aizawa-sensei's voice breaks through the chatter, cold as ice. It's not quite the same voice Hitoshi could ever imagine hearing, but knowing the pro hero as Eraserhead, it sounds like the voice he would probably use on villains. You have 3 years to learn how to be a hero here. Hero work is not fun. Hero work can and will kill you, if you're not careful. It can be quick and painless if you're lucky, but if you're not, it will be a slow and painful death. The girl who said it would be fun, the girl with horns and pink skin, shrinks back to hide behind Hitoshi. There will be 8 tests today. Whoever ends up in last place will be expelled. Expelled? Hitoshi knows that Aizawa-sensei has tough standards on hero work. When the man would take him training, he would be judgmental on every wrong movement, every wrong position. You're leaning too far to your left. Tuck your arms in more. Look up when you move. Don't think, act, but this doesn't feel like the same teacher he knows. Or maybe it is the same teacher he knows, and Hitoshi is just used to the high standards on everything around him? He knows heroism is no laughing matter. Not just because Hitoshi has experienced heroism before, in fact, he's experienced quite the opposite. Brainwashing isn't all that heroic of a quirk, even though it very well could be, if used properly. But people don't think about quirks that way, the way that sees them as tools, and not moral judgments of character or manifestations of one's true self. He hopes UA will be different with stuff about that. The tests are all physical, 8 tests that will determine the strength, speed, and stamina of their bodies, using their quirks to their full strength, no holding back. Use their quirk. No holding back. Hopefully this place will be better with bullies than Hitoshi's old school. Sparkles go Sparkles. He's calling himself what now? It was not something he chose, my friend. It's just a name that was assigned to him, but I do believe he's living up to Phantom very well, don't you think? Equinox, are you crying? No. You're the one crying, Clockwork. Yes. Of course, I am the one crying. Sparkles go Sparkles. And so, things begin to settle as such for Izuku. Once the summer ends, and Dagoba Beach is finally clean, Izuku finds himself with even more free time to dedicate to vigilantism. He doesn't plan on taking on any serious cases or crimes. He just needs to help. To be a hero, it's his obsession after all. It's only natura for him. High school begins, and for once in Izuku's life, he's excited for classes to start. All online, covered by tuition, to be taken at his own rate. For once, things are going great. Of course, these things aren't going to last forever. Just like the poet Robert Frost says, so dawn goes down today. Nothing gold can stay. Katsuki isn't quite sure how to explain this feeling. Of course, there's the rage underneath everything. There has always been that rage, hot and bubbling, underneath his skin. Maybe it was his quirk that gave him such an explosive personality. Maybe it was his youth being unchecked by every other adult in his life because of his powerful quirk. Maybe it was a mix of the two, or maybe he just had anger issues for some random other goddamned reason. Whatever the reason for it, the rage is always there. But on top of the white-hot boiling rage is confusion, is the best way he can put it. It starts at you. The best hero school in the country, nay, perhaps the best in the world, and Katsuki is the first one from shitty Aldra to get in. Not even Deku tried, which is good. The runt might have grown a spine in the last few weeks of their junior high year, but that doesn't make him any less useful than before. Katsuki knew he should have expected strong students. It's Yui, again, the best school for heroism, like, maybe ever. They only accept the best of the best. And his class is full of people with, admittedly, powerful quirks. There's shitty hair and his hardening quirk, rich girl and her creating quirk, two-tone with his ice and fire quirk, which he never seemed to use the fire other than for melting ice. What a weirdo. And other quirks Katsuki hasn't really paid attention to or caught yet, but they're all strong. But he was stronger. He was the best. Everyone has always said so. You're the best of us, Baku. If you can make it, you'll make us proud. We know you can do it, everyone always told him. But he's sitting in the observation room, his hands burning at his sides, watching his classmates take part in their first exercise, and he's confused. Angry and confused. He lost. He lost, first time in his hero class. How could this have happened? Surely, if Deku were here, he'd be able to explain a play-by-play of how exactly Katsuki lost, which is good he isn't here, because Katsuki would have decked Deku across the room if he'd started with anything, but he can't ignore the fact that the nerd is FING smart, so of course he'd be able to figure out where things went wrong. Maybe it was his partner? Engine Legs guy. Katsuki is pretty sure he's related to Ingenium, with their weird mutant engine quirks, but he's not going to bother asking. Why should he be curious? It doesn't matter. He's just another extra. But no, it isn't Engine Legs' fault. Is it my fault? A ridiculous thought. FING stupid. He shouldn't even bother with it. Katsuki glances across the room. Shitty Hair and Pikachu are going up against the little purple pervert and rich girl on the screens, but he doesn't really care about what's going on, though that little purple pervert is definitely ogling at rich girl's BRSTS, and if Katsuki was there he'd sock him, because he's focused on the other purple-haired kid in their classroom, the one with the deep eye bags and the FNG brainwashing quirk. He'd never felt so helpless. It was disgusting. It made his skin crawl just thinking about it. Eyebags had asked Katsuki a question Katsuki couldn't even remember, and the next thing he knew, he had tied himself up with the capture tape. Eyebags hadn't even landed a single hit on him and Katsuki was already out. Bullshit. But All Might wouldn't agree to a rematch. It was all, that battle was one fair and square, young Bakugu, this, and, please return to the observation room now, that. Bullshit. Bullshit. This was all so stupid. Katsuki was supposed to be the strongest, the best, he's going to be the #1 hero. He can't be beat by some nobody with eyebags and a brainwashing quirk. He couldn't be useless, like Deku is. He couldn't be seen as a liability, like Deku. He couldn't. Man, Bakugu, you look like you're about to blow a fuse. Alien girl giggles next to him. Shut the hell up. Katsuki isn't afraid of snapping back. He never has been and never will be. It's what got him all the power at Aldra. Was the power really worth it though, Katsuki? Shitty Hair and Pikachu win the round, of course. It's hard for Rich Girl to focus on any sort of strategy or plan when the purple pervert is too focused on ogling her than actually completing their task at hand. Sparkles go sparkles. Trigger. Izuku is very aware of what kind of drag it is. It's talked about in school on a different level than just weed and alcohol. Taking it is dangerous not just for the user, but also for everyone around the user. Your quirk would get stronger, yes, 10 times as strong. But you would quickly run out of control of your newfound power. Your tongue would turn a soot black, and you would start to rampage until it worked its way out of the system, in anywhere between an hour or a day, depending on your metabolism. Many people deal with it in the smallest doses they can get away with before the rampage takes over, enhancing their quirk for just a little time. Stimulants, more or less. Izuku's sure that a few junior high students would try and buy it and use it before big entrance exams, like for the UA exam, but they'd be caught pretty easily. Even just the smallest amount of trigger has signs. The smallest bit of an unnaturally black tongue would have them pulled and disqualified immediately. The risks were not worth it except for the most desperate. Izuku doesn't plan on going to bust any drag trafficking rings, especially on his own. His priorities are more aligned with the simplest of vigilante actions, helping people. He's stopped 17 muggers in his month of vigilantism so far, stopped 2 bank robberies, 8 assaults, and has managed to luckily get away from the police 4 times. He's sure they know by now that the quirk suppressant cuffs don't work that well on him. Officer 2 the other day, hello again. Slap 2 on his wrists the second time they tried to take him in. Izuku knows he could just easily get away before the police arrive, but, well, if they sneak up on him, he's not entirely sure what to do. Like, yes, he can just escape, but that still feels awkward. Dim-end societal conventions trapping him. Still, it is a bit of a surprise when Izuku is doing his usual patrol, floating as invisibly as he can over the streets of Mizudafu, and sees what he thinks is just a regular drag deal. Drags were not his wheelhouse. Izuku doesn't really want to do anything too risky quite yet. He's fine with what he's doing, but then someone pulls out a gun, and, well, he can't not just drop down and help out, even if everyone in the situation is somewhat in the morally wrong. Just because someone is wrong doesn't mean they should die. Izuku lands in between the dealers and the buyer, turning the buyer intangible moments before the bullet hits them. Hey, what the hell? Sorry to drop in on you like this. Izuku chuckles, hiding a toothy grin behind his mask. Can't help but notice that gun you got there, friend. Any chance you just give that to me easily? Oh shit, it's you. The man with the gun, he has no visible quirk that Izuku can tell grunts. In one hand is the gun, and Izuku needs to brush up on the different types of guns, because he has no idea how many bullets that gun can have. In the other hand is the case, presumably with the drags. How about you mind your own business, kid, and not interrupt when the adults are talking? Unfortunately, I have a genetic condition that makes it impossible for me to mind my own business. How about we just all take a step back? And Izuku hears the buyer yelp, and they duck behind a dumpster in the middle of the alleyway as the gun takes a shot at Izuku again. He's quick to turn intangible. Okay, well, I can't say I didn't try to talk you guys down. The two dealers, the lookout, whose skin looks as hard as stone, and the gunmen yell and charge at Izuku. The gun shoots off again, the bullet ricocheting through Izuku. Really, would they not realize by now? And bouncing off the ground before lodging itself in one of the walls. The lookout turns his fists into large boulders, heteromorphic type quirk. Just avoid getting hit over the head with the arms, should be easy, and takes a few swings at Izuku. He jumps out of the way and into the air with a spin, before letting gravity take him back and landing a kick hard on the lookout's head. Which is also stone. Which also hurts. Didn't think that one through too much. So the lookout's entire skin turns to stone whenever the quirk is used, good to know. In the single moment Izuku is stunned from kicking the stone, he hears the gun go off again, and something tears through his arm. He hasn't found too many limits to his abilities other than his own reaction time, which isn't the best at times. The wound starts oozing bright green ectoplasm instead of blood. Wait, ectoplasm? He bleeds ectoplasm. Okay, that's cool to note. Something he will write down in the future, because he's managed to survive vigilantism for quite a bit without getting any major wounds other than small cuts, that he doesn't even notice until he's human again and they bleed red, and lots of bruises. What the F dash, why is your blood green? The gunman yells, his eyes widening with shock. I eat my veggies. Izuku responds, ignoring the pain in his arm to swing again at the gunman. A good hit to the face knocks him sideways, and the gun goes spinning on the ground with the gunman hitting the dumpster. Hopefully that's only minor brain damage. The lookout charges at Izuku again, fists stone again, but Izuku keeps himself intangible, and the wound starts to really burn when he uses his power, and the lookout runs himself straight into the wall, knocking himself down as well. Izuku sighs, turning tangible again. Really, you'd think they would learn once I did it to them once. He turns back to the gunman, knocked out, and reaches into the pocket of his. He doesn't steal rope or cuffs from anyone. He has an unfortunately large stash of zip ties that he keeps in his pockets. Sure, the lookout could probably break out of them when he wakes up, but it's just easier to keep the zip ties when he's done taking care of the bad guys and hoping an officer is close enough to pick them up before they can get out. He makes sure that both of the knocked out villains have pulses before he turns to the case. Curiosity gets the better of him, as it always does, and it probably is his obsession at this rate, and it easily clicks open with the thumbprint of the gunman. Inside are 4 small vials of a green liquid. Trigger. No. Izuku stands up, holding the case still, and he turns around. The buyer, still terrified, is peeking out from behind the dumpster, and their eyes flicker from Izuku to the trigger, and then back to Izuku. They were trying to buy trigger? Izuku closes the case, setting it down gently, and steps over to the buyer. Please. Don't hurt me. I'm not going to hurt you. Izuku says. The buyer is trying to dig themselves into a corner by the dumpster, but a tall, fully grown lanky adult doesn't have that ability. Relax. I just want to ask you a question, okay? The buyer, still nervous, eyes wide, nods. Why were you trying to buy trigger? You know what it does, don't you? Why, yeah, I do. The buyer stumbles over their words, before taking a deep breath to soothe their nerves. I just got into this really big law school. I've always wanted to be a lawyer, it's my dream. They've got some after-class tutoring if you need it, but I have to miss it a lot because my dad is sick, and I can't risk falling behind, or I'll get kicked out. Then I thought, hey, my quirk boosts my learning speed, so maybe if I take just a little bit of trigger, I don't have to worry about falling behind. They sigh. It's stupid. I'm sorry. You can tie me up now. Tie you up? Why would I do that? Because I was trying to buy trigger to use it. But you didn't buy it. And you didn't use it. Izuku responds. He can't ignore the feeling in his core, the hum of resonance with this person here. Hey, what's your name? Junji Rei. Junji, I know what it's like to have a dream like that. Izuku pulls down his mask to humanize himself more. It settles the remaining nerves in Junji's face. Obviously, if you couldn't tell, it was my dream to be a hero. I can't judge anyone for trying to follow their dreams. So how about I make you a deal here? A deal? You go to your teachers or your professors, and you tell them what's going on with your dad. You ask if there's any way that they can work with you in this tough time. Teachers, they can SCK sometimes, sure, but I think they'll listen to you. Or reach out to your classmates, see if you can form a tutor group of your own that can meet at better times. Izuku smiles at Junji. People will help you. You just have to ask. Ask? But Junji take a deep breath before nodding. I'll try. That's all I could ask from you. Izuku grins. He pulls his mask up again and pulls out his burner phone from his pocket. It's a brick of an old phone that can only call emergency hotlines, but it's all that Izuku needs. I'm gonna call the police and tell them about the dealers here. You can decide whether or not you want to stick around, okay? Okay. Yeah. Junji jumps up, long limbs and all, and looks at Izuku. Their brown eyes are full of something. There's a bubbling of a feeling deep within Izuku's core that he recognizes as some sort of emotion, but it's indescribable. Phantom? Thank you. Of course. Follow your dream, Junji. Be the best lawyer you can be. Sparkles go sparkles. Hey, Phantom. Izuku stops mid-flight. He figured it was foggy enough at night where he wouldn't be an immediate beacon if he flew around, especially in the residential areas in Mizudafu, for just a little bit. The streets were quiet that night. Izuku only came across one attempted mugging, and that's as far as it went attempted. Izuku's been getting faster at taking out these bad guys, though he's also only just fighting people trying to mug others, so he might not be on a level to take on villains quite yet. The bullet wound in his arm isn't actively bleeding anymore, but it still hurts a bit. It's not. Keeping himself invisible for longer PRDS of time is also getting easier, but it's still a bit of strain to be out for more than 3 hours most nights, especially with all the travel he has to do. Especially with this wound too. But his ghost form is getting stronger, and so is he. He just needs to work on his stamina. Down here. He glances down. There's a figure on the top of one of the buildings, waving at him. They don't seem too bad, so he floats down a little closer, just out of each. They're a skinny twig of a man. Maybe early 20s or late teens at the very least. Messy hair that doesn't look like it's been brushed in a long time, which is a little gross, but Izuku can't judge people for their own hygiene habits. Sometimes depression just is like that, he gets it. I was hoping we could ask you a question. W.E. The shadow underneath the man stretches out and swallows them whole, faster than Izuku can react. It isn't the darkness that's familiar with death, but it is a darkness that's unsettling. Wrong. His core panics at the feeling, but just as quickly as it happens, it's over, and Izuku finds himself landing but first on the floor of a bar, and the darkness shifts into the form of a rather well-dressed human behind the counter of the bar, and the man from before takes a seat at the bar. Come sit. I have some questions for you. I have questions for you too. Where are we? Or you? Why did you kidnap me? Easy, Phantom. I believe we're on the same side here. The man explains. He motions to the bar. Drink. Izuku shakes his head, standing up. No, thanks. He doesn't want to just say, I'm not a legal adult, and also, he doesn't trust the people who just kidnapped him on his way home from patrol. Cautiously, Izuku takes a seat at the bar, a few spots down from where the man sits. The bartender pays no mind to it and goes about making a drink. It doesn't look like there's a lot of alcohol involved. In fact, in the corner of his eye, Izuku can spot a bottle of ginger ale being poured into a glass, with a few drops of a random red liquid, before a cherry is dropped on top and passed over to the man. All right, Phantom. I've got a proposition for you. You're a vigilante, right? Izuku slowly nods, keeping his eyes on the shadow person. He doesn't seem like an active threat, but if it's his quirk that brought Izuku here, he doesn't know exactly what to think about it. Nor does he know if he tries to escape, if they can track him and grab him again, so he just sits, making sure his mask is covering his face. You don't like hero society then, right? Izuku nods again, and the man continues. Neither do we. Everything they've built, everything they strive for, it's wrong. It's the true evil in the world. Do you play games, Phantom? Sometimes. Well, we've got a plan to take them down. The man says. We're assembling a party to do it, and we need a rouge to help out. Do you want in? A game plan? To take them down? A party? No. Izuku shudders, and his core twists in his chest. What are you planning? We're going to strike them where it hurts the most. We're going to kill All Might. Kill All Might? The #1 hero, the symbol of peace? Izuku might hold contempt for the man, still, after what he'd told Izuku on that rooftop months ago, but it doesn't mean that Izuku wants the hero dead. In fact, he would rather prefer All Might stayed alive long enough for Izuku to show him, to prove to him, that he could be a hero. Kill All Might? Izuku repeats, shocked, once the true terror lets him go. He's been kidnapped by villains. Not just random people. Villains who have a plan to kill All Might. That want him in on it. What's that going to achieve? It's going to send a message to everybody that the League of Villains are here, and we're going to break down society so we can build it back even better than before. The man says with a wide, manic grin. He takes another sip of his drink, pinky raised, before setting the cup back down on the bar. So, what do you say, Phantom? Izuku needs a second to find his words. He glances around the bar as quickly as he can, looking for exits, though he could probably disappear and just go through the ceiling and into the air, to try and get as far away from them as he possibly could. The likelihood of them being able to find him again is sparse, though the villain with the warp quirk that brought him here, the human made of shadow behind the bar, looking at him with bright, glowing, yellow eyes, might have a quirk that could find him. But most teleportation quirks like that could only work when the user can visualize their location, or has been there before, not just chasing down a random person. It's true that hero society is bad. It's caused me a lot of pain and suffering through my life, but I don't think killing the #1 hero is going to change anything about it. Izuku stands up from the bar stool, his core humming loudly in his chest. The man looks at him and his face darkens. He then wraps all of his fingers around the empty glass, letting it completely decay into ashes with his touch. Oh, that's probably not a good quirk to get hit with, Izuku thinks. You don't know anything about it, human. The man explodes into anger and tries to lunge towards Izuku. Izuku's intangible in mere seconds, and the man can't decay what he can't touch, and Izuku jumps to the other side of the bar. The Shadow Man doesn't look any less indifferent to the man with the decaying quirk having what looks like a temper tantrum in the middle of his bar. In fact, the Shadow Man just leans over the bar with a duster and dustpan and cleans up the dust of the glass. You might call yourself a vigilante, but you're not any better than those good-for-nothing heroes. Newsflash, Phantom, they're never going to accept you within their ranks. You're never going to be anything but a vigilante to most, a villain to some. Why wouldn't you want to join the winning team? I'm not in it for myself, Izuku wants to reply. I'm in it because I want to be a hero, and I couldn't do it typically. I probably can't even do it typically, still. It's confusing, it's something you clearly understand, you sweaty, gross, gamer. He doesn't say that. Instead, he says, with no hesitation, you're stupid if you think this plan is going to work. At that, the man shrieks and lunges for Izuku again, not realizing Izuku is still intangible, so he falls through and this time lands on the floor. Izuku takes that opportunity to turn invisible too, before rocketing up into the ceiling as fast as he could go. The floors above were pretty empty, and once he hit the skies, he could see he was in Hosu, of all places, which was quite a flight from Mizudafu, so he pulled up his GPS on his phone, figured out the direction he needed to go in, and flew as fast as he could muster towards home. Do you remember what I told you about cores when you first became king? Kinda, that not really, Clockwork. It has been a while. I can forgive that. For now. Hey, not all of us are all-seeing gods of time, you know. No, some of us are all-seeing gods of space now. Fair point. Anyway, what were you saying about cores? A ghost's core forms separately from their body after death. You would expect it to form around the cause of one's death, but, in reality, a ghost's core forms in relation to what they required most in life. Oh yeah, that's why I have an ice core and not an electric core, right? Precisely, Equinox. You wanted stability in your life, between your parents and the bullying you experienced at school. Thus your ice core. Plasmius, on the other hand, wanted passion and the warmth of another, and his core formed into a fiery plasma core. It's not too hard to figure out others' ghost cores, either, when you know of their life. I see. Well, what do you think of the new Phantom's core? Midoriya Izuku? I do not know yet. We will just have to see. Sparkles goes sparkles. It's the middle of the day, so it isn't a time that Izuku would go out on a patrol. He tries to not let his nightly activities catch up on him during the daytime. His brain is still swirling with the information from the night before, from that guy who said he wanted to kill All Might but he can't let it affect his day life, or his grades, or his relationship with his mom. If any of those things got seriously hit because of his vigilantism, well, Izuku doesn't know what would happen other than he'd end up fumbling and getting caught for real and ruining everything he's built so far. He tries not to think about it. But he's finished with his classwork for the day, and there's a bit of cash left on the counter for him to go pick up some groceries, so a little late afternoon grocery run won't hurt. He doesn't even intend to use his powers. He intends to just walk down the street, get his groceries in peace, listen to his music, and enjoy the nice weather. Not all is well in Mizudafu. The first thing he notices is the smell of something in the air. Smoke? When Endeavor ends up in the city, no matter where he fights, there is a stagnant smell of smoke that wafts through the buildings for days afterwards, so maybe it's just that. It's strong. Not just because Izuku's senses are stronger now, which is very strange, by the way. If Izuku died, shouldn't they be weaker, or something? But it's something other people are noticing too. He stops at an intersection and looks up in the air. Sure enough, there's a huge cloud of smoke high in the sky. He can't tell where it is though, other than the fact that it's there. Well, there are plenty of daylight heroes out. They don't need a nobody vigilante to go help out, do they? When Izuku walks into the store, he gets his first hint at what exactly is going on. He has to duck behind another person as they walk through the sliding doors. For whatever reason, any sort of motion sensors don't work on Izuku in either form anymore. He can't figure that out. Unintended electrical interference from his core? His body doesn't have as much presence as a quirked person? It's an annoying little lowercase quirk of his new powers. It's easy to get around at least. Just wait for somebody else to go in, and even though it's the middle of the afternoon, the small grocery store is quite busy. He slides his headphones off and grabs a basket, stopping as a couple passes by, chatting to each other. His ears perk up at their conversation. I can't believe that fire happening at the Mizudafu Times building right now. I know, it's so large. I'm surprised they haven't called in any heroes yet who could put it out. Maybe they're waiting for something? A fire? At the Mizudafu Times building? The only newspaper in all of Mizudafu is on fire, right now? Oh, Izuku has to see this. He's never transformed midday before, or out in the open like this. Even in a store, dropping everything and transforming would be quite obvious. His transformations are noticeable at home, but he makes sure to do it in the bathroom or in his bedroom with his door shut when his mom is asleep or not there. But the grocery store he's at is a chain, and there's public restrooms available, and nobody is going to notice if he just zips into a stall and transforms, right? His steps are quiet as he gets to the nearest bathroom, shutting the door quietly behind him. Public bathrooms have always SED, but these are, at least, very clean. There's another man in one of the stalls. and Izuku takes the one furthest from the occupied one and holds his breath. Flush. The man's humming a tune. Probably hasn't even noticed Izuku enter. Once Izuku hears the telltale sign of the bathroom door opening and closing, he grabs a hold of his core and transforms as fast as he can. The flash of light is bright, but nobody yelps or asks about it, so he's safe to assume he's alone, and Izuku lets intangibility wash over him as he flies up through the ceiling and roof of the building. Even though he's never been to the Muzudafu Times building before, it's easy to find. It's a large, brutalist building in the center of Muzudafu's more metropolitan districts, and also, there's a large cloud of smoke coming straight off the building acting as a large neon sign saying the fire is here. And yeah, the building is definitely on fire. It's almost amazing how on fire it is. There's as many fire trucks and rescue heroes as Muzudafu could afford, but Izuku can't spot any heroes with water quirks in the crowd. Strange. It looks like someone had an issue with an article written about something, because the fire lights up half of the building. It's also the middle of the day, an unusual time for arsonists to strike, but this arsonist must have wanted to send some kind of message. What message, Izuku doesn't know. But he is curious, so he is probably going to find out, somehow. DMN obsession. Toshi? Toshi! The sound of a man's voice crying out for somebody breaks Izuku out of his momentary stupor, witnessing the Muzudafu Times building lit ablaze. It was a horrifying sight, seeing the 6-story building up in flames, but there were enough heroes on the scene he really didn't see the need to interfere, except the man calling out for someone named Toshi looks incredibly distraught. He's dressed exactly how Izuku would imagine a journalist to be dressed, including a visible outline of a notebook in his upper shirt pocket and a pen sticking out, but his messy dark indigo hair, deep eye bags, and 5 o'clock shadow describe something else. He walks up to a few people who just stumbled out of the building. "Excuse me, please, have you seen my son? Have you seen Hitoshi?" Nobody he asks is able to say anything for certain. They all have the vague familiarity of colleagues between them, but nobody's able to correctly locate the man's son Hitoshi anywhere. All the other heroes are distracted with rescuing the main floors and getting the fire out, not looking for a single person. "Excuse me, sir?" Izuku drops his invisibility on the other side of the man, tugging on the sleeve of his shirt. "Who are you looking for?" "My son, Hitoshi. He's not answering his phone, and oh, God, he was just doing his homework in my office, and the man holds back a sob. "He just got into you. He can't die like this. He wants to be a hero so badly, and I can't lose him too." "A UA student, huh?" Izuku muses to himself. "Which floor is your office on, sir?" "The 5th floor. Wait, where are you going?" "Hold on, kid, wait." Izuku jumps up into the air and flies off in the blink of an eye. Even though the building is only 6 stories high, it's wider than it is taller, and most of the flame is coming out of the 4th and 5th floors, which isn't a good sign for Hitoshi's sake. Hitoshi is probably his given name, but Izuku can't be bothered to figure out the boy's surname, so he phases into the 5th floor and keeps himself intangible, looking around. Izuku's glad he doesn't need to breathe. The floor is absolutely ablaze. Beams are beginning to collapse in on themselves, and the heat is intolerable. It's stronger than the fiery pop-pop-pop of Bakugu's explosions. He keeps himself intangible and phases through the open walls. "Hello? Is anybody out here? Hello?" He's hopeful that Hitoshi was able to escape with the other crowds and get out of the building, but something deep in his core is telling him to look. He doesn't ignore the gut feelings from his core, not anymore. He phases through another wall before noticing there. A boy is on the ground, his shirt lifted around his mouth to stop the smoke inhalation, but he doesn't look all that good. Izuku can see the familiarity in the man in this boy, the eye bags and messy hair, though the boy's hair is a vibrant violet. Still, that's gotta be him. "Are you Hitoshi?" The boy jumps at his name, and he turns around. His eyes are watering a lot from the heat and the smoke, and he barely croaks out, "Who are you?" "Hi. You can call me Phantom." The Muzudafu Phantom is his full name, assigned by the press, but Phantom is just easier. Phantom. He won't deny it doesn't have a good ring to it. "I'm here to get you out of here." Hitoshi's hesitant, which is good. He doesn't seem to have heard of Phantom, which is also good, Izuku supposes. There's a bit of trust there, at least. Hopefully Hitoshi thinks that Phantom is a hero and will come with him willingly. How? My powers, duh. Izuku floats over to him, glancing around at the fire. They really can't stay much longer. Hitoshi is looking pale, and his white uniform shirt, he is a UA student, oh dear, is covered in soot. Without thinking, Izuku pulls off his own mask and hands it over to Hitoshi. Here, this'll filter things better. What about, the boy coughs. Why you? Oh, I don't actually breathe. Izuku responds with a grin, before hearing a loud creak above him. Alright, time to get us out of here. He swings his arms underneath Hitoshi's body and picks him up bridal style. Hitoshi slips the mask on, and Izuku barely moves them out of the way in time before a large beam, very much on fire, smashes down where Hitoshi is still sitting. This might feel a little tingly. He hadn't had much time to experiment with his intangibility before, but if he could pass it on to other objects he was holding, and onto the eyeballs of that gross slime villain months ago, then surely he could pass it on to over living things? The small glow that covers Izuku whenever he's intangible spreads to Hitoshi as well. I can spread this to other people. Sweet. It's short-lived, though, as the sound of the fire and more coughing from Hitoshi brings him back to the current moment. Building on fire. Focus, Izuku. Izuku spirits them out of the nearest window he can find, which is also conveniently shattered from the heat around them. Hitoshi coughs and wheezes in the fresh air, and dares a look down, before turning into Izuku more and holding onto his hoodie for dear life. Not a big fan of heights? It feels like something grabs a hold of Izuku, deep in his core. The next few words out of Hitoshi's mouth feel commanding. Just put me down, Phantom. Hitoshi. Izuku's gentle about it. He's never carried another person flying before like this, and while he's sure his ghost form has some sort of adaptations that makes the motion sickness of flying easier, like many other flight quirks, he's sure Hitoshi doesn't have it. He spots Hitoshi's dad in the crowd, and carefully lowers himself down, setting Hitoshi down on the ground as softly as possible. Toshi! Oh, thank God you're okay. Izuku glances around, spotting paramedics nearby. Hey, paramedics. Over here. One of them spots Izuku and points, and shouts something, but Izuku can't exactly hear what it is over the crowd of people. It looks like they say vigilante, or maybe vigilante, but it's probably the first option there. Phantom. The man asks, his eyes wide. But he looks at his son, and then back at Izuku. Whatever thought he had about Izuku seems to vanish in an instant with his son safe in his arms. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done if I'd lost Hitoshi. Of course, sir. He jumps back into the air, spotting a hero running towards them alongside the paramedics. Well, looks like I gotta get out of here. Take care, Hitoshi, hope to see you as a hero someday. He doesn't even remember leaving his mask with Hitoshi. Sparkles go sparkles. Catnip, Minnie. Catnap, Minnie, get on right now. Catnap, you will not believe what just happened. Minnie host, what just happened? Catnap, okay, did you hear about the fire at the Mizudafu Times? Minnie host, I did. Did they already find who set the building on fire? Catnap, not yet. Catnip, but look. Catnap, when I tell you this, trust that I am fine and I've been discharged from the hospital already. Minnie host, you were at the hospital? Catnap, yes, look, my dad works at the Mizudafu Times. Catnap, sometimes I do my homework in his office 'cause it's quieter and not at home with the cats. Catnap, anyway, I got trapped in the building when it was on fire and that new vigilante Phantom saved me. Minnie host, Phantom saved you? Catnap, yes. They were really cool. Catnap, apparently they don't need to breathe. Which is unsettling but kinda sick. Minnie host, you think Phantom is cool? Catnap, yeah, vigilantes get a bad rap sometimes, but my dad wrote the original article and it's just. It kinda nice to know that there's someone like Phantom looking out for us in Mizudafu, you know? Minnie host, yeah, I do know. Minnie host, I'm glad you're okay, Cat. Catnap, me too. God, it'd be so cringe to miss one of my first days at UA because I had to go to the hospital because of smoke inhalation. Catnap, But I'm good, got lucky with that. Catnap. Anyway, that's my adventure for today. How's your day been? Mini host, it's been fine. Just did some classwork and picked up some groceries. My mom is gonna teach me to make katsudon tonight. Catnap, sick. Have fun. Mini host, yeah, I hope it all works out. Mini host, also, hey Cat, remember how we said we should meet up in person, one day? Mini host, well, I know you're a UA student and you'll probably be busy, but I think we should plan something for the future. Sometime soon. Mini host, only if you want, though. No pressure at all. Catnap, actually, that'd be fun. Catnap, you free this weekend? Izuku doesn't exactly know what one is supposed to do when one meets up with their friends. In his defense, he hasn't had friends in years. The last time he had friends, he still had to rely on his mom and their parents to coordinate playdates. Now, it's a simple don't go out when it's actively storming out anymore rule with his mom, and he's let loose on the streets of Mizudafu. The streets have been feeling a little softer as of late. Izuku can't tell if it's his own confidence growing. Turns out being away from bullies for a few months does wonders for your own mental health. Or if it's because of the actual work he's been doing as a vigilante. Mizudafu isn't an unsafe city in the day, especially as he and his online friend who is Shinso Hitoshi, who he saved the other day, what the Fu agree to meet in an open, public place. Izuku's mom is the one who suggested it, and Shinsu's dad, the same journalist who gave him his vigilante name's Mall World, agreed. Once Shinso had asked, but what is he supposed to do when he hangs out with a friend? He's never done this before. Izuku tries to put on the nicest clothes he owns, but all he owns is hero merch and one nice white button-up shirt, so he throws on a simple Mirko shirt and a pair of shorts. The pale pink of his t-shirt looks good with the olive green shorts, and the only reason he knows that they'll look decent together is because one of his electives in his online school is a fashion history class. Most of the other art classes were taken, and he needs one to graduate, but it's kinda interesting learning about clothing and stuff through his lectures. Satisfied with his outfit, he quickly heads out to the mall. Doesn't take long to get where they agreed to meet up. Izuku's anxious and leaves early because, well, what started to fly through his brain faster than he could even think, and his core was humming louder than the thump of his heartbeat in his chest, so he arrives at the Mizudafu Mall about 10 minutes before they'd agreed to meet right outside by the fountain. It seems like Shinso is nervous, too, as Izuku can spot the boy nervously sitting at one of the benches, looking at something on his phone. Honestly, Izuku's glad they sent awkward selfies to each other the night before so they'd know what each other was supposed to look like, even though Izuku technically knows already. He can just play it off like, oh, yeah, I just really remember faces, and not, I'm the vigilante phantom who saved you the other day. For some reason, the image of Shinsu's messy hair and violet eyes got burned into his mind after he saved him the week before, especially after he found out he saved Shinso. He saved Shinso. It's still wild for him to think about. Shinso doesn't seem to have enough situational awareness, or is probably too invested in a cat video on his phone. Izuku takes a deep breath, in for 7, out for 7, before slowly approaching. Hello. Shinso jumps up like someone stabs him, but he relaxes once he sees who it is. Oh, Jesus, sorry, I didn't see you there. Izuku shakes his head, waving his hands nervously. He hadn't meant to scare Shinso like that, it just happens, sometimes. Even before he'd half died, Izuku had learned the uncanny ability of quiet walking, and unfortunately had scared his classmates before in school multiple times on accident. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Shinso looks at Izuku. They look at each other for a bit, before Izuku nervously laughs, breaking the tension. It's nice to finally meet you in person. Midoriya Izuku, but you probably already knew that. Izuku awkwardly holds his hand out. Shinso stands, pocketing his phone, and takes it. He smirks. Shinso Hitoshi. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Minnie. Izuku smiles back. Why you too, Cat? You're shorter than I was expecting. I see why you picked the name Minnie. Hey. Izuku crosses his arms. I'm not that short. You kinda are. He is, unfortunately, short. So is his mom, and Izuku's father was an average height. He's taken after his mom a lot more than his father, only really carrying over his father's curly-haired genes and the freckles. Electrocuting himself to half-death probably isn't going to help with growing any taller either, probably. Anyway, what do you want to do? Shinso blinks at him, and then looks away. I dunno, what do you want to do? I was, kinda hoping you'd know what to do. I've never hung out with a friend like this before. I haven't either. That complicates things. Surely one of them would have to take the initiative and move, or something. After a moment of awkward silence, Izuku takes another breath. Well, come on, let's go inside. Izuku hasn't been to the Mizudafa Mall all that often, aside from 2 specific stores, a basic clothing store and, of course, the huge hero merch store, but he knows it's where a lot of people his age tended to hang out. For one, people didn't have to typically spend money to exist in the mall. His mom gave him a bit of extra cash she'd had on hand to buy himself some lunch and maybe something small, if he gets a smaller lunch, but not much else. It's a lot larger than Izuku realizes it is. He and Shinso make small talk not too different from their messages on the phone, but this time, they're in person, which makes it so much cooler as they walk by the different stores. They both stop to get small boba drinks, a brown sugar milk tea for Izuku, and a fruity dragon fruit tea for Shinso. Yeah, the teachers at UA are very interesting. Are the rumors true that All Might is teaching there? Shinso nods. Yeah. A bunch of press broke into the grounds the other day to get their interviews in. He sighs. Really? Yeah. Shinso takes a sip of his drink. They pass by Izuku's favorite store, the hero store, and they stop at the windows to peer in. It was a mess. Even my dad thought they went too far. Ah, right? Shinsu's dad Shinso Jun, who wrote the article that named Izuku's vigilante form. The name that had settled right into his core and felt like home. He's glad he didn't get stuck with a stupid name. Still a bunch of press breaking into UA? Something about that doesn't feel quite right. He isn't quite sure if he's feeling it within his core, or within his gut, but it doesn't make sense for the press to break into UA, even if they do tend to go feral around any heroes within the top 10 rankings. To recklessly get onto the grounds, knowing they could get in a lot of trouble with both the school and the law? Something didn't feel right. Izuku takes a pensive sip of his drink, chewing on the boba pearl that shoots into his mouth. They continue to do their loop around the mall. Nothing seemed to stand out to either of them specifically, but it's nice to be doing something outside with someone Izuku considers a friend for once. Just chatting about their lives, and it comes to Izuku's mind that he doesn't have a very interesting life. He takes online classes, helps his mom out with chores sometimes, and that's it. His mom asked him to promise he'd find some sort of after-school club or group to join, but most of them specifically exclude quirkless people. Maybe he could find a part-time job somewhere that didn't SCK to do with his daytime hours. Or maybe, daytime patrols as a vigilante would be too dangerous. He's fine with having underground heroes like Eraserhead on his tail, because underground heroes tend to be lenient when it comes to vigilantes, as long as the vigilantes stay in their own lane and don't turn down a path of villainy. And that isn't something Izuku plans to do too soon. As they turn a corner in the mall, Izuku spots familiar people ahead and freezes. It's odd seeing Kaken Bakugu's old friends without Bakugu around. But those boys weren't ever really friends with Bakugu. Not that Izuku can't imagine Bakuga having friends, and he's sure that one day, someone can befriend that prickly cactus of a human being, but the boys from Aldra Junior High, who probably all moved on to Aldra High, weren't his friends. They claimed they were for the power and prestige of being friends with the one student who would actually make it as a hero, who had the strongest quirk in class. Midoriya? Izuku doesn't even take time to think, he just grabs Shinso by the arm and drags him into the nearest storefront. It's an old technology shop, but he's not interested in any of the tech. He's not alone, he can't just turn invisible, even though he really wants to, because as far as Shinso knows, Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. There's a little spot right by the storefront window, where Izuku can see a sliver of mall outside of it. Nobody would. Midoriya, what's wrong? Sorry. He sees the group of 3 boys pass by, loud and rowdy as usual. They've taken up a more delinquent style, not that Izuku is all that surprised. Saw somebody I knew. and Shinsu flickers his eyes out to the mall, and then Izuku. And then oh, Shinso gets it. No, I get it. Shinso says after a moment. I wouldn't want to see any of my bullies anywhere either. Especially now that I got into UA. Wouldn't they leave you alone now? Izuku pokes his head out, making sure the group of boys are actually gone before they start back on their walk. They're not even window shopping for anything anymore, they're just walking around a mall like two weirdos. You'd think that, but well, Shinso sighs. They'd probably still blame it all on my quirk. Ah, right, Shinso's quirk. Izuku still doesn't know exactly what it is, other than it's what he's been bullied over for his whole life, and it's something that's seen as villainous. He's never wanted to pry too much into Shinsu's personal life, especially when they were still online strangers, but there's a resonance in his core that he recognizes as curiosity. If you, don't mind me asking, what is your quirk? Shinso stops walking and chews on his straw for a minute. Brainwashing. Brainwashing? Yeah, I can, take control of anyone who verbally responds to me. That is, Izuku's core hums loudly, and he's honestly surprised that it's a sound that Shinso can't hear. So cool. He clearly isn't expecting Izuku's reaction, and Shinsu's face freezes, brows furrowed. I'm sorry, what? Brainwashing is such a versatile quirk. Izuku responds back. Is it limited to only coherent responses, or are you able to control someone who makes a sound in response? Like, could you control somebody who laughs at your joke, or scoffs at something you say, or does it have to be a verbal response? Shinso blanks. I haven't thought of that, actually. You should definitely try it. Izuku replies. Maybe you could take some pointers from heroes like Ms. Joke. I don't think her quirk necessarily needs someone to laugh at a joke for it to work, but I think humor is definitely a weapon you could use to your advantage in a fight. Maybe even study some comedians too. He glances over to Shinso. Shinso is staring at him, mouth somewhat agape. If it weren't for the tight grip he has on his drink, Izuku's sure it would have fallen to the ground and spilled already. Sorry, I really like quirks. You know. Embarrassment shy awkward. You're fine, Midoriya. I mean, I've always known you like quirk analysis, but did you just pull all of that out of your head? Just now. Izuku shrugs. Yeah. It's not like it's hard. He's never found analysis particularly hard. It's one of the few hobbies Izuku has stuck with his whole life, and it's something that he might have considered jotting down as a fake quirk once upon a time. To pretend he just has a very minor intelligence quirk, instead of nothing at all. It isn't like there weren't any quirkless people who didn't do that, either accidentally or purposefully, but even if it's illegal, sometimes it's better in the long run to pretend you have a quirk instead of being cast out as quirkless forever. Midoriya, I don't think I know anybody who could just do that, except actual professionals. Shinso adds. He glances down at his drink again. Do you think you could, help me out with my quirk a bit sometime? Help you? The UA student? You have access to thousands of resources like that. Why would you want to go with me? Most of my classmates have quirks that are physical. I'm already behind on them with that, and now that they know what my quirk is and how it works, I don't know how I'm ever going to beat them outside of just normal combat. He explains. I don't want to fall behind. I don't want to fall behind. Junji Rei's voice echoes in the back of Izuku's mind again. Yeah, of course I'll help, Shinso. Sparkles go sparkles. Don't get involved in Trigger, he's warned. You're just a kid, you don't need to risk your life to stop a few drag dealers, he's told. But, well, it isn't like Izuku is purposefully searching out trigger dealers in Mizurufu right now. Actually, it's quite the opposite. He would love to not deal with all of this. Izuku doesn't want to get too involved in trigger deals, just the normal nonsense on the streets. Stuff that people could take without causing a huge nightmare with their quirk. Unfortunately for Izuku, it's either his rotten luck, or just a coincidence, that he's ended up involved in two separate deals going wrong so shortly after meeting the lawyer Junji. It's not a huge surprise that a random villain of the day got her hands on Trigger and sought out to create as much chaos as she could on the streets while she did something comparatively mundane, a heist on a museum. He still can't figure out her reason for the heist, but while the heroes in the area, one of which being Endeavor, kinda cool, focus on taking down the 3 people she'd shot with trigger-infused bullets, Izuku follows her quietly and invisibly into the museum. Screw him, he's curious what she's after. Maybe if he sees what she's after, he can piece together her motive? The villain is in a black skin-tight suit that obscures most of her features, except for her hair, which is done in an extravagant updo. A hot pink sakura flower is designed into the back of her suit, and she has a gun in the holster of her belt, and a vine-like whip on the other side. She didn't announce her name, and Izuku had never heard of her before, so she's either a subtle villain, or perhaps new at this. Izuku follows her into an exhibit with old, early Quirk-era books on display. This wing of the museum is dedicated completely to early Quirk-era artifacts, even if some of the items in the glass cases are only a few generations old, and don't look too much different from items Izuku could see for sale in the modern day. She eventually finds what she's looking for, dropping down from the rafters where Izuku is following her. It's a book. The villain shatters the glass, not even bothered by an alarm getting set off, and picks up the book, leafing through a few pages. Izuku can't read it from where he's floating a few feet above her, but, really, a book? All the chaos shooting 3 innocent bystanders with trigger, causing them to go on a chaotic rampage through the city for a book? You know, you could have probably borrowed this book out from the library instead. Izuku says, shooting down and grabbing the book from her grasp as he turns visible. What the you? You're that little kid vigilante, aren't you? The name's Phantom. Don't wear it out. Izuku flies high out of her reach and leafs through a few pages of the book. It's not even a published book, it's somebody's personal journal. You're stealing somebody's diary? The villain grabs her whip, and it shoots out to grab the rafters of the building again. It's an interesting design choice, for a museum to have completely open rafters and vents, but Izuku's not one to judge interior design too much. She pulls herself up with it, swinging to kick at Izuku. She doesn't collide with him, but she does startle Izuku enough, he was not expecting that, to the point where he drops the book, and the villain grabs it easily. The villain swings again, and twirls into the air to land on the rafter. Her movement in the air is mesmerizing. Izuku's pretty sure that sort of experience would come with being a trapeze artist in a circus, or something similar. Her movements are too graceful. I'm not one to question what my clients ask for. I just grab it, 'cause a little chaos, and get out of there. She's not grabbing it for herself, then. Oh, you're a thief for hire? Curious little thing, aren't you? The villain asks with a smirk, ducking as Izuku shoots out for her, trying to grab the book from her grasp again. I'm not surprised you haven't heard of me before. You can call me Sakura, little kid. Sakura? It doesn't give Izuku any hints towards her quirk. He turns intangible right before she could grab him with her whip. That has something to do with it, for sure. Perhaps some sort of plant manipulation ability? Also, Izuku's gotten used to the villains and thugs he fights underestimating him for being a kid, but it still doesn't mean it doesn't hurt any less. But they're supposed to be trying to hurt him, so, well, at least he can tell them when they get arrested, yeah, you were really mean, you did a good job in villain. Her whip shoots out again, before it stops mid-air, and goes slack. Sakura's face scrunches up in anger, as shooting it out again does nothing. My quirk? No quirk. That means Izuku spots him, hiding in the shadows. To raise her head, Izuku figured the hero would be around at some point during the night. It's not like Izuku has the guy's patrol schedule memorized or anything. See, he totally does, but it's not for a creepy reason, it's so Izuku can keep an eye and make sure the underground hero isn't getting too close to Izuku's home, for obvious reasons. Eraserhead shoots out his own capture weapon towards Sakura, but she ducks out of the way of it, and starts running alongside the rafters, towards the opening she'd made in the skylights moments before. Eraserhead shoots after her, and Izuku isn't too far behind, staying close to the pro as he does. It's far enough that they might be able to catch up. The hero grunts at Izuku. What did I tell you about getting involved with this stuff? Hey, I'm technically not getting involved in the people who were hit by Trigger, so I'm not involved with Trigger. Argue with my logic, I dare you. Izuku wants to say, but they've got to focus on the issue at hand, not banter. Sakura is able to use her quirk again for a second when Eraserhead blinks, and she takes advantage of it by whipping herself further ahead on the rafters. She's already almost to the skylights she shattered to get in. Eraserhead and Izuku aren't too far behind, but they're far enough that the capture weapon isn't able to reach her. How can I go faster? Izuku wonders, his eyes glancing around the space he's in. Turning intangible means he won't have to deal about weaving around the bulky vents around them, and maybe if he turns intangible, he can get rid of the air that is resisting around him as he's flying? Well, no time for thinking too much on whether it'd be possible, time to try it out. Izuku turns intangible and pushes himself just a little bit faster. The lack of resistance in the air means he shoots out faster than he's ever flown before, and Izuku is able to reach the shattered skylight and land on the rafters in front of Sakura. She skids to a stop and turns, but Eraserhead is across from her. Behind her is the back wall of the roof, and to her left is the direction they'd just come from, which is also risky. Eraserhead activates his quirk again, his dark hair floating into the air, and Sakura flinches. She doesn't hide it very well. She grunts and reaches for the other thing on her belt. The gun in its holster. Fine. I was hoping to save the last one of these, but this'll make an easier escape. She still has more bullets. Izuku's brain thinks faster than his body for a second, and then his body acts on its own. Everything happens in slow motion. Sakura grabs the gun and aims it towards Eraserhead, who blinks and drops his own quirk. She pulls the trigger, and Izuku flies into its path. He'd been shot before, but only once the bullet was easy to pull out of him, and once he got it out, Izuku's body healed as fast as it could. He didn't even need to worry about figuring out how to stitch himself back up when he got home from patrol. By the time he stumbled into his room at 4 in the morning, all Izuku needed to do was wrap his arm up in some gauze, and the wound had scarred over by that afternoon, and faded completely the next day. His fast healing wasn't the main reason Izuku's brain immediately went to taking the bullet for Eraserhead. He just didn't want to deal with a pro hero that got drugged up on Trigger. Though he doesn't quite know what Trigger would do to his own body. The bullet rips through the air and clips Izuku in his stomach, right where his intestines would be. The pain immediately explodes, and Izuku falls. Well, I guess I'm about to find out, Izuku thinks, grimly. At least it would give Eraserhead time to catch Sakura. Trigger can take a minute or two to hit in the systems of people with quirks, but Izuku didn't know what that'd mean for someone who had the strength equivalent of 100 quirks in his body. He doesn't hit the ground, though he hears Eraserhead's capture weapon shoot out and it wraps around him instead, though it isn't constrictive. What? Izuku glances up as Eraserhead pulls Izuku up through the open skylight and onto the roof. Sheet. Look kid, it's going to be okay. Izuku blinks up at Eraserhead as he's set onto the roof. The capture weapon unwinds around him and folds back around Eraserhead's neck. The pro hero is already kneeling down on the ground with Izuku. But Sakura. Sakura is a thief who has gotten away from hundreds of robberies, and will no doubt be making another one soon. She can be caught another day. Eraserhead explains. It's not the most logical reason, but there's a twinge of fear in the pro hero's eyes. Alright. Probably the strongest thing anyone has ever seen has gotten hit by Trigger. No doubt everybody is afraid of what's going to happen. Speaking of that, it's definitely been long enough for Trigger to kick in, hasn't it? Izuku doesn't really feel all that different, except for the pain exploding in his midsection. He winces as he tries to sit up all the way. Eraserhead helps him lean back up against a turned-off air conditioning unit. Phantom, listen to me, all right? We're going to need to get that bullet out now. We can't let too much Trigger get into your system. Okay. It's hard with the elbow braces on, but Izuku wiggles out of his hoodie quickly. The light gray t-shirt underneath is already soaked with ectoplasm from the gushing wound, which is just a little bit to the left of his belly button. That's gross. You're bleeding green. Eraserhead deadpants. Is that normal? Yeah. I think so. When was the last time you've been to a hospital? Izuku shrugs. Another shock of pain goes through his body. Oh yeah, he'll definitely be out of patrol for a few days. Doesn't matter. It's a bullet we're trying to dig out, right? Eraserhead grunts, but says nothing. He reaches into one of the small utility bags along his belt and pulls out a small battle first aid kit. Izuku would imagine that typically, keeping a bullet in a wound is the best option until they can actually get him to a hospital, but two things are different. One, Izuku is not, and never will be, going to a hospital. If they find out about his wacky anatomy and existence, well, somebody might try and put him under lock and key, or maybe the Hero Commission. Either way, no thanks. And, two, the bullet supposedly has trigger in it, and the faster they can get it out, the less trigger will be in Izuku's system. But he hasn't felt anything yet but the pain from the gunshot. So maybe. Eraserhead doesn't need to even dig through Izuku's abdomen to find the bullet. It's a solid, non-ectoplasmic item lodged in Izuku, and he just needs a moment to turn intangible, and it drops to the ground right under him. Here's the bullet. Izuku picks it up. It's covered in ectoplasm, which will definitely dissolve over time once it's out of his body. Hopefully it won't corrode the bullet itself. Izuku would feel bad if he accidentally destroyed the evidence. Eraserhead takes the bullet carefully, sliding it into a small plastic baggie. He definitely splurges for the highest quality bandages for his first aid kit, and the gauze is wrapped tightly around Izuku's midsection quickly. Izuku drops the shirt and tries to ignore the thumping pain in his stomach, but he can feel his core already starting to loudly hum as it starts to work on healing the wound. Alright, once we get you to the hospital, we can get you the antidote, and Eraserhead pauses and looks down at Izuku. How are you feeling with that? No different than normal, I guess? Izuku replies. He sticks his tongue out to the hero. Ish my tongue black? It's not. Eraserhead says. Well, you're past the window for the kick-in, so either this bullet didn't have trigger in it or… You know what? No, I'm not even going to consider that idea. Come kid, let's get you to the hospital. No. No hospital. You've been shot. You're going to the hospital. No, I'll be fine. Izuku replies, sitting up. He ignores the pain that explodes in his abdomen again, but it's not as intense as it was moments ago. I heal fast. Eraserhead blinks at him, and then pinches the bridge of his nose. Of course you do. But you still should get checked out. And what? Get caught for vigilantism. Thanks for the concern, Eraserhead, but I'm not that dumb. Standing is a little tricky, and floating is a little harder. I'll just sleep it off. I'll probably be fine by the end of the week. Phantom, wait. But it's too late. Izuku disappears, ignoring the pain that explodes in both his core and his stomach, before flying off home as fast as he can. At least Eraserhead gave him really nice bandages. A lot nicer than the stuff Izuku has in the first aid kit in his bathroom. Sparkles go sparkles. Good evening. Hirata-ni likes to think of herself as quite punctual once she completes a job for a client. She arrives at the dinky bar in Hosu after sticking around for just a moment to watch the remaining chaos from the 3 civilians she shot with trigger. Endeavor was on scene, and he'd burned one of the poor souls pretty severely. Oh, and that vigilante kid. Phantom. She wanted to see what sort of damage he could cause on trigger, but she didn't want to stay too late. She had a job to do, after all. The gentleman maid of Void Kurogyri, he had been introduced as, and the man-child Shigaraki Tamura are both sitting at the bar. Shigaraki is drinking some sort of non-alcoholic mocktail, not one that Ani can recognize. You're back already? Shigaraki asks. I like to get my jobs done fast and efficiently. Ani explains, setting the gun down on the bar. I would have liked to keep the trigger bullets. They were quite handy. You used all 4? Ani nods. Had to. That little phantom punk got in the way. She pauses. I wonder how he's doing now. She did feel a little bit of guilt for shooting a child, but, well, that pro-hero Eraserhead was right with him. He could get the little gremlin the antidote quickly, and he'd probably have to go to the hospital, so that'd be one less vigilante on the streets. Well, no matter. You got the item Sensei requested, didn't you? Shigaraki asked, scratching feverishly at his neck. Ani drops the thick journal on the bar, next to the gun. I don't know what your boss wants with this old journal, but got it in one piece. Perfect. Kurogyri speaks before the man-child can. We will have the remaining funds deposited in the account you gave us tomorrow morning. Are you sure you don't want to join our raid party, Sakura? Shigaraki adds. We could use a rouge like you. I told you before, Shigaraki. I'm a thief, I'm not a fighter. Ani retorts, crossing her arms. Her quirk, whip, could be used pretty effectively for fighting, but she never saw the point in fighting. If she could be quick, get in and out of a place, why would she need to fight? I'm not against working with you all again, though. If you have anything else you need me to swipe, you've got my contact information. We will pass along the sentiment. Thank you for your work, Sakura. Kirajari says. I am sure our master will contact you if we need your assistance again. Ani was sure about that too. Izuku was hoping that trigger wouldn't affect him at all. If it impacts quirk factors and Izuku's core is 100x a quirk factor, then by all accounts, it should work similarly to quirk suppressants. Hardly impact him, if anything. Maybe it'd be just a little, 5-second boost that he wouldn't even notice, because he's already high on the ghostly equivalent of adrenaline as he gets out of Eraserhead's sight. But of course, since it's Izuku, it's gotta be weird. Once he gets into his apartment again, making sure his mom is still asleep before he de-transforms, Izuku checks on the gunshot wound in the bathroom. Despite changing, he's still covered in a bit of ectoplasm. Not all of it changes to blood when he transforms, it seems, but ectoplasm comes off easily, so he's not too worried. What shocks him the most is when he unrolls his bandages, there isn't a wound. What? There's not even a scratch or a dent where the bullet tore through his stomach. A bit of dried ectoplasmic goop is caked into his skin, and it would be an easy thing to wash off, but there's not a single mark where he'd been shot. That's interesting. He unwinds the bandages completely before wrapping them in a wad of toilet paper and dropping them underneath the trash already in his bathroom's trash can. While his mother's salary wasn't much, in comparison to most other people's, it could at least afford an apartment with 2 bathrooms, which was good for Izuku and his vigilantism. He could take the trash out unsuspiciously in the morning and his mom would be none the wiser about his nightly activities. Now that he's at home and can breathe though, Izuku does notice something odd too. There's no fatigue or sleepiness taking a hold of his brain after a long patrol out. He's just as awake and alert as he was before his patrol, or like he'd slept in a little later on one of his non-patrol nights. In fact, it feels more like Izuku downed a cup of caffeinated tea or coffee, with how awake he is. Trigger? He wonders as he changes quickly into his pajamas. Of course, trigger wouldn't work on someone without a quirk factor. The drag attaches to the quirk factor through some science, which Izuku is probably going to look up now, he's curious, and increases the strength of a person's quirk with the downside of it being too strong for a person to handle. He imagined that trigger would affect him similarly to any quirk suppressants he'd dealt with from the police force. It would barely work on him. And if it did, Izuku would be able to get away without it getting too dangerous. It would have to be 100 times stronger to actually affect. But maybe. Izuku crawls under the covers of his bed, but he stares up at the ceiling, his mind running miles at a second. The night that he had gotten involved in the first trigger deal, he hadn't kept too close of an eye on the drag in the case, after getting Junji Rei's story. The only thing he could remember about trigger is that the small vials were green. They weren't ectoplasmic green, or if they were, they didn't have that signature glow that Izuku quickly got used to after getting shot twice already on patrols, but the fact that they were green itself couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Could trigger be ectoplasm-based? It's what makes the most sense. Izuku's theory of the formation of quirks is sounding more and more likely as he learns about his own ghostly nature. Normal quirked people would have a bad reaction to ectoplasm due to their small, 1/100th of a core rejecting ectoplasm, but Izuku? Izuku has a core. He makes his own ectoplasm, he's a whole generator at this point for his own natural energy, so if trigger was somehow ectoplasmic in nature. I should test this, he thinks, closing his eyes. But how? Should I? Stupid, idiot, dumb brain. Izuku is not going to use the remainder of his money from the beach cleaning to purchase the most dangerous drag on the streets to use on himself. What if something goes horribly wrong, and he just lucked out this time and didn't actually get trigger in his system? Or if the thief Sakura was lying about there actually being trigger so she could get away? He can't be stopped by normal heroes. Izuku isn't sure he can actually be killed anymore, at this rate. But how else am I supposed to know what it actually does to me? The curiosity in him shifts, a bit, and his core churns at the thought. What if it's what healed me? That'd be ironic. Trigger, the most dangerous drag on the streets, being able to heal Izuku. Knowing his luck, that'd be exactly what it does to him. Sparkles go sparkles. Oh geez, Shoyuta. What wrong side of bed did you wake up on this morning? Shoyuta ignores Hisashi's snide comment when he walks into the staff office the following morning. He's got the largest to-go cup of coffee on the market in one hand and graded papers from his ethics class underneath his other arm that isn't even set to be handed back until the end of the week. He's sure his eye bags are darker than normal, and he'd hardly brushed his hair before he left his apartment that morning to get to his day job. He'd been up too late, tormented with thoughts about Phantom. It didn't seem that the kid had too much trigger in his system, or maybe, thanks to his weird anatomy, it didn't affect him at all, which doesn't make sense, because trigger affects a quirk factor in the same way that Shuta's own quirk does. I don't have a quirk, Phantom had told him once. If he doesn't have a quirk, then what else could he have? What else could he be? Didn't go to bed. Shoyuta responds with a huff. He's glad he keeps a spare sleeping bag in the staff office for days like this. He could get to 1A, make sure his kids don't cause too much chaos during homeroom, and nap until lunchtime. He sets down the coffee cup and the graded papers on his desk. You look like you just rolled out of your grave. No offense, Sho. Hisashi's incessant nicknames aren't even annoying him this morning. That's probably a bad sign. Just a case. Shoyuta responds. He's not sure that there's any rule to him sharing information about the Muzutafu Phantom's case with other heroes. Typically, cases that involve villains or vigilantes are an open book for any hero, limelight or underground, to read into, to get the most feet on the ground to stop the vigilantes. Only civilians weren't able to access some of that stuff. But the daytime heroes weren't going to pursue vigilantes who mostly acted at night, and the underground heroes wouldn't even go too far in these cases unless the vigilantes started to become a threat. All Phantom had done so far was, well, all good stuff. With abilities like his, he could be a formidable villain, especially given the fact that quirk suppressants don't work. They didn't know what his weaknesses were, or if he even had a weakness. But Phantom's case is a little different, a little more sensitive, due to the fact that they might be dealing with a minor committing acts of vigilantism, which makes the case a very specific case indeed. It's not that Shoyuta can't share more information. He doesn't want to, because Shoyuta knows that if any of the big-time heroes get involved in the case, someone is going to get hurt badly. I know how bad cases can get sometimes. If you need anyone to vent to, you know I'm here, right, Sho? Hisashi smiles a genuine one, not his usual over-the-top, too bright to be real smile, and pats Shoyuta on the back, gently. And Shoyuta knows that, yes, he technically does have friends. Hisashi, Nemuri, and even Tensei would all throw down whatever they're working on to help him. Bringing Tensei in on the Phantom case might not be that bad of an idea. He had to deal with Crawler for a whole until they were able to finally get him into a program that would rehabilitate him, and also work on getting him a proper license so he could be a proper hero, so Tensei has the experience. Nemuri might be able to help too, if Shoyuta wasn't sure that Phantom saw the act of breathing as merely optional. Tsukachi might not even object to them being brought on. He'll ask them about it later. He has a group of 20 students to wrangle together. They've got a field trip next week, and Shoyuta was dreading it a little bit. Sparkles go sparkles. Trigger experiment number 1. Hopefully I only have to do one for now. Hypothesis. Trigger is a form of synthetic ectoplasm. Results. After using Trigger following a minor injury, it completely healed me and gave me a bit of a boost of energy. After a bit of research, I have discovered Trigger's official drag name is ectopinephrine, which is a synthetic ectoplasm based off of human adrenaline. Knowing how most people react to being injected with ectoplasm, it seems like it makes sense. Of course, I can't do a molecular comparison. I don't have the equipment, and even if I did, I don't know how long I could keep my own ectoplasm stable outside of my body long enough to get a good look at it. Maybe one day I'll be able to actually figure it out, but I shouldn't use Trigger for minor wounds like this. I'm healed, feel like I've had 6 cups of coffee to drink. The larger the wound, the less I'll probably feel the energy boost, probably? Seems likely. I don't want to do any more experimentation like this, but I think I can safely conclude the following. Trigger is a synthetic ectoplasm. I am able to use it to heal myself up in a pinch. Keep a vial of Trigger in the bottom of my first aid kit. If I ever were to get hurt enough, I can use Trigger to keep myself alive. Or as alive I could hope to be. I really hope my mom doesn't find this notebook. Sparkles go Sparkles. Eraser-san. How are the kids treating you? Shoyuta would normally have to resist the urge to groan upon hearing the voice of the vigilante phantom, but right now he couldn't be happier. It had been a few days since the kid had gone radio silent on his end, and nobody had heard from Phantom since he'd gotten shot by Trigger. The only reported interaction was from a Trigger dealer, who said a kid who looked like Phantom approached him asking for Trigger, but he couldn't remember much of the interaction due to memory issues. Because of course. But the vigilante appearing out of the blue right in front of Shoyuta, as much as it makes him nearly drop his coffee out of surprise, settles something that had been bubbling underneath his skin for the last few days. Phantom. You've been gone for a bit. Are you alright? Wcha? The kid freezes mid-air, arms drooping. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? The last time anyone had actually seen you, you had been shot with a bullet laced with Trigger. Shoyuta explains, setting his coffee down. He's sitting on the ledge of a building actually taking a break for once. Hizashi can't get on his butt for taking a break now, but he pushes himself up to be on eye level with the child vigilante. The problem child. And you pointedly refused to go to the hospital. He looked fine in fact. Phantom didn't even look like he had been shot just a few days prior. Oh yeah. I almost forgot about that. How do you almost forget about being shot? Shoyuta thinks, and then stops, remembering all the times he can't remember even getting shot or being stabbed until after the perpetrator got arrested, and he realized he was bleeding. Never mind. I'm an exception here, obviously. Did you get help for it, or are you on your own? I know, I didn't get help, but not for the reason you thought. Phantom waves his hands in the air nervously. By the time I got back to my AP back to my house, all was well. I told you I heal fast. Even the fastest healing quirks couldn't fix up a bullet wound like that overnight. Phantom even raised his shirt to show, look, no wound, no scar, nothing to prove it, which did settle his nerves a bit more, but it still didn't make sense. It's hard to tell if and when Phantom lies, because it seems like everything he says has both a lie to it and a grain of truth mixed together. He's lying about not having a quirk, obviously, but he's telling the truth about it at the same time. Someone must have raised him to believe his quirk was something else, something inhuman, and if Shoyuta got his hands on them. No need for him to get too attached to the vigilante right now. He needs to stay logical about everything, even if Shoyuta wants to take Phantom out of the streets and shove him into a UA uniform so he can at least learn how to be a hero properly, if he so badly wants to do this. I am going to trust you this time, but if you get hurt while you're out here, come find me, alright? Shoyuta says, picking up his coffee before he accidentally knocks it over the edge of the roof. If you don't want to go to a hospital, I can take you somewhere else if you need it. Really? You do care, Eraser-san. I need you to trust me, Shoyuta thinks. I need you to trust me so I can stop you from risking your life like this right now. I need you to trust me. Anyway, you never answered my question. How's your class this year? They're fine, and none of your business. Shoyuta is curious to know how exactly Phantom knows that he's a teacher. It's not like it's exactly public information. While he doesn't have a secret identity as Eraserhead, formidable underground pro hero, the staff page on UA's website doesn't list all of the staff and teachers, due to privacy concerns. He's sure he's not on there, or he's going to have to go hunt down the principal to see if anything changed. There is a possibility, an ironic possibility, that Phantom is a UA student. Perhaps someone in general education? Vlad does have a girl in his class, Shuta's blanking on her name, whose quirk is Poltergeist, a medium-strength telekinetic quirk, but unless she hasn't registered the truth about her quirk legally, there's no what that Phantom is that girl. But there's a possibility he's a student nonetheless. But it doesn't make sense. If he is a student, why is he risking his life out at night as a vigilante? Even if he is a general education student, it doesn't make sense why he would take that risk. Fine. The vigilante lands onto the building, next to him. Wow, mighty praise for Mr. I expelled my entire class last year. There's no issues at all? How do you even know I teach? How do you even know I expelled my entire class? I have my ways. Phantom says, very clearly smirking underneath his mask. Well, that explains absolutely nothing. If Phantom isn't a UA student, he must be friends with one of them. Hopefully as a civilian, though, knowing his class, Shoyuta wouldn't be surprised if any of them were brave or stupid enough to befriend a vigilante. I said, none of your business. Unless you join them, one day, Shoyuta wants to add, but keeps his mouth shut, taking a sip of his coffee. Is that all you need from me? Actually, no, I wanted to show you something. Phantom said, pushing himself back up into the air. Flight quirks are incredibly rare in this day and age. Some heroes, of course, could fly as a result of their quirk. All Might can take huge leaps and cross over cities in seconds without breaking a sweat. Current number 3 hero Hawks is, obviously, a bird heteromorph, so his wings help him fly. But a flight quirk with no strings attached, like with Phantom, where he can just disregard the laws of gravity, something like that has to be registered somewhere, right? With how easily he does it, maybe the police search needs to narrow down on anti-gravity quirks as well. Even if it's mistaken to be a small floating ability, it could be a clue. Phantom floats back a few feet, before landing on the ground again. He stretches out his arms in front of him, and closes his eyes tightly, focusing on something. Shuda's not entirely sure what he's doing until he sees it. It flickers a bit, but eventually, a solid dome made of some sort of green energy, the same color as Phantom's blood, the color that's been haunting Shuda's dreams a bit since the kid got shot, materializes around him. Cool, huh? His voice echoes strangely in the dome as Phantom drops his arms and lets the energy dissipate. Shoyuta tries to ignore the awful feeling forming in the pit of his stomach. Phantom's clearly excited to show him this. How in the world did you do that? His quirk lets him walk through walls, disappear and fly. We thought we were looking for an atomic manipulation quirk, but is it possible it's some sort of energy-based quirk? But that makes no sense. Either way, what is this kid's quirk? I just closed my eyes and... I'm not asking you literally, kid. Shoyuta clarifies. Your quirk, what exactly is it? I told you, Eraser-san, I don't have a quirk. Shoyuta rolls his eyes. This again. He's sure they're dealing with a kid who was told his mutant-type quirk made him something other, something inhuman, his whole life, and Phantom's probably internalized it. But maybe it'd be better to play along with it? Okay, sure you don't have a quirk. Then how are you doing all of this? That's easy. I'm a ghost. But ghosts, they don't exist, Shoyuta wants to say, but again, this seems to be something that Phantom has deeply internalized. You're a ghost then. But what does that have to do with the energy shield you just made? Phantom takes a second to think about it. I actually haven't taken a second to think about that yet. But I guess the shields are clearly based off my own ectoplasmic energy, so maybe it's not just specifically shields then, maybe it's just a subsect of manipulating my own ectoplasmic energy instead. Phantom turns on his heel, his back facing Shoyuta for a second. I wonder, he stretches just his left arm out this time. Shoyuta approaches slowly, but he keeps a little distance between himself and the vigilante. What is Phantom doing? Before he can ask anything, a burst of light explodes from the palm of Phantom's left hand and hits the brick of the building next to them. Luckily, these buildings are abandoned and vacant, or an unfortunate scorch mark would have been left in the side of someone's apartment complex. And it's smoking. Whatever energy Phantom had just shot out from his hand hit the brick building next to them and left a small, smoking crater. In the brick. Holy shit. What kind of powerhouse is this kid? He might be stronger than All Might. Yes, I was right. It's just basic ectoplasmic manipulation then. He leans forward a bit. I probably shouldn't use that attack on humans. I really don't want to know what that could do to someone's skin. Shoyuta buries the feeling in his stomach again. His gut is telling him it's fear, which is reasonable. The quirk singularity theory has been around for a few years now. Debates on whether quirks are going to be one day too strong for a mortal body to handle are getting tiring at this point, but he feels like when he looks at Phantom, Shoyuta can see the theory in real life. But Phantom's body is built to handle all the quirks. Oh god. Could Phantom be an experiment, sent out by villains? Clearly, if they were looking to cause chaos, it isn't working, given how incredibly helpful Phantom is as a vigilante. But maybe he'd escaped from experimentation, and that's why he doesn't recognize he has a quirk and thinks he's something other? But who could put so many quirks into a small child, and why would they do that? Eraser-san? Are you okay? Just thinking of the paperwork I have to do when I get off my patrol. Shoyuta replies quickly. It's only a bit of a lie, he does have paperwork to fill out and tests to grade. At the look of Phantom's panicked face, he adds, nothing about you this time, problem child. It's a quiet night, why don't you call it a night and get home? Okay, I've probably been out yeah, I can call it a night. Phantom stumbles over his words. Have a great night, Eraser-san. Get to bed, problem child. I will, and oh wait, you work at UA, don't you? Yes. I meant to tell someone about this when it happened last week, but all this trigger stuff took over my life. I got asked by some villain guy out at a bar in Hosu to join a team he's making to kill All Might. Obviously, I said no, but I just wanted to pass that along. Kill All Might? Well, many groups get up in arms to try and take down the #1 hero every day. The threats aren't really that serious. Should have seen what the man can do, even as injured as he is now, and now that Shoyuta knows this too, he hates to admit it, but it's impressive, and even though All Might is weaker. Now, he's not weak enough to be taken down by a group. Still, a group that had asked a vigilante to join is concerning. Thanks, kid. I'll pass it along. Tsukachi's going to get a very long call after this. Okay, great. See you later, Eraser-sen. Phantom takes off into the night sky like a bullet. He's visible, still, which makes him look like a shooting star arcing across the clear night sky. Hopefully they're getting a little closer to uncovering Phantom's identity now. As the second week of the new school year rolls around, it's time for what Shoyuta has been dreading the most. The field trip. Of course, he didn't see much of this sort of action last year. He helped chaperone Vlad King's field trip to the USJ the previous year, but it was mostly self-sufficient. Once 13 got a hold of the class, he and Vlad watched from the observation decks as they led Class 1B through the different simulations. It was less of a practical demonstration and more of a tour. This year, though, Shoyuta actually has a class that he needs to watch over. He actually has to do his job. It doesn't help that most of the UA staff is still on edge after the media break-in a few days prior. It reeked of something. One section of the tall wall that surrounds campus had been completely decayed, dust by the time Shoyuta discovered it, hours after the last journalist was rounded up by the police officers and taken away for questioning. The vultures stomped through the moment they could. As comedic as it was, it caused such a massive headache. He glances over his class as they shuffle onto the bus. Yayarozu was an excellent class representative, and Ida Tenya was, while overbearing, a great vice representative. Class 1A hadn't had major pitfalls so far, or any pitfalls that Shoyuta was aware of, though he had been keeping an eye on Mineta Minoru after hearing some unsavory rumors about his attitude around his female classmates. Shinso Hitoshi, his little protege, even though he would never call the boy that, was fitting in as well. A little awkward and shy, he'd found himself surrounded by Uraraka Ochako and the aforementioned Ida Tenya. A strange group of friends, but there was a familiarity to it that made his heart ache. He should focus. He sits in the seat at the front and closes his eyes. Not quite a nap, he's still able to overhear conversation behind him. I don't think Bakugo will be a very good hero. Tsu Azui speaks her mind always. Shoyuta is baffled by the bravery of her blunt statement and has to stifle a chuckle under his breath with a cough. What's that supposed to mean, frogface? Bakugo Katsuki yells. See. Tsu says, casually, unafraid of the blonde's insults. I'll take you on. Please, you'll fight anyone. Despite the bristling of the blonde boy and his explosive personality, he doesn't really own the class like he thinks he should. Kirishima Eijiro says the last statement. I'll fight you too. I'll take you both on. You already have, bro. The bus erupts into laughter. Not all of it is nervous laughter. Keep it down. Shoyuta says, clearing his throat. We've got 5 minutes until we get there, and I don't want to have to ask again. The bus goes silent. A few awkward mumbles and "yes, sensei," echo through the crowd. Shoyuta keeps his eye on Bakugo, who glares back at him. That might be a problem. Most of his class is rather good. There are doubts, of course, with some of his students. Yaoyorozu Momo needs to be more assertive. Todoroki Shudo seems to avoid using half of his quirk, to his detriment. Shinso needs to break out of his shell more. Bakugo Katsuki is, well, pretty similar to his quirk. A rather explosive personality. Mineta Minoru is very obviously not cut out for the hero's life. It'd be nice if the boy dropped out before Shoyuta had to expel him. Expelling students is a lot of paperwork, and then Shoyuta shakes the thought away. Though he can't deny how beneficial having Phantom join Class 1A would be on both ends. Phantom could still learn how to be a hero, could focus on all the good he can do in the world, without worrying about getting dragged into trigger drag deals gone bad, getting killed for recklessness, and his record could get wiped clean. That is, if Phantom would ever consider it. The vigilante seems to have distaste for many things with hero society. Not so much on the rumored hero killers level, but it was pretty high for a vigilante, all things considered. Shoyuta is the first one to notice when they arrive at USJ. USJ, the unforeseen simulation joint, is a marvel on UA's campus. Well, technically, it was a sister campus to UA. The building was a good few miles out of Mizudafu, but still close enough to UA that one could conceivably walk to USJ if they wished to, only about 5 kilometers away from the main campus. The entire facility is run by UA, but rented out by other schools for rescue training for their own hero students. One of the many ways UA is able to keep up with its students without bleeding money, among other things. He shuffles off the bus before his students, meeting 13 at the front door. He hadn't seen the space hero, Kuro's Ainin, since the school year started, but even though their face is obscured by their helmet, Shoyuta can still see the confusion from them. As the students try their best to follow Ida's instructions to get off the bus in an orderly fashion, Kuros looks at Shoyuta. Wasn't All Might supposed to be here? Shoyuta sighs. Ever since he learned the truth about All Might and his deflated form a requisite for any staff members at UA, once the number one hero had been hired, it felt like a headache on top of a headache. Of course, the number one hero in all of Japan, the symbol of peace himself, had a limit with his quirk, now, and was slowly getting weaker. Idiot ran out of time earlier. Senpai, that isn't very nice. Kuros says, crossing her arms. But, well, I suppose he was only going to stand back and watch, so his presence isn't required. If the students get into any trouble, we should be able to help them out ourselves. Yeah, Shoyuta was expecting that. His class was a troublesome bunch of hell spawn. Whatever they had fed this generation, he wanted no part in. No thank you. He's definite that Phantom is around their age as well, given that he acts pretty identical to Shuda's students. Eventually, Class 1A groups up in front of the USJ doors, and Kuros can start her usual speech as they walk in. If only he'd known what were about to happen. Sparkles go sparkles. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. Izuku's thoughts couldn't stop screaming at him as he held his breath. Even though he doesn't need to breathe in his ghost form, it still felt like one small mistake, one small misstep, and the villains around him would realize that he wasn't supposed to be here, and start attacking him instead. When that man Shigaraki, Izuku learned, easily approached him a few nights into Izuku's school year, offering him a job to get back at the symbol of peace, Izuku wanted to brush it off as a random wannabe villain that wanted to kill All Might. There'd been many of them before, and will be many until All Might eventually retires, which Izuku wished desperately was soon, and probably after it as well. He'd told Eraserhead last week that this is going to happen, but the pro-hero didn't seem to feel the sense of urgency. And he's not sure why they would, given the fact that All Might has probably dealt with many death threats every single day since he'd first debuted, but there was something not sitting right in Izuku's core. And it wasn't just the curiosity driving him. This time, Izuku didn't know what it was, but something felt wrong. Over the last week, things had started getting more concerning too. He doesn't like diving into the underworld around Mizudafu that much, even though he knows he should. As a vigilante, it's his responsibility to help people, and he's trying to see how he can bring some of these low-level villains out of the darkness and into rehabilitation programs, but he'd overheard someone talking about an offer of a lot of money to go with the man Shigaraki, and, hey, Izuku hadn't been offered any money. What the hell, man? That is so not fair. Maybe Izuku would have been more interested in listening to the leader Shigaraki's plans if the man had started with the offer of payment first. Well, not that Izuku would have taken it, he didn't wish for the hero to die. It'd be a bit hypocritical of Izuku, of all people. All Might is just a bit of a quirkist, but who isn't in this society? So Izuku made an executive decision that day. Most of his online classes were a breeze to get through, and he was weeks ahead, so he could skip one day and figure out what Shigaraki was up to. What his plan was to kill All Might. It was an infiltration mission. Izuku would sneak in, figure out what Shigaraki was up to, and pass the information on to the police and other heroes. It's his first time, though, and he's nervous, and even though Izuku's keeping it together and keeping himself invisible and intangible, he still feels like one small move is going to out him, and he's going to have an army of low-rate villains at his neck ready to kill him. Well, maybe not kill. Just briefly incapacitate him. Izuku isn't quite sure if he can die again, but those are issues for future Izuku to panic about. Now, he needs to focus as the Warp Man from before expands, and the low-rate villains begin pouring through to the other side. Izuku's gotta focus. This isn't just a meeting. No, it's something much worse. Shigaraki has gathered an army. And with very little plan, he's already sending them on an attack. An attack? But where? He grabs a hold of a scarf of an unsuspecting villain, holding tightly as they follow their friends through the Warp Gate villain, and to the other side. Izuku feels everything in him run cold. They come to in a small plaza, where there's a pleasant little fountain for decoration. Paths spread out in every direction, to small enclosures. He recognizes this place. He's at the USJ, the unforeseen simulation joint just a few miles out of Mizutofu. Part of UA's campus, where they focused on teaching rescue work. And right up the stairs, by the main entrance, is a class. They're attacking a class. Izuku lets go of the scarf of the villain, pushing himself quietly into the air, above everything. The small class is outnumbered by the villains, at least 10-1, not even including the two teachers, who are Sheet. This is Eraserhead's class. Sheet. Which means Izuku spots a spiky-haired blonde in the back, with large grenade gauntlets around his arms. Give it to Bakugo to keep the idea he had when they were kids about the large, sweat-containing gauntlets. Izuku hopes he'll never see the wrong end of those things. He also spots a familiar mess of violet hair. Tinso, can't this get any worse? The warp villain settles down into his more humanoid form, the shape Izuku remembers from the bar the other night. Shigaraki, covered in the weird hands, Izuku doesn't even want to ask about that, he didn't have those hands before, crosses his arms as he looks on the crowd. 13 and Eraserhead? That's odd. We were informed that All Might was supposed to be present today as well. The shadow villain's voice booms across the plaza. Plan to kill All Might. Yep, this is the worst. Izuku's eyes flicker from the villains to the two heroes and the students behind them. Where is he? Shigaraki yells, scratching violently at his neck. I went through all the trouble of bringing the cavalry, I got everyone gathered and ready to go, and he doesn't even show his face. He pauses and takes a deep breath, and speaks at a normal register, tilting his head to the shadow villain. Kurogiri, I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids. Izuku came here to just do some information gathering. He wasn't expecting a full-out invasion on UA's grounds. But Izuku's not a vigilante for nothing. And with Eraserhead so outnumbered, he knows that Eraserhead has taken on many before, he's seen it in action, and it's so cool. Surely the pros won't mind an extra helping hand to deal with this issue. Eraserhead jumps off the steps without hesitation, shooting down into the main plaza to deal with the villains. 13-0, so cool, 13 is here. Wait, focus, Izuku, focus backs away with the students, pushing them back towards the entrance. The two pros communicated between themselves without words what the plan would be. 13 would get the students to safety, Eraserhead would take on the cavalry and buy them time. So cool. Speaking of entrances, Izuku ought to make his now too. He lets himself become visible again and drops to the ground in the middle of the fighting, creating a small impact crater in the process. 2 villains by him go flying into others, and a few of the group turn to face him. Hey a-hole! Watch what one of the villains starts. But Izuku doesn't stop. Instead, he runs to the villain and decks them right in the face with his right hand. It starts off a chain reaction. A few villains near him try and jump him, but they're not thinking through a strategy very well. The fortunate thing about this situation is that Shigaraki's army is nothing more than a collection of low-level villains and thugs who are in it for the money. Some might get gratification out of killing and fighting too, but the majority of them are in it for the money, and there's no plan to it, other than being the distraction. The bait. The bodies for Shigaraki to climb atop on to get to his end goal. We're going to kill All Might. Izuku easily goes intangible, and the 3 villains go flying into each other. Pathetically easy knockouts. Wait a second, that's... Izuku disappears, easily weaving through the crowds of villains, before getting to Eraserhead's side. A villain is going for the pro's back, but Izuku reaches out and pops out an ecto-shield behind him, appearing seconds later. Hey, Eraser-san. Need a hand? Eraserhead grunts. It's one that's a little full of surprise. Izuku is sure he's thinking you're here? What the hell? Luckily for Izuku, reading minds is not one of his specialties. That'd be too much for him. That he knows of. He's trying to ignore the possible empathetic abilities growing from deep within his core. Should I even be surprised you're here? Eraserhead grunts, as his capture weapon wraps around the legs of a villain charging him, and he swings her around, knocking away 3 others in the process. Izuku ducks under the villain, creating another ecto-shield and pushing it towards a large group of them, knocking them away easily. Well, I didn't intend to come here if that makes it any better. He responds with a toothy grin. They fall into sync pretty quickly, despite only having worked in a few fights like this. It's easy to pick up on Eraserhead's little quirks and glances. Though his quirk doesn't quite work on Izuku, he does feel a little pinprick on the back of his neck every time Eraserhead glances his way with his quirk active. A small, nonverbal warning of look out, here it comes, behind you. They're still outnumbered, the 2 of them. Surrounded on all ends. It's too easy for the warp villain Kurogiri, he heard the name, to disappear. Sheet the warp villain. Shoyuta keeps his eyes on Phantom, even as the vigilante blinks in and out of visibility. It isn't much. He knows that he can't stop his quirk, and nothing probably can stop that powerhouse of a problem child, but it's still nice to know that there's someone else out there trying to help, even if he's technically breaking the law to do so. And probably going to give him gray hairs much earlier than he needs to get them. Hisashi is going to make fun of him for sure. Just looking into some stuff, huh? Shoyuta thinks, grunting as he wraps his capture weapon around a villain, and throws her off into the distance. They're trying to overwhelm Shoyuta with numbers, so he can't get out and try and find his students, his kids. The warp villain disappeared, and took them who knows where at this point. Hopefully they would all be within the building, still. Hopefully they would all be okay, safe, and alive. They're hero students, of course they're going to have to deal with villains soon enough, but not now. Not in their first year of high school. But they'll be fine. They're strong. They have strong quirks, they can protect themselves and each other. He spots the vigilante in the distance, again, hood fallen off to reveal a head of curly white hair. Why is Phantom still here? Of course, he appreciates the help from the vigilante, as irritating as the kid could be sometimes. Poking his nose around in things such as this, without even thinking of consequences, is incredibly reckless. He could get killed doing that. But why hasn't Phantom left? His quirk is what gets him easily out of situations, with his powers that let him mimic a ghost. What's the point in a vigilante staying for a fight like this? Though, what kind of ghost can summon energy shields? That's still strange for Shoyuta, and he'd seen it in action a few days ago. When the vigilante had warned him there's a villainous group setting out to kill All Might. And strange that just a few days after Phantom's warning, a group attacks one of All Might's classes to kill the man. It's happenstance that they're not here. It's pure chance that the man had used up his time heroing on his way to work, that he wouldn't be able to hold his stupid hero form for the 2-hour field trip they'd scheduled for the day. Shoyuta had sent the message along, but clearly, The hero had dealt with so many death threats that something like this, a brazen attack on a UA campus, would be laughed at. As if, but here they are, fighting against a brazen attack. Still, he can't bother to think too much about anything other than the villains around him. One distraction, one small thought to pull his attention away, and someone could die. He needs to narrow his focus on the main villain, the one at the front, covered in hands. Shigaraki, Phantom had called him. With Phantom taking a brunt of the villains attacking them, Shoyuta can get his shot in at Shigaraki and end this for good. The villain army isn't that strong or unified. Once they're down, most of them aren't trying to get back up. No order, just a mess of chaos, like they'd been put together last minute. Phantom pushes aside a villain behind him, and Shoyuta sprints for Shigaraki. It's easy to wrap his capture weapon around the man's arm and pull him down from the small ledge he stood upon, watching the chaos unfold in front of him. He stabs his elbows into his rib cage, which gets a grunt from the man, but it doesn't seem like he's just the leader. There's some fight in him too. I'll still take him out. You know, it's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's a second where your hair falls. The villain chuckles, grabbing tightly onto Shuta's elbow. For a hero like yourself, you should really work on your weaknesses, shouldn't you? Don't blink, his eyes are so dry. It's burning, he's trying to ignore the burning, but Shoyuta has to blink, and he does. It's only a second of brief relief, but it's enough for Shigaraki's quirk to activate, as he wraps all of his fingers around Shuta's elbow and the fabric begins to turn to ash, followed shortly by his skin. He doesn't even think, he goes for the cheapest shot he can get, just a little above the villain's crotch. He should have aimed lower, and jumps back. The flesh on his elbow has all but decayed, exposing delicate red muscle underneath. It isn't the worst wound he's ever experienced, but it's not a walk in the park, as every small movement in his arm explodes into pain. Eraserhead, he hears Phantom yell, but it's distant. You're not good at this, are you, Eraserhead? You're the sort of player that's good at surprise attacks. Taking the enemy out quickly. Speed over defense. Okay, the man is starting to lose Shoyuta with the analogies a bit. But so do all villains after a while. Once they start monologuing, it's usually the same thing. I'm going to rule the world, I'm going to destroy everything, yada yada yada. But even so, you still jumped in to take us out from the front. You and your little student over there. Do you think it's noble, allowing your student to sacrifice himself for the rest of your team, like this? Shoyuta doesn't think it's worth responding to the villain, Shigaraki. He's starting to spout nonsense. Phantom's taken care of most of the villains in the plaza by himself, impressive, but there's still a small line between him and Shoyuta. They're attacking Phantom too quickly. Nobody seems to really recognize Phantom as the vigilante. By the way, Eraserhead, I'm not the last boss. The shadow that had been standing right by Shigaraki, a large villain with a mutant-type quirk that Shoyuta had barely focused on, since they had just been stood still the whole time, is right next to him now. The villain raises an arm, and the world goes dark. Sparkles goes sparkles. Izuku's an idiot. He didn't even take a glance towards the large villain that was standing by Shigaraki's side like an obedient soldier. The whole time, standing perfectly still. Why would he, if there were so many other villains around him? He had to help Eraserhead. He had to. He couldn't let him down. If he was here, he had to help. Izuku has to help. His core feels like it's about to burst inside of his chest, but the large villain moving at an amazing speed makes him freeze for a second, and that hesitation, that brief hesitation, Izuku will never, ever pause like that again in a battle, because villains have their arms around Izuku, pulling him back, as the large villain smashes Eraserhead's face into the ground. Meet the Nomu, Shigaraki says, laughing with glee as the villain the Nomu smashes their hand onto Eraserhead's other elbow. Even from so far away, Izuku can hear a small crack as the bones shatter underneath. No. It's child's play to break out of the grasp from the villains. Easy as intangibility. The villains should have expected it, but they stumble into each other once Izuku is free from their grasp, as he bolts across the plaza, straight for the Nomu. My Nomu is quite the creation, isn't it? Shigaraki taunts to Eraserhead. Oh, it's such a shame that All Might isn't here to meet his shadow. As Izuku gets closer, he can feel something emanating from the Nomu. Something he'd written off before, but it feels strong. Something catches in his throat. It almost feels like his ghost sense is activating, but it isn't quite there. But there's a feeling. Pain, 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 pain. Too many feelings. Pain, 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 pain. Coming from the Nomu, as if it had a ghost core of its own. Oh, whatever scientific nightmare the Nomu was, Izuku isn't curious enough to unpack all of that now. He focuses on the target, and Izuku shoots himself at the Nomu, using his palms to knock the creature off of Eraserhead's back, sending it flying a few feet away. The Nomu stays still once the momentum stops, waiting for its next order. The pause gives Izuku a chance to look down at Eraserhead. He finds a pulse quickly, but it's not as high as it should be. It's slower, not as slow as his human's heart rate, but still slow enough to be dangerous. I need to get you out of here. But how? What the hell? Who are Shigaraki Box? Before his voice darkens. I thought you were one of those NPC students, but you're not. What are you doing here? What do you think I'm doing here? Izuku yells back. He stands up from kneeling by. Eraserhead. You tried to recruit me into your Kill All Might plan. Did you think I would just forget about it? Shigaraki growls at him but doesn't respond. Oh yeah, sure, I might hate Hero Society as much as the next vigilante, but it doesn't mean I'm willing to kill people for it, Shigaraki. Izuku adds. You're stupid if you think otherwise. I don't have time to deal with a cheater like you. Noma. Kill him. Kill me? Izuku looks to his side, watching as the Nomu stands up and charges towards him. He braces for impact, summoning an ecto-shield from deep within his core. It isn't strong enough, it cracks under the pressure from the Nomu's fists, but it holds the Nomu in place long enough for Izuku to get a closer look at the creature. Tall, built like a brick house, with ink-black skin and a beak. Muscly brain is exposed at the top of the creature's head. A weakness or an oversight, Izuku didn't know, but what catches him off guard is what the Nomu sounds like. It doesn't make any verbal sound, but he can hear a song coming from deep within its chest, a song that resonates within Izuku's own core. Pain, 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 pain. Quirks are just itty-bitty micro-ghost cores. Every quirked person has one, a roughly 1/100th of an actual ghost core, Izuku thinks, repeats in his head, like a mantra. Someone or something would need to be hundreds of times stronger than me to get my powers out of commission. But he can look into the Nomu and he sees it. Stitched together, somehow he can see the tiny itty-bitty quirk factors, mushed together into a horrifying mess. There's gotta be 10, maybe even 20, quirk factors haphazardly sewn together, like a child's art project. It's uneven and sharp in some places, but even and smooth in other places, completely chaotic. This is a science experiment, a creature made from life and death, just like him. Izuku pulses his core out to the creature. Let me help. Pain, 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 pain. There's too much going on within the Nomu to focus on one specific quirk factor. It's fighting too much inside, and on top of that, the Nomu only seems to listen to Shigaraki. Izuku's shield shatters, but he catches the Nomu's fists with his hands. You're strong, I'll give you that, Phantom. But my Nomu is stronger than All Might. You are going to die. Shigaraki says. Izuku tries not to, but he laughs. He laughs loudly and proudly. He cranes his neck to look at Shigaraki, pushing back against the Nomu with all the strength he could. You're wrong about that. You can't kill something that's already dead. He pushes, and sends the Nomu flying across the plaza again. As it's temporarily dazed, Izuku takes his time to dig his arms underneath Eraserhead's body, and he picks him up. It's a little awkward, because Izuku is still a pretty short teenager and Eraserhead is a lanky full-grown man, but with his flight, it's pretty easy to get high enough in the air and away from the Nomu. But where should he go? There's no guaranteed safe spot, and Izuku's going to have to take on the Nomu. He's probably the only one strong enough to do that, right now. But he doesn't want Shigaraki or the large being made of multiple quirks to have a shot in hurting Eraserhead even more. Then where? Across the plaza, Izuku can see 3 students emerging from the shipwreck zone. Most of the low-rate thugs are either out of commission from both Eraserhead and Izuku's combined efforts, or deciding that the tide is turning and they're trying to escape. Izuku shoots carefully towards the students. One of them is Shinso, which he recognizes, and he carefully falls back down to the ground to meet them halfway across the plaza. Sparkles go sparkles. The day seemed to happen too fast. Hitoshi was ready for a nice little field trip. It was just to a place on the grounds, so technically, they didn't need to fill out any permission slips for it. But he wishes that they had handed those out, and that his father maybe would have questioned it, and Hitoshi would have gone in more cynically, because maybe then he would have been ready for the villain attack. And there were so many of them. Aizawa-sensei took out a lot on his own, which is pretty cool, but Hitoshi got warped away from it before his class could escape. He ended up in the shipwreck zone, with Tsuyu and Mineta, which SEGD, but Tsuyu's pretty chill at least. It was a combined effort with Tsuyu shooting them as far as she could across the shipwreck zone with Shinso on her back, and Mineta, too, but Mineta weighs as much as a bag of grapes. The only useful thing Mineta had done was throw some of his sticky purple ball into the water, which trapped a few of the villains together. And then he sees him. Phantom? How did he? The vigilante shoots over to where he and his two classmates are trying to auspiciously get across the plaza to escape. Luckily, most of the villains have either been taken down or decided it isn't worth it anymore. Phantom's almost as beat up as their sensei, but he doesn't seem to notice, even with the vibrant green blood that's pouring from lacerations cut into his clothes. Green blood? No time to unpack that. His hood is down, exposing a mess of curly white, glowing hair, but he has his mask again. The one he'd given to Hitoshi dissolved into a weird puddle of goop shortly after he'd disappeared following Hitoshi's rescue, which was odd, but not the weirdest thing he'd ever heard of. Hi, no time to explain why I'm here, here's Eraser-san, try not to let him die, please? I'm supposed to be the only dead man walking here. Phantom speaks fast, faster than Hitoshi has ever heard. It's almost like he doesn't even need to breathe. But, to be fair to Phantom, there are other pressing matters, namely, one giant FING monster on the other side of the plaza who looks like it wants to eat them all alive, and is the cause for their teacher's current state in the first place. Phantom locks his cyan eyes with Hitoshi. First, Shinso, I know you can brainwash anyone that comes nearby. If any villain approaches you, try and get the upper hand verbally. Phantom looks over at Tsuyu, and his eyes flicker around, clearly thinking of something. Miss, I can see you've got a frog-like quirk. Use it to defend Shinso if he can't brainwash anybody. And you. He turns to Mineta. Mineta looks like he's about to start sobbing. Don't worry about anything. Okay, bye. And just like that, he's gone again, and Aizawa-sensei is left on the ground in front of them. Hitoshi immediately dives for their teacher, and there's a pulse. It's there. He isn't dead yet, but that doesn't mean they should count on it staying like that. Q helps Hitoshi hoist their teacher over his shoulder, and Tsu uses what strength she has in her upper body to pick up Aizawa-sensei's legs so they don't drag on the ground behind them. Who was that, Shinsukuin? Well, have you heard of the Muzudafu Phantom? No, I haven't. Mineta decides to be the only thing he could be, the most useless person possible. Oh my god, I have. He's a vigilante, isn't he? What is he doing here? Is he working for those villains? Shut it, Mineta. Tsu uses her tongue to slap Mineta upside the head. If he's working for the villains, why would he fighting that thing? Hitoshi glances across the plaza. Phantom is fighting that monster, and barely keeping up with it. How do you know that vigilante, Shinsuken? He saved me once. Hitoshi explains. He's really glad that he wasn't sent to the fire zone. He still feels like he's going to wake up one day and find himself back in his dad's old office, surrounded by the flames. It was one of the coolest moments of his life, probably second or third to getting into UA's hero course and meeting Eraserhead. As excited as he should be, there's something cold settling within Hitoshi. But I have no effing idea how he knows what my quirk is. Sparkles go sparkles. Once he's sure Eraserhead is in the most capable hands he can find, Izuku shoots back across the plaza. The Nomu is waiting for him and catches Izuku's flying punch easily. They trade blows for a bit. Izuku's lucky his ghost form is a lot more durable than a mere human form, or he'd probably be fully dead by now. The Nomu has a shock resistance, or maybe has a shock absorbance, or maybe both. Quirk. It would explain why he can take Izuku's hits so easily. It's hard to tell what the other quirks are that are stitched together into the unliving abomination of science in front of him. At least a shock absorption quirk, and maybe a regeneration quirk, given how quickly it recovers and enhanced strength, too. The Nomo wraps its large hands around Izuku's wrist and swings him up into the air and hits him right in the middle of his chest. If Izuku had ribs, they would all be broken, and by the time this fight is over, he might have broken ribs, or at least he's going to have a lot of bruises. Izuku is sent flying away, landing on his back. It feels like something crunches underneath him. He hopes it's not anything important. Still, he has to keep going. Pain, 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 pain. There has to be a way. The Nomu charges at him again, grabbing Izuku and swinging him up, again. This time it lets Izuku just fall to the ground without any more hits. Izuku's core screams, "Let me help you, let me help you. Pain, 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 pain." And then a small voice, "Help." Why yes. Izuku stumbles over his words, ignoring the pain eating away at him. He can feel his core working overtime to heal him up faster. Hopefully it would be enough. Izuku keeps his voice low and soft, like he's talking to a small child. The voice sounded small. After all, God, please don't let the Nomu be made from children. I can help you. I think I can make the pain go away. Pain, pain, pain. Help us? You can help us. We'll try. You just need to. The Nomu rears back, lifting both fists in the air as Izuku lays under it. Let me. Pain, pain. Pain. Well, this is probably it, isn't it? Izuku's going to find out if he can fully die or not. He probably can't, knowing his luck, but this final hit will definitely knock him out, and then he'll transform back for sure, and that'll be the end of his vigilante life. He had a good run. 3 months now, being a vigilante, helping take down evil guys? He'll probably get arrested and maybe even tried as an adult, or maybe sent off to some scientist to figure out how the hell he ticks. But it was fun while it lasted. He closes his eyes and waits for the blow. After a second of it not hitting him, he opens one eye. The fists are frozen, inches above Izuku's head. What? Nomu, what are you doing? You said you can help us. The mini-core hums at Izuku, in a language only he can understand. It sounds like overlapping voices. It's TV static and the sound of the wind during a thunderstorm and dew falling off of leaves in the morning. Perhaps whatever it is, whoever it is a memory, an echo, left in a quirk factor after its body dies. Science says matter cannot be created or destroyed, so perhaps a quirk factor is the same way? It prevents people from becoming ghosts when they die, but maybe there are small, little quirk factors floating about, left over from people's deaths that no one can see. The Nomu starts making garbled noises, a mess that Izuku can't understand. The quirk factors talking to each other, in a language only the Nomu could know. What are you going to do? It asks. Izuku sits up, ignoring the burning pain in his chest. The Nomu's arms fall limp to its sides. Shigaraki screeches now. Nomu, stop this. Kill him, kill him, kill the little brat, already. We don't. The Nomu rears back a bit, and it grabs their head in pain. Clearly, there's something inside the Nomu that makes it built to obey the commands of its master. Once shut up, shut up. But the thing about human beings, that Izuku is slowly learning, is that their souls are pretty indomitable. Izuku pushes himself up and reaches out towards the Nomu, and lets his arm turn intangible, and he reaches in until he feels it. It's small and weak, and it feels like tangled up string. But it's there. The smallest of cores, built from many, many quirks. Some from people who have passed on, others are from people who are still there, stuck, suffering in pain. Stitched together, glued together, stuck together. Too many memories, too many shades and echoes of what and who people used to be, clashing against each other in a painful rage. It'd be beautiful, in a way, if the way it had been made was not so dark and evil. Izuku grabs it and pulls. Mama, Mama. What if I get your quirk? My quirk? Well, it's nothing special, Izuku. I can just pull small things towards me. But it is cool. It's so cool. If you train it more, I bet you can be a hero too. That's very sweet of you, honey. But I don't think pulling small things is very heroic. You never know. It's so small, the core. But once Izuku pulls it out, the Nomu stops in their tracks. What are you doing? He ignores the screams from the villain, even as he can see the warp villain, Kurogiri, appear by Shigaraki's side again. The mini-core is so small and tangled, and wouldn't last on its own outside in the world. Thank you, the core says, voices unified for just a moment, and Izuku could give it a little bit of ectoplasm to sustain it. But what would the point of it be? The core wants to go. They all want to go. So Izuku lets them. The tangled strings untangle themselves and fade one by one. All that's left is a husk of what used to be technically a dead body, but it wasn't all that alive to begin with. The body falls to the side, motionless and lifeless, but was it ever alive to begin with? Nomu, get up and kill him already. Why isn't it listening to me, Kurogiri? But before Shigaraki can continue his tantrum, an explosion at the front catches everybody's attention. The door goes flying and a large figure jumps into the air, before landing in the dust of the plaza. It's him. Izuku can tell who it is before he can even see him. All Might. Well, that's Izuku's cue to leave. The heroes have finally arrived, which is both good and bad. Good, because the students, and especially Eraserhead, can get help. They'll all need medical help. But bad, because, well, Izuku's weak enough from the fight that they might actually have a shot at catching him for once. He doesn't have much time left in his ghost form. His legs are starting to feel shaky, his chest burns, and Izuku feels like he's going to vomit. It's his best chance to get the hell out of there now, as everybody's distracted by the arrival of All Might. Izuku slips invisible and pushes whatever energy he has left into his body, soaring up and through the roof of the USJ, higher and higher until he nearly hits the clouds. This high up, he can see the ocean and even a bit of beach. He doesn't know where he is and doesn't have his phone on him, so he's just going to have to find his way back home using the beach and the ocean. Izuku picks a direction and hopes for the best. It's all over the news later that evening. USJ attacked by League of Villains? Who is responsible? Is UA really the best hero school? Students, teachers wounded in attack at hero school campus. Izuku's half paying attention to the news as it cycles through different stories from the attack. None of the students of Class 1A Shinsu's class, oh god, Shinsu's class had been interviewed or had made statements. UA is keen on protecting their students from the media, at least. More could be said for protecting them against villains, but hey, to be fair, how would they have protected their students from a man who could make portals out of his own body? His other half is paying attention to his latest notebook. He's up to number 15 now. 13 isn't all the way full, but it's the notebook he chronicles his adventures with his powers in, so it doesn't fit very well in his analysis series books. He should really just renumber 14 and 15, but he can't be bothered to scribble out the pen because then that'd look ugly. He's scribbling down everything he could remember from the villains he fought at USJ. He really hopes his mom never gets curious and looks through some of his stuff. But she's nice, she wouldn't breach his privacy like that for no reason. So he should be fine. He should be fine. She never has before. But his classmates back at Aldra. Izuku shakes the thoughts away, jotting down a few more notes. Shigaraki. Somewhere around his mid-20s, could be 18 at the least. Skinny, not a lot of muscle, but knows how to fight. Quirk, unnamed decay quirk, prob, just decay. 5-point contact emitter quirk. The user's touch will decay anything it holds, both organic and inorganic. A thought comes to him. The other day with Shinso, he told Izuku about a bunch of journalists who broke into UA. What if this Shigaraki person was somehow involved? To create a diversion to sneak into UA, grab something like a schedule of sorts for All Might, to plan their attack at the USJ? What if it's all connected? Or maybe it isn't. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But things are rarely ever just coincidences. Potential weaknesses can't be used if the user is wearing gloves that cover all their fingers and needs constant physical contact to work. Might not work on non-solid materials, such as viscous liquids or water. Izuku quickly sketches out the outfit that he remembers Shigaraki wearing. A simple outfit aside from the weird collection of hands covering the man's body, just a black long-sleeve shirt and black jeans with red sneakers. Red sneakers? Izuku glances up and looks towards the entryway of his apartment. Izuku has red sneakers, too. Only a few businesses in the local area sell shoes made specifically for quirkless people, due to the fact that their feet are shaped just a little different than normal people. Most of the people Izuku sees wearing them are older, elderly people. Could it? How would that even be possible for a quirkless individual to gain a quirk as destructive as something like the decaying quirk? He quickly jots down those thoughts, nearly lost in the frenzy of writing when he hears the door to his apartment open. "I'm home, Izuku," his mom calls out. Izuku's up late, sure, but to be fair, he doesn't have to worry about getting up at a certain time for his online classes, since they're all self-guided, which has been amazing for him so far. He can stay up late, get his every few days sleep in, or go out on a patrol at night without worrying about falling behind in high school. "Oh goodness, honey, you need to fix up that posture." "Sorry, Mom," Izuku says, immediately straightening up his back from the shrimp-like position he was in before. He hadn't even noticed how bad it got until his mom points it out. "How was work?" "A little crazy as usual," his mom says, taking off her shoes and sliding into her slippers, and she drops her bag on the kitchen table. "Did you eat anything tonight, Izuku?" Izuku nods, sliding the pen into the pages of his notebooks as a makeshift bookmark. "There's leftover miso soup in the fridge if you want any." He had been practicing some cooking during the hour he takes for his lunch breaks when he does online classes, but the miso soup isn't one of his own concoctions. He ordered it to be delivered after crashing once he got home following his escape from the USJ and woke up starving. Most of his lacerations had healed up nicely, scabbing over fast. The bumps and bruises from other injuries will take a longer to heal, but luckily he avoided getting his face hit, so most of his wounds could easily be hidden underneath his hoodie. It doesn't mean he's not in pain, his body aches when he moves, but it's a familiar sort of ache after an intense workout. "I will never take you for granted, enhanced healing," he thinks, glad he didn't have to take a chance on his theory about trigger this time. "Ah, Izuku, thank you. You're so sweet." "I should tell her," Izuku thinks, watching as his mom pours a bit of soup into a pot to heat it up over their stove. "I should tell her the truth. About who I am. About what I am." But what if he shakes that thought away? He can ignore the angsty thoughts for now. Izuku stretches and fakes a yawn. It's 10 in the evening, now typically when he does go to bed. "I think I'm gonna head off to bed. Good night, Mom." "Oh yes, it is late. Sleep well, sweetie." "You too." Of course, go to bed, in Izuku's terminology, has quickly transformed into a 50% chance he was going to go out on a vigilante patrol once the moon was high in the sky, but that isn't something that she should know right now. Not to mention, after all the fighting he'd done with those group of villains today, his body is starting to ache like crazy. He hasn't used that many shields since he started practicing with them, and all the hits he'd unintentionally taken from not just the low-rate villains but the Nomu as well had left him covered in bruises. So, safe to say, he definitely isn't going to go on a patrol tonight. Sleep would be nice. Even if he'd slept half the afternoon away, more sleep sounds absolutely divine. His body hits the bed and he doesn't even crawl under his covers before he falls into a dreamless slumber. Sparkles go sparkles. "Tsukachi, it's been a while since we last talked. How are things with you?" It's nice to hear the voice of Tsukachi Naomesa's dear friend on the other end. It had, admittedly, been a while since they had talked any further than just simple text messages to each other, but there were things he felt like his friend All Might, or as he knew him, Yagi Tashinori, ought to know. They had technically seen each other in person, earlier that day, at the aftermath of what the media has been calling the USJ attack. But Naomesa had been busy talking to the different students to get their facts straight, and Yagi had been helping the rest of UA's staff clear out the rest of the villains who were hiding in the building still. It had been too chaotic to try to catch Yagi in person, so a phone call hours later would have to suffice. "I'm well. I hope you are too, after everything that's happened today. By the time I arrived, it seems like the major threat had already been defeated by that one vigilante," Yagi says. There's a sound of something crackling on the other end, probably the old stove that's in his apartment. It's a little late for dinner time, but Naomasa can't judge. What is their name again? Phantom. Naomasa replies. Phantom. Thank you. Of course. Phantom is actually why I wanted to call you in the first place. What do you know about him, Yagi? Well, I'm afraid not much more than the rest of the media does. Since taking up the teaching position at UA, I haven't been able to do much more than a short patrol on my way to and from the school now. Some sort of ghost-like Quirk, right? From his limited interactions with the vigilante, which is usually seeing his shadow fly away right after they arrive at the scene of a crime that Phantom has already taken care of, Yagi isn't wrong that it might be some sort of ghost-like Quirk. Even if the vigilante, a child, Naomasa reminds himself, has called himself a straight-up ghost in multiple reports by Aizawa, there's no way that he's an actual ghost. But, well, it's still an unsettling thought for him. He isn't quite sure where he is in his belief in the afterlife, but maybe there's a small possibility? No thanks, no disturbing thoughts about mortality today please and thank you. Naomasa is lucky most vigilante cases fall under an unofficial fair use sort of deal between police departments. Because priorities should always be get them off the streets no matter what, it wasn't unheard of for individual officers or detectives to ask heroes or hero adjacents with proper clearance for assistance on cases such as this. But something about what he'd heard today from all of those poor students is sending a shudder down his spine, and he needs to talk to Yagi about it, because Yagi is the only other person who would understand that feeling. Yes, that's what we figured when he first started. Either a ghost like Quirk, or something that would allow himself to manipulate his own molecules to turn invisible and pass through things. But after today, Yagi, I'm not too sure about it. Why do you say that? Well, according to what some of your students had to say today, along with some of the more agreeable villains we captured, Phantom seems to have developed a new, unrelated Quirk. He's able to make some sort of energy shield now. Developed a new Quirk. Exactly. Yagi, are you sure? A sigh from the other end of the phone interrupts Naomasa. I would love to be sure that All for One is dead and buried, but with what I've been hearing about the strange Noma creature that attacked my class, I cannot be too sure of that anymore. Do you believe Phantom is related to him, somehow? Somehow. It would explain Phantom's numerous quirks and his white hair. Phantom has white hair? Yes. Our unofficial description puts Phantom as a young teen or an adult, with bright cyan eyes and white hair. Naomasa adds. Most of the time his hair is hidden under his hood, but it seems like it had fallen off when he was fighting today. The sound of a kettle goes off on Yagi's end. There's a bit of shuffling as he continues. I don't know if All for One ever had a family past his relationship to the first holder of One for All. But it could be possible he may have had a partner and children without anyone knowing. That's my thought too. Naomasa sighs. We're lucky for the moment, as it looks like the only laws Phantom is breaking are numerous vigilante laws. It's hard to tell if it's a ploy to build up trust between him and multiple pro-heroes or if it's a teenage rebellion against All for One. For now, Aizawa is on the case to try and bring him in. Aizawa-san is, you say? Yagi asks, clearly a little shocked. I would have never thought. Yes. Aizawa has been helping out with the case for a while now, though since he was hurt badly in the attack today, he'll probably be taking a break. He better, Naomasa thinks, or they're going to have to sick the whole wrath of UA on one Aizawa Shoyuda. For a second, Naomasa wonders if Phantom would be dumb enough to try and visit the pro-hero in the hospital. It'd be a risky move. If anywhere had tranquilizers or enough quirk suppressants to take out Phantom, it would either be Tartarus itself or any general hospital in the world. Tsukachi, may I lend a hand in the investigation into Phantom? Sure. It's a vigilante case, so it's open book. Maybe if the symbol of peace started looking into Phantom, it'd get him to stop being so risky. Stopping wannabe drag dealers and thugs is handy sometimes, but Phantom's just a kid. Phantom obviously loves heroes, so maybe the #1 hero can talk some sense into him? Sparkles go Sparkles. Catnap. Mito 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 Mito. Mini-host, Shinso. Catnap. Mini host, everything okay? Catnap, so we've got the rest of the week off from class after that villain attack. Catnap, a bunch of my classmates are organizing a big outing to that big mall out in Tokyo tomorrow. Catnap, the Kiyoshi Ward 1. Catnap, his mini host, that mall is huge. Your classmates are organizing a trip to it? Catnap, it was this one girl's idea to help us get to know each other better as a class. Catnap, almost everyone is going but what to do. Mini host, you should go. If your classmates invited you, it's clear they want to be your friends. Catnap, nanana. Catnap, social interaction. Mini host, you're going to Shinso. You're going to have to do a lot of networking and socializing as a hero, whether you go underground or not. Catnap, safsafst. Catnap, I that you are right. Mini host, do it. Go. Have fun. Catnap, you know what? Catnap, I will go but you're gonna come with. Catnap, you're the only one who will keep me sane. Mini host, huh? Catnap, I might have mentioned you to a few of my classmates and they want to meet you. Mini host, what? They want to meet me? Catnap, yeah, probably because you're a pretty cool person Midoriya. Catnap, if you go to that fancy online school, are you able to get one day off to come with? Mini host, well, I need to ask my mom too. Mini host, I'm ahead on most of my lessons anyway, so I'm sure missing one day won't hurt. Catnap, degree. Mini host, okay, I just asked my mom. She said I needed to be back before mini host, but I can go. Catnap, Catnap, I can TXT you the details in a bit. Izuku stares at his phone. The cursor in the messaging app is still blinking back at him. Did that just happen? Izuku knows that Shinso is in class 1A. He got invited to an outing with Shinso's classmates. He got invited to meet kids from UA High School. Class 1A. His core is humming loudly in his chest, almost purring, but it pauses for a moment. Wait, what if mini host is Bakugo Katsuki gonna be there? Catnap, Bakugo? Catnap, wait, Catnap, is he K? Catnap, that's why his quirk was so familiar. Mini host, yeah he is. Mini host, I don't want to make a big deal about it, but if he's gonna be there, I don't know if I can go. Catnap, DW Midoriya? I don't think he'll be there. He doesn't seem too interested in most of us. Catnap, if anyone in my class even has his number TBH. Catnap, but I'll check and make sure. Mini host, okay, yep, that sounds just like him. And thank you for checking too. Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall lives up to its hype. It's a majestic piece of architectural work and engineering. During warmer months and sunnier days, the roof is programmed to open up to let in the fresh air and beautiful sunshine, but when it's cold or rainy, the roof will close so people are still able to walk around freely without worrying about the weather. Inside its 4 stories are a smorgasbord of different stores. Kiyoshi Ward is most notorious for its abundance of clothing stores tailored to fit people of various shapes and sizes, regardless of quirk type. Some stores sell clothing made for people with tails in mind, some stores sell clothing made for people with wings, and other stores will sell lotions and self-care products for people with quirks that change their skin. There are also normal stores as well, for those with typical bodies, along with a large food court stocked full of different fast food chains and even a grocery store and large cafe. The mall wasn't limited to just people with quirks that change the way their body works, but it was one of the few in the world that accommodates them to such a level that it has become quite a popular place in the last few decades. Most of the stores would be useless for someone like Izuku, who had no quirk at all, but it's strangely nice to be invited to something like this. Even if he doesn't know all the people he's going to meet. Shinso texted the meeting location to him late the previous night, and all should have been well, but Izuku stayed up half the night trying to figure out what he was going to do, what he would say, what he would wear. He'd never been too worried about these things. Even after clearing out most of his closet to get rid of his All Might clothing, he still had a decent amount of hero merch, and would it be weird? Would he be too much of a fanboy? Izuku eventually settles on a pair of gray cargo shorts and a simple blue t-shirt with an embroidered black hole in the top right. It's technically hero merch from the Hero 13, and he remembers asking his mom to buy it years ago since it was a shirt being sold to help a disaster relief fundraiser. 13 was the face of. One lucky buyer would get an autograph included with their order to encourage more purchases, and while Izuku wanted the autograph, he wouldn't be upset getting one since the money was all going to a good cause anyway. He didn't get it, but he did get a cool, good quality t-shirt out of it, so it's a win for him. Once the day comes, his mom leaves a pretty large sum of money on the counter for him in the morning. It's not much by the Midoriya standards. Of course Izuku's almost all out of the money he got from cleaning Dagoba Beach, but it's enough to buy a new pair of shoes. As his mom suggests in the note she leaves. There is a custom shoe seller at the Kiyoshi Ward Mall that sells shoes for quirkless people, and maybe owning more than just a single pair of red sneakers is probably a good idea. He slides the money into his wallet, puts on his sneakers, and decides against getting on the train, transforming in the comfort of his apartment for a quick flight over to Tokyo. It'd save a few extra yen in case Izuku wants to get a snack or some food in the food court with Shinsu's classmates. Shinsu's classmates. He'd technically seen a few of them before, aside from knowing both Shinso and Bakugo. He wonders, as he flies through the air invisibly, if he'd officially meet the frog girl. Her quirk seems super cool. Or maybe, well, Izuku wouldn't mind not meeting that purple orb hair kid who just about burst into tears with his appearance at the USJ. Maybe he misjudged the kid on a first look, but something about that kid gave Izuku the heebie-jeebies. Izuku's been getting faster with his flying over the last 2 months of patrol, so it's not too long until he spots Kiyoshi Ward Mall in the distance. Glancing around, Izuku finds a surreptitious and closed-off alleyway in walking distance, where he lands quietly. After checking for security cameras, Izuku detransforms and walks out of the alley casually, blending into the crowds of people. Shinso is there early too, with another girl. Unfamiliar, not the frog girl, but she looks nice. Her hair is cut into a brown bob, and her cheeks are bright pink. It's hard to tell if it's makeup or if it's natural. She's wearing just a simple black V-neck and mauve-colored shorts, with a brown bag swung over one of her shoulders. Midoriya, over here. Shinso spots him and waves him over. Izuku takes a deep breath, ignoring the jitter in his hands, and walks over to Shinso and the girl. Hi. Hi. You're Shinso's friend, yeah? The girl smiles brightly. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet you. And Midoriya Izuku. And same. Woo, first successful conversation of the day. Maybe Izuku can break his record today. Shinso glances down as his phone buzzes. He pulls it out. Looks like the others are just about here too. Awesome. This is gonna be so much fun. I've never been to a mall this big before. And me either. Izuku's hesitant to add, but he does, anyway. If Shinso has to suffer with the mortifying idea of making friends, Izuku should try it out too. He doubts that Shinsu's classmates in 1A would really want to be his friends, especially if they find out about his quirklessness, but it's still something he could dream about. So, how many people are coming again? Not too many, actually. Uraraka says. I think it's only Mina and Jiro who are coming. That's only 2 people? That's not actually a lot, yet it feels like it is, Izuku thinks, but buries the fear deep inside of him. It's fine. It's fine. He's only going to be hanging out with actual Hero Corps students. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about at all. It's all going to go just fine. He just needs the paranoid part of his brain to shut up for a few minutes, and maybe for his core's buzzing to settle down too. It's only a few moments later when the other 4 Hero Corps students arrive, and it's obvious who they are when they walk up. Ashido Mina, who insists on being just Mina to everybody, has bright pink skin, dark scara with yellow eyes, and 2 golden horns sticking out from her pink hair. She definitely stands out in a crowd. Jiro Kyoka, on the other hand, stands out because she's the least energetic. Her earlobes stretch out into earphone jacks past her shoulders. They're so cool. Izuku can't believe how cool these people are. He's definitely jealous of Shinso for getting such cool classmates, while Izuku's safest option is an online school where he doesn't have to interact with people at all. It's an unfortunate part of life, since he's quirkless. Everyone hates the quirkless. Izuku's fine with just being in the presence of these cool people, honestly. He doesn't really need to shop anywhere right now. He can just fly back on a day he has off to get new shoes. He doesn't need to worry about that. What about you, Midoriya? He was spacing out a bit for a moment, so Mina's question caught him off guard. You live in Mizudafu, too, right? Mina asks, and Izuku nods in response. So, what do you think about the vigilante phantom? Phantom? She's asking me about me? Izuku really should have been paying more attention, but he can't change the past. Hopefully he can just lie his way out of this. Well, I haven't seen him in person, but I hear he's pretty cool. Well, I can't technically see myself in person, only in reflections, so it isn't even a lie. Really? Shinso asks. I would have thought you would have more to say. Izuku shrugs. I guess I've just been too focused on other things. He can see out of the corner of his eye Jiro is staring at him. She stayed pretty quiet the whole trip, too. Just like Shinso, they were probably the introverts being dragged along by their extrovert friends for once. Or, in Izuku's case, being dragged by his introvert friend Shinso, who was in turn being dragged by an extrovert. But she's staring at him with an unreadable expression. Well, I think Phantom is awesome. Uraraka interrupts. She swings her fists in the air as she adds, You should have seen him the other day. He was like all, pow pow pow. Those villains didn't know they had it coming. Where did you see Phantom? Oh, right, it might not be in the news. Phantom was there at the USJ attack. Mina adds. Uraraka and I were stuck by the entrance, so we didn't get to see much of anything, but Shinso got a close look. I know that because I was there. Izuku tries to look shocked, or at least, interested in the story. Really? Yeah, it wasn't the, first time I've seen him, though. Oh yeah, you told us that. Mina says. He saved you from that fire at your dad's job, right? This is so weird. Izuku thinks, as the people around him start talking about him, without knowing it's him. Even Jiro makes a comment, like, yeah, I don't think I've heard much about him, but she doesn't take her eyes off Izuku for a while. Sparkles goes sparkles. Jiro Kyoka's a little surprised that there aren't as many people going to the Kiyoshi Ward Mall outing as they are. It's just her, Mina, Uraraka, and Shinso, in the end. But then Shinso asks if he can bring his one friend, Midoriya Izuku, along with them, and everybody is fine with it. They're all fine with him, and it makes sense. Midoriya Izuku is an unassuming person. Short, with curly green hair and freckles. The only thing of note that stands out to Kyoka is the strange scars that run up his right arm, but nobody wants to ask about that, obviously, because asking people you just met about vicious scars on their body is kinda rude. It'd be like asking Todoroki about his scar over his one eye, like, how rude. But that's not what freaks Kyoka out the most. What her classmates don't understand yet about her quirk is that she passively has better hearing than everybody else. If her earphone jacks aren't plugged in anywhere or covered, she has what could be very weak superhuman hearing. Which wouldn't matter that much to her, she's long since learned to drown out the sounds of people around her, whether they be eating, talking, or even the sound of their heartbeats. Midoriya's heartbeat is slow. Too slow. It picks up a bit when they start talking about Phantom, but Kyoka can't tell if it's because he knows more than he's letting on, or if he's nervous about being included in a conversation. Same, dude, she wants to say, the vigilante Phantom's barely on Kyoka's radar. She only knows he exists because of the USJ attack a few days ago. Eventually the conversation of Phantom quiets down, as Mina and Uraraka get distracted by a pastel pink shop. Shinso excuses himself for a quick bathroom break, which leaves Kyoka alone with Midoriya for a few minutes. She looks at him. He nervously flickers his eyes to her, and then away. Eventually, he gets the courage to speak. Why are you starting at me? Your heart is really slow. Do you know that? I do. Midoriya waves his right hand, showing off the scars decorating it. It's a fascinating pattern. She can't put a word to it, but it's an intricate pattern of tessellating scar tissue, looking more like frost on a window than an actual scar. I was, struck by lightning a few months ago, and the doctor said my heart's just beating slower because of it, now. How? That doesn't make much sense to Kyoka. Her family might not be doctors, they're all musicians, of course, but even that doesn't make sense. Midoriya shrugs. Dunno. The doctors didn't explain it to me. They're doctors, why wouldn't they? A long story, I guess. Midoriya replies, looking down at his feet. Sorry. I'd rather not talk about it. Kyoka nods. Sorry for bringing it up. I just wanted to make sure you knew. Thank you. So is, that your quirk, then? Enhanced hearing? Kyoka nods. She swings one of her earlobes in the air. Yeah, basically. I can plug my earphone jacks into walls and stuff to focus on hearing something, and I can channel my heartbeat through it to break stuff. It's not much. A switch goes off in Midoriya. The meek, shy kid her age seems to disappear in an instant. Instead, his eyes fill with stars, and for a second, it looks like they pulse a soft, blue glow. It's not much? That's such a cool quirk, Jiro. You have support tech that will help you amplify that noise, right? Yeah. Shinso decides to make that his turn to return, just as Midoriya starts prattling off about her quirk, asking questions left and right. Her classmate smirks. She glances at him and asks in a hushed voice, Is he always like this? Midoriya keeps talking. It's good analysis, and Kyoka should be paying attention, but she isn't. You got him talking about your quirk, didn't you? Shinsu's learned how to do Aizawa-sensei's smirk, somehow, and it's just as unsettling as when their teacher does it. It would have been nice to at least get a warning that this is what Midoriya can be like. Sparkles go sparkles. I am still unsure of how that boy destroyed the Nomu, Master. Don't concern yourself over the Nomu we lost. Dr. Garaki, how is development going on our new experiments? Very well, Master. 2 of the 4 Nomu we have been working on seem to be responding positively to the changes to their quirk factors. The 3rd Nomu is unfortunately rejecting the changes, while I have yet to add any additional changes to the 4th's factors. When do you believe these Nomu will be done? I am sure I can have them done soon. Not before the sports festival, unfortunately. That is fine. We do not need to risk any more attacks after the failure of the USJ invasion. It will be more beneficial to watch the festival, anyway. How so, Sensei? It will be the easiest way for us to see the potential in the next generation, after all.